It is the year 1600, and the East India Company is founded by royal charter. But what was the East India Company exactly? Well, basically it was an important commercial enterprise in the expansion of British imperial power in Asia, and all in all one of the most powerful and influential businesses in all history. Not only did it control the world's trade in spices, textiles, and tea, but it also conquered India and Southeast Asia militarily and exercised its own political power. The company reshaped entire regions through strategic alliances, forceful negotiation, and of course, don't forget the brutal exploitation, because we can't go without that now, can't we? All of this leaves it with a legacy that's still debated today. Either way, it laid the groundwork for more modern forms of colonialism, and it had a lasting impact on the local cultures and economies it came into contact with. It leaves us with a rather interesting story of those early days of colonial conquests. Getting your head around it certainly gives you some insight into why things developed the way they did in the centuries that followed. So, if you're here to learn about that and get your head around these early days, well, here we are, starting right from the beginning. If you like this kind of content and you want more history, then you better like and subscribe. That's what you'll get. So, let us begin. A renowned group of traders and adventurers convened in the year 1599 to discuss a proposed royal charter voyage to the East Indies. Along with Fitch and Lancaster, the participants included Richard Hakluyt, an author and proponent of British colonization in the Americas, Thomas Smythe, a prominent London official and politician who had established the Levant Company, Stephen Soame, the then-serving Lord Mayor of London, and several other sailors who had previously served along Drake and Raleigh, that is, Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh, if you're not familiar. Certainly a group of pretty seasoned individuals in the colonial sphere. Now remember, this all comes within the context of the New World and, well, basically after losing Constantinople and not being able to go east, pretty much everybody started to sail west, seek out new horizons. So, they announced on September 22nd their intention to invest about £30,000, which exceeds about $4 million in modern terms, to, quote, venture into the pretended voyage to the East Indies, in which it may please the Lord to prosper. When the adventurers, quote-unquote, met again 2 days afterward, they resolved to seek the Queen's backing for their enterprise. That is, Queen Elizabeth, by the way. Although their initial endeavor had not been wholly successful, they aimed to secure her informal approval. Their investment was raised to £68,000, and ships were brought for the proposed venture. So they gathered once again, December 31st, 1600, but this time securing the outcome that they desired. It took a year, but, well, everything takes time in business. The petition submitted by George, the Earl of Cumberland, and 218 others, including ones such as James Lancaster, Sir John Hart, John Spencer, the adventurer Edward Mishelborne, the nobleman William Cavendish, as well as other various aldermen and citizens, altogether finally received the Queen's endorsement. She granted a charter to the Governor and Company of Merchants of London, a corporation trading in the East Indies. Under this charter, the company enjoyed a 15-year monopoly on English commerce, with all nations situated west of the Straits of Magellan and the east of Cape Good Hope, while any trader acting without the company's license risked incarceration at the, quote, royal pleasure. And loss of ship and cargo, of course, half of which would go to the crown, the other half to the company. By terms of the charter, Thomas Smythe became the first governor. A court of directors made up of 24 committees, along whom was James Lancaster, reported a court of proprietors, which then officially appointed them. The court of directors, in turn, oversaw 10 committees. Originally, the group conducted its business at the Nag's Head Inn, that is situated across from St. Botolph's in Bishopsgate, before eventually relocating to East India House on Leadenhall Street. So the first East India Company vessel was called Red Dragon, which it's a pretty cool name for a boat, I will say. Sometimes these boats in colonial times, they have very unthreatening names. I believe Henry Morgan's boat was called the Fancy. That doesn't sound like much of a pirate ship to me, but, well. Either way, the Red Dragon sailed under the command of Sir James Lancaster in 1601. The following year, Lancaster travelled through the Malacca Straits aboard the 1,200-ton Portuguese carrack Sao Tome, carrying pepper and other spices. The profits from this seizure enabled the expedition to establish 2 factories, i.e. trading posts, one at Bantam on Java, that is in Indonesia, and another one in the Moluccas, the Spice Islands. When they returned to England in 1603, they learned of Elizabeth's death, but due to their success, the new king, James I, actually knighted Lancaster. So all's well that ends well, I suppose. Poor old Elizabeth, though. Oh, she had a hard life. Well, the other thing was, at that time, the war with Spain had actually ended, but the company had successfully breached the Spanish-Portuguese hold on trade, thereby creating fresh prospects for English merchants. In March of 1604, Sir Henry Middleton commanded the company's second voyage. The third, taking place on Red Dragon between 1607 and 1610, was led by General William Keeling, who had served as captain on the second voyage. Captain William Hawkins commanded Hector, and Captain David Middleton, commanded Consent. Alexander Sharpie became general, overall commander, that is, of the fourth voyage, as well as the captain of the company's ship Ascension at the start of 1608. On March 14, 1608, Ascension and Union, which was under Captain Richard Rolls, departed Woolwich. The expedition, however, ended in failure. You see, initially the company struggled in the spice trade because of the competition from the Dutch East India Company. And yes, there will be a video on the Dutch East India Company soon, but I'm just getting this one out of the way first. Either way, both organizations established fortified trading posts, maintained fleets, and forged alliances with local rulers, eventually leading to open conflict. Better financed and supported by their government, the Dutch seized dominance over the Spice Islands, of course modern-day Indonesia, and secured a foothold there. By enforcing strict policies to maintain a near monopoly, they compelled the English East India Company to seek markets elsewhere, focusing on India. On its maiden voyage, the English firm did establish a factory at Bantam on Java, and for 20 years the company's trade relied heavily on importing pepper from Java. Well, English merchants didn't have a very peaceful time of it. Of course, the high sea is a dangerous place. You don't just have to worry about pirates. It really depends who the crown is at war with, whether it's the French, the Spanish, the Dutch, or the Portuguese. And of course, at this time, the rivals were certainly the Dutch and Portuguese. The English merchants frequently clashed with them in the Indian Ocean. In 1612, at Suvali in Surat, the company defeated the Portuguese in the Battle of Swali. With official support from both the Mughal Empire and Britain, the company decided to see if establishing a presence on the Indian mainland would be feasible, and it requested diplomatic mission from the Crown. Now, this is important development because the company is now sort of acting, and only 12 years into their establishment, by the way, as a kind of diplomatic entity of itself. If they're asking for a diplomatic mission, well, they're certainly overstepping some normal bounds of business. These kinds of things would usually just be done by the government decree. But of course, the government's all the way back in England, and the East India Company is already all the way over in India, so, well, time concerns, I suppose. But let's rewind it back a little bit. First, in 1608, company vessels arrived at Surat in the province of Gujarat in India. The company then founded its first factory in India at Musulipatnam on the Andhra coast at the Bay of Bengal in 1611, followed by another in Surat in 1615. After the company's lucrative early ventures in India became known, James I granted subsidiary licenses to other trading companies in England. However, in 1609, he extended the East India Company's charter indefinitely, but with a condition. It was on the condition that its privileges would be revoked if 3 consecutive years passed without a profit. In 1615, James I dispatched Sir Thomas Roe to the Mughal Emperor Nur-ud-Din Salim Jahangir, who reigned from 1605 to 1627, to negotiate a commercial deal. This agreement would secure exclusive permission for the company to reside and build factories in Surat and other regions, in return for supplying Jahangir with products and rare European goods. The venture proved exceptionally successful. Thanks to imperial backing, the company promptly expanded its trading pursuits. In cooperation with the Dutch United East India Company, the VOC, it launched combined operations against the Portuguese and Spanish ships off the coast of China, helping fortify its presence there, while conducting its own offensives against Portuguese strongholds in the Persian Gulf residencies, partly for political reasons. But it also eclipsed the Portuguese Estado de India, which already had bases in Goa, Chittagong, and Bombay. That is, correction, Estado da India. Eventually, Portugal handed Bombay over to England as part of Catherine of Braganza's dowry when she married King Charles II. The company established trading posts in Madras in 1639 and Surat 1619. But by 1647, it employed 90 individuals and ran 23 factories and settlements across India. Major factories such as Fort William in Bengal, Fort St. George in Madras, and Bombay Castle grew into populous, economically crucial cities. Following a serious setback in 1623, when the Dutch attacked the company's factory in Amboina in the Moluccas, the East India Company shifted its emphasis during its first century of operation. Although early profits were largely derived from piracy in the Spice Islands, a result of competition among European powers, this assault forced the company to formally withdraw from the Spice Islands and concentrate on Bengal, where profits, though pretty modest, were at least consistent. Throughout the company's first 100 years in Mughal-ruled domains, the strategy involving maintaining favorable relations with the Mughal court and carrying on mutually beneficial trade, with the apathetic patronage of the Mughal Empire, that's one word to put it, whose cities were referred to as mega-cities of their time, unmatched in wealth beyond in Asia in the 17th century, the company functioned as a sort of vassal in what is now Bangladesh, From there, it steadily outmaneuvered all regional adversaries and eventually employed that very system to uphold its own authority. Of course, originally little more than trading posts built on rather unappealing parcels of land, these sites evolved into extensive factory complexes, staffed by hundreds of workers, shipping all those exotic goodies back to England and distributing English merchandise to local merchants. Because French expansion, backed significantly by its own monarchy, was growing in the same region, the English company's early gains in Bengal and later achievements often came at the expense of other European contenders, achieved through political maneuvering and carefully positioned bribes. As we say on this channel, it always greases the wheels. In fact, during the entire century, the company only once took military action against the Mughals, and that did not go very well for them. Perhaps the Mughals had the home advantage. Either way, between 1686 to 1690, they had the Anglo Zulu War, and it concluded in a clear defeat, and the company restored its factories by pledging allegiance to the Mughals. Not the situation they wanted, but at least people kept their jobs. Good job to the Mughals, though. Not often that they beat the Colonials, but hey. So, 1707, the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb died. This resulted in widespread unrest throughout Bengal and other Mughal-ruled territories. The East India Company experienced somewhat of a change of fortune. Widespread rebellions and the collapse of the Mughal tax system allowed nearly all the empire's former fiefs to assert their independence, though Delhi, the capital, often fell under the sway of Maratha, Afghan, or rebel military leaders. To gain dominance over the eastern coastline of the subcontinent, the company waged multiple wars against the French and progressively established direct control in Bengal. As the empire fractured, the company's influential status at the Mughal court enabled it to back key regional figures who vied among themselves, gradually allowing the company to expand its territory and power in India. By the 18th century, the company's Bengal factories evolved into fortresses and administrative centers that oversaw extensive tax-collecting networks. In fact, taxation in conquered or controlled provinces became the company's primary source of profit. Now, isn't that interesting? How the scope of business changes. Well, for 100 years, following 1700, when the Mughal Empire had actually been the richest in the world, the East India Company sought to extract that wealth. The region, once deemed a global hub of textile manufacturing in the 17th century, was compelled to become a market for British-made textiles. Treasures, such as these statues and jewels from Bengal's palaces, somehow found their way into English country homes, and Bengal, in particular, endured severe consequences of the company's tax farming. That is as illustrated as the Great Bengal Famine of 1770, and believe me, we're going to talk about the famines. Not in this video, but in another video. I promise. Now onto the sepoy, largely recruited from local Muslim populations and trained in European-style warfare. They became the company's principal vehicle for expansion. Their disciplined infantry and effective use of field cannons were decisive against mounted armies, which had previously dominated for centuries before because of their superior mobility. In multiple engagements, relatively small groups of sepoys overwhelmed significantly larger Mughal contingents. As tensions escalated, factions among Afghans, Mughals, and Marathas also formed European-style armies, frequently equipped with French weaponry, the best you could get at the time. Ultimately, the company prevailed, often relying as much on statecraft and diplomacy, and even a little bit of deceit at times, as they did on open combat. All roads lead to Rome. From its stronghold of direct authority in Bengal, the company positioned itself as the nominal protector of the empire, culminating in the Second Anglo-Maratha War, where it defeated the Marathas, long recognized as the empire's protectors, and installed a young Mughal prince as emperor at the height of Maratha influence. Though this relationship was often fraught, it remained in effect in various forms until 1858, when the final Mughal emperor was exiled and the company itself was dissolved. Sorry about the spoiler alert, I'm afraid it's not going anymore. Its holdings, of course, were taken over by the British Crown. Well, we'll get to that a little bit later. Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan first opened Bengal, the empire's wealthiest region, to the English merchants back in 1634, and by 1717, British traders were entirely exempt from customs duties there. Cotton, silk, opium, indigo dyes, saltpeter, and tea had become the company's major exports. Meanwhile, the Dutch, by then the company's main competitors, had pushed out the Portuguese from the Straits of Malacca in 1640–41, thus solidifying their grip on the spice trade. With Portuguese and Spanish power waning in the area, fierce competition arose between the EIC and the Dutch VOC, sparking the Anglo-Dutch Wars of the 17th and 18th centuries. Seeking additional markets for British-manufactured goods, the British looked to trans-Himalayan trade routes, which also drew them into conflicts, of course, like the Anglo-Nepalese War. They seem to certainly get themselves into quite a lot of these situations, don't they? Well, during the first 2 decades of the 17th century, the Dutch East India Company, also known by the abbreviation VOC, which is abbreviated of the Dutch words for it, well, they were the world's wealthiest commercial enterprise. In fact, they had a worldwide workforce of 50,000 and a private fleet of 200 ships. It specialized in the spice trade and paid an annual dividend of 40% to its shareholders. Can you believe that? 40%. Those kinds of returns. Oof. It's pretty good. All through the 17th and 18th centuries, the British East India Company faced fierce competitions from both the Dutch, yes, but also the French for spices grown in Indonesia. Certain spices, such as cloves and nutmeg, could only be found in that region at the time, and a single voyage had the potential to earn returns of up to, get this, 400%. It's like the Bitcoin of the day, isn't it? Well, the intense rivalry between the Dutch and the British East India trading companies had led to at least 4 Anglo-Dutch wars, one in 1652, 1665, 1672, and 1780. In 1635, King Charles I granted Sir William Courtine a trading license, enabling the rival Courtine Association to trade in eastern locations where the company was not yet established. This was another move that stirred a little bit more fresh competition. Around 1670, Charles II greatly expanded the EIC's power through 5 different acts. The company was authorized to acquire territory independently, mint its own currency. Can you believe that? Command troops and fortifications, forge alliances, declare war or peace, and practice civil and criminal jurisdiction over the territories it controlled. Effectively, it wasn't a company anymore. It was a government. A Mughal fleet commanded by Sidi Yaqub, attacked Bombay in 1689. After resisting for a year, the East India Company surrendered in 1690 and sent envoys to Aurangzeb's camp to ask for pardon. The company's representatives had to prostrate themselves before the emperor, pay a hefty indemnity, and promise to be good in the future. Once Aurangzeb withdrew his forces, the East India Company returned to Bombay and established a new presence in Calcutta. Well, according to the company records, their involvement in slave trading went back to 1684, when Captain Robert Knox was instructed to purchase and ship 250 enslaved people from Madagascar to St. Helena. It's also indicated that the EIC began transporting and employing enslaved individuals in Asia and across the Atlantic in the early 1620s. Some people place it at the start of 1621. After repeated legal threats from the British government and investigation by the Royal Navy's West Africa Squadron, which found evidence of illegal activity on several ships, the company ended its role in the slave trade in 1834. The British vessel Clove, commanded by Captain John Sarris, became the first English ship to visit Japan in 1613, at the time under Tokugawa Hidetada. Sarris, who headed the EIC's trading post in Java, obtained permission, facilitated by the English sailor William Adams, who had arrived in Japan in 1600, to open a trading house in Hirado on the island of Kyushu. The company shut down that factory in 1623 because it struggled to acquire Japanese raw silk for export to China, and starting in 1616, its trading operations in Japan had already been limited to Hirado and Nagasaki. In September of 1695, the English pirate captain Henry Every joined 5 other pirate captains near Bab el-Mandeb Strait to attack the Indian fleet returning from the Mecca pilgrimage. This Mughal convoy included the Fateh Muhammad and its heavily laden escort, Ganj-e-Sawai, the largest ship in the Mughal fleet, and possibly the largest in the Indian Ocean. Spotted on their way to Surat, the Fateh Muhammad was seized a few days later, yielding about £40,000 in silver with little resistance. I've done a full video on Henry Every too, if you're interested. You'll find it in, I think, the Colonial playlist. Or maybe I'll just make a Pirates playlist, I'm not sure. Well, eventually, Every overtook the Ganges-Sawai, which initially mounted a strong defense before surrendering. Records from the East India Company at the time indicate that the Ganges-Sawai carried a relative of the Mughal emperor, as well as a substantial fortune, of course, though there is no concrete proof that it was his daughter, as some people might have said. Either way, of all the prizes taken, the Ganges-Sawai was the largest that any pirate had ever had in history, holding between 325,000 and 600 pounds in treasure, including those 500,000 pieces of gold and silver. Well, when news of the incident reached England, it of course caused an uproar. Parliament labelled the pirates as enemies of humanity, that in Latin being hostis humani generis, and the East India Company promised to cover any financial restitution needed to pacify Aurangzeb. Because look at it this way. Basically, from their point of view, one of your guys has just robbed one of our guys. Doesn't matter if he's a pirate. The English should have been keeping their own people under control. But they weren't. So, of course, Aurangzeb was not too impressed. But they have to get their money back somehow, covering that loss. Either way, some British purse was going to be emptied. Midway through 1696, the government announced a general pardon for anyone who revealed Every's whereabouts and placed a £500 bounty on his head, and this pursuit became history's first global manhunt. But what does this have to do with the East India Company? Well, of course, the plundering of Aurangzeb's treasure ship had grave implications for them. A furious Aurangzeb ordered Sidi Yaqub and Nawab Daud Khan to attack and close 4 of the India Company's factories, imprison the officers, who actually narrowly escaped lynching by the enraged Mughals, lucky for them, and even threatened to ban all English trade in India. In order to appease Aurangzeb and his Grand Vizier Asad Khan, the Parliament ensured that Every was excluded from every amnesty and Act of Grace pardons, that being later granted to other pirates. So just in terms of these Acts of Grace, generally in this time the piracy problem was so large that they thought, well, the only way we can really solve it is bring people back into society. You might have remembered Stede Bonnet, Blackbeard as well. They took advantage of these Acts of Grace in their times, the governors in the now United States, and many other pirates too simply handed themselves in on the proviso that they would be given amnesty and peaceful lives afterwards. But then, of course, there's the thrill of adventure, and a lot of them just went straight back to it, so story for another time, I suppose. Well, in 1699, the company began trading with China as well, a development documented in the draft history of the Qing under Emperor Kangxi 37, 1698, reflecting a difference in the Chinese and British calendar years, of course. Do remember that the Chinese use the lunar calendar in their tongue, Nong Li, which is kind of like agricultural record calendar. They still do. They use both calendars, by the way. Under treaty concluded in January 1699, would still be listed as Kangxi 37 rather than Kangxi 38, by the way. Well, the company established a permanent factory in Guangzhou, which is back then called Canton, in 1715. Of course, this was the same place where the French and English got together and bombarded it from the Pearl River, the Zhujiang, many years later. Once again, story for a different video, Opium Wars. Not a good time for China. By the 1770s, the company was indeed exchanging opium with the Chinese merchants in return for tea and porcelain. Of course, this triggered widespread opioid addiction outbreaks in China by 1820, although the Qing dynasty banned opium in 1796 and 1800. The British just continued to trade illegally. After the Qing authorities destroyed tens of thousands of chests of opium to halt the company's activities, the First Opium War erupted in 1839, involving a series of British naval attacks along the Chinese coast. China's defeat culminated in the 1842 Treaty of Nanjing, which forced the Qing to grant the British traders preferential rights to sell opium. Of course, additionally, territories including the island of Hong Kong were ceded to Britain, and that's how Britain got control of Hong Kong, at least for the short time that they had it. Now it's well and truly back in Chinese hands. Thanks to the company's profits, many officers were actually able to return to Britain, buy very nice estates and businesses, and gain political clout, even securing seats in the House of Commons. By selling a ship captaincy commissioned for as much as £500, departing captains could pass on their positions to successors. New recruits, in turn, were motivated to amass Indian wealth with the ultimate goal of returning to Britain with comfort and status, living up the high life somewhere out there in the countryside, or, if you please, a nice little townhouse in London. The world is yours. But within Parliament, the company developed its own lobby. Around 1694, pressure from ambitious merchants and former company members, dismissed by the company as interlopers, led to a deregulating act, allowing any English company to trade in India, unless forbidden by specific parliamentary legislation. In 1697, following the East India Company Act 1697, a new parallel East India Company known as the English Company Trading to the East Indies was formed with state backing of 2 million. Now I love that name. The English Company Trading to the East Indies versus the East India Company. I mean, can you copy my homework? Yeah, sure, just change it up a little bit, that sort of thing. Leading shareholders to the original East India Company quickly invested £315,000 in the new venture. Thereby, they seized complete control. For a time, the two entities competed for influence in India and England, but still the money was all going back to the same people, so it's pretty much the same company anyway, right? Yet actual competition against the original company was pretty minimal. In 1708, two companies merged by a tripartite indenture involving both organizations and the state, overseen by Sidney Godolphin, the first Earl of Godolphin. They unified under the name the United Company of Merchants of England Trading to the East Indies, and agreed to lend the Treasury £3.2 million in exchange for exclusive privilege for 3 years, after which their charter would be reviewed. For decades, Parliament and the company's lobby remained locked in a struggle. The company pushed for permanence, while Parliament was loath to grant additional autonomy and lose its chance at sharing in the company's profits. Even after debts were repaid, the company's status was renewed under another act in 1712. By 1720, nearly all, that's about 15% of the Indian imports arriving in Britain, were facilitated by the company, further strengthening its lobbying power. Another act in 1730 extended the company's monopoly until 1766. Of course, by this era, Britain and France had become formidable rivals, frequently clashing over control of colonial territories. Concerned about the financial implications of a potential conflict, the British government in 1742 prolonged the company's license exclusive trading rights in India until 1783. The extension was granted in exchange for another £1 million loan. Between 1756 and 1763, the 7 Years' War prompted Britain to focus on defending and stabilizing its colonies in North America and Europe. Part of the Franco-British hostilities took place in India, involving the company's forces. In 1757, the Crown's law officers issued the Pratt-York Opinion, which distinguished between lands acquired through private treaties and those gained by conquest. According to this ruling, the Crown held sovereignty over both, yet only property from lands obtained by conquest belonged to the Crown of Great Britain. Once the Industrial Revolution began, Britain surged ahead of other European powers, strengthening its economy and enabling increased production. Greater availability of raw materials and more efficient manufacturing met the heightened demand for Indian goods, while living standards in general in Britain improved, at least for those who had the money to improve them. This interplay of production, demand, and prosperity transformed global trade, and the company rose to be a dominant force in Britain's overseas markets. In 1801, Henry Dundas informed the House of Commons that, I quote, "On the 1st of March, 1801, the debts of the East India Company amounted to 5.4 million, their effects to 15 million, and that their sales had increased since February 1793 from 4.9 to 7.6 million. Sir John Banks, a businessman from Kent, worked closely with the company and mediated arrangements between the Crown and the company. Together with a syndicate supplying provisions to the Navy, he realized that the Levant and Indian trades had made substantial fortunes for people like Samuel Pepys and John Evelyn. Rising to become a director of the company, Banks served as governor in 1672, negotiating a contract with the king that involved a £20,000 loan and £30,000 worth of saltpetre, which is of course essential to gunpowder. At the price it shall be sell by the candle. In this method of auction, bidding continued so long as an inch-long candle burned. Additionally, the deal included a resolution of outstanding debts and allowed the company to export 250 tons of saltpetre. In 1673, Banks arranged another agreement with the king and the company for 700 tons of saltpetre at the price of £37,000. Occasionally, the government overlooked unpaid duties to obtain essential military supplies. In 1864, one of the company's governors even remarked that he valued saltpetre over the salt tax. The French, of course, were defeated in the 7 Years' War, that is 1756 to 1763, holding their imperial ambitions and slowing the Industrial Revolution's effects in French territories. Back in India, the company led by Governor-General Robert Clive overcame the French commander Joseph-François Duplessis and reclaimed Fort St. George. Taking advantage of the lull, the company seized Manila in 1762. Under the 1763 Treaty of Paris, the British returned the 5 establishments they had captured, that is, Pondicherry, Mahé, Caracal, Yanam, and Chandernagor to France. However, Article 6 barred the French from erecting defences or deploying troops in Bengal. Although the French remained a military threat elsewhere in India, particularly during the War of American Independence until Pondicherry fell in 1793 at the start of the French Revolutionary Wars, their aspirations in Indian territories effectively ended. Thus, a major commercial rival for the company was largely neutralized, even though those small enclaves would stay under French administration for the next 2 centuries, but they were hardly a threat. During May 1772, the company's share prices soared. In June, Alexander Fordyce, who had lost £300,000 by shorting the company's stock, left his partners in debt for around £243,000. What an idiot. News of this triggered the British credit crisis of 1772 to 73, in which 20 to 30 banks across Europe went bankrupt. The company alone owed $1.2 million in bill debts to India. It appears that the EIC director James Cockburn and George Colebrook had been bulling the Amsterdam market around 1772, emboldened by Isaac de Pinto's statement that peace conditions plus an abundance of money would push East Indian shares to exorbitant heights. In September, the company borrowed from the Bank of England, planning to repay the loan by selling goods later that month. But there was a problem. Buyers were lacking, and when the loans became due, the company's finances were in disarray. The bank refused to extend the debt on October 29th. This decision set off events culminating in the American Revolution, too, by the way. Too much money, too much new taxes. At the time, some £18 million of the company's tea lay unsold in British warehouses. An immediate sale was vital to stabilize its finances. And of course, the Americans were not buying the tea anymore. Well, on January the 14th, 1773, the company's directors sought government support, asking for a loan and full access to the American colony's tea market. Both requests were granted, and in August 1773, the Bank of England furnished the company with the loan it needed. The East India Company gained a distinct advantage over the American tea importers when it received permission to sell tea from its Asian holdings in the American colonies. This privilege sparked protest in 1773 when demonstrators, most famously in Boston, boarded the British vessels and threw shipments of tea into the harbor. "Take it back, you jackanapes." Governor Thomas Hutchinson of Massachusetts Bay would not allow the tea to be returned to Britain after protesters succeeded in blocking its unloading in Boston and 3 other colonies. This incident would ultimately become the catalyst for the American Revolution, of course, and the colony's pursuit of independence. I've done videos about, pretty much everything at the moment for the American Revolution's lead-up, so go and enjoy them in the North America History playlist. Well, the Charter Act of 1813 brought an end to the company's trading monopoly with India. Once its exclusive trading rights with China were terminated in 1833, the company's commercial operations effectively came to a halt, and it shifted its focus to desk work, administrative functions. After the Indian Rebellion of 1857, the British government nationalized the company under the terms of the Government of India Act 1858. Consequently, the Crown took over the company's military, administrative networks and possessions across India. In 1833, the company had sold its commercial trading interests in India to the British government. That sale transferred the company's debts and liabilities too, with repayment intended to come from Indian tax revenues. In exchange, shareholders agreed to accept an annual dividend of 10.5%. Not too bad. It's not as good as the 400% they used to get, but well, at least it's stable. This was, of course, funded by India and guaranteed for 40 years, with the final payment settling any remaining shares. Although the company dissolved, these debt obligations persisted well into the 20th century, and they only really ended during the Second World War. Well, the company formally continued in a minimal capacity until the East India Stock Dividend Redemption Act in 1873 took effect on January the 1st, 1874. It managed the tea trade on behalf of the British government, along with the provisions for St. Helena, until after a final dividend and redemption of its stock, the company was officially dissolved on June the 1st, 1874. The Times remarked on April 8, 1873, "It completed a task that no other trading company has ever attempted in human history, and that no other company is probably going to try in the years to come." Well, East India House on Leadenhall Street in London served as the company's headquarters and the core of its administration in India for much of its existence. Initially, the company worked out of Philpot Lane, then moved on to Crosby House in Bishopsgate in 1621, and then they stayed on Leadenhall Street from 1638 to 48, before settling in what became known as East India House in 1661. After major rebuilding efforts in 1726 to 29 and significant renovation in 1796, the premises were abandoned in 1860 and demolished between 1861 and 62. Today, Lloyd's Building occupies that site. The Anglo Zulu War of 1879, a conflict between the British Empire and the Zulu Kingdom in South Africa, involving extraordinary displays of bravery and strategy on both sides. Originally sparked by British imperial ambitions and disputes over land, the war featured battles such as the famous Zulu victory at Isandlwana, where a well-coordinated Zulu force overwhelmed the British. But of course, then we also have the heroic defense at Rorke's Drift, where a small band of British soldiers successfully repelled a massive Zulu assault. Now, despite early setbacks, the British eventually prevailed through superior technology and reinforcements, leading to the eventual defeat of the Zulu kingdom. But regardless of the outcome, the Anglo Zulu War remains a pretty captivating chapter of African history, showing their resistance and resilience, and it's inspired countless stories, films, and historical studies that continue to fascinate us, well, at least me, and I guess perhaps you as well. You must be here for some reason. Well, welcome to the channel. Today we're going to do a little bit more colonial history, but we're going to tell the story of the great Anglo Zulu War. Now, I have done a video on Rorke's Drift, and of course that sits within the context of all of this. And I will do a video too on Battle of Isandlwana, because that also requires quite a few more details. But since both of those battles exist within the context of the broader context of the war, we'll cover them briefly today. So, let's all get nice and comfortable. Oh yeah, like and subscribe if you want. Anyway, so we begin now in the 1850s, and this was certainly the height of British imperial attitudes, and the British Empire had maintained several colonies in southern Africa, colonies which bordered numerous indigenous territories and polities, including prominent African kingdoms such as the Zulus and the Basotho, alongside various Boer communities. Of course, everyone was taking a little slice out of Africa at that time. The poor old Africans had their borders completely withdrawn, with no real consideration to any tribal considerations, things like this. So we'll get to that in a different video about the scramble of Africa. So either way, in these encounters, Britain followed a pretty expansionist approach. After the Dutch settlement at Cape Town, which is, yes, of course, the modern-day Cape Town, was permanently transferred to British control under the Anglo-Dutch Treaty in 1814, the Cape Colony was established, and its domain grew substantially throughout the 19th century. Following the annexation of the Boer Republic of Natalia by the British government, the southeastern African region of Natal, which is now KwaZulu-Natal, was formally declared a British colony on May 4th, 1843. Hostilities intensified when three sons, led by Melokazulu Kasio, and including a brother of the Zulu Inkosi Sihayo, organized a raid into Natal, kidnapping two women who were under British protection. Of course, usually when things like this happen, they're generally used as a casus belli for some kind of military action and a further annexation or grab at resources. Well, we'll see how it all develops. We won't talk too much about that in the context of 1843. But we will move on to 1867, where they discovered something very interesting close to the Vaal River. What they discovered was diamonds. Now, the Vaal River location was roughly about 900 kilometers or 550 miles northeast of Cape Town, and this was an event that drastically influenced the region and ended the Boers' isolation in the interior. It triggered a worldwide rush. Just like all the other gold rushes did, diamonds were the new thing. It lured individuals from across the globe, and of course it spurred on the British imperial aspirations, propelling the rapid growth of Kimberley into a settlement of 50,000 inhabitants within a short space of 5 years. They could hardly keep up building the infrastructure, and things got a little bit messy. Well, throughout the 1870s, the British took control of West Griqualand, where significant diamonds were located. Then we have one of the main characters in the old British colonial story, Lord Carnarvon. You might have heard of him from a few of the other colonial history videos. The Secretary of State for the Colonies, who had pioneered Canadian Federation in 1867, believed that a comparable scheme could be implemented in South Africa by 1874. This plan envisioned governance by a small, albeit white minority, over a large black majority, providing ample inexpensive labor for British sugar plantations and mines. In 1875, Carnarvon tried to extend British authority by engaging with the Boer states of the Transvaal Republic, which is now kind of like near northeastern South Africa, this sort of area, and also the Orange Free State, which is now simply Free State Province, aiming to form a federation of British and Boer territories. However, the Boer leaders were not as keen on the idea as he was, and they declined the offer. In 1877, Lord Carnarvon selected Sir Bartle Frere to be High Commissioner for Southern Africa, with the agreement that Frere would enact Carnarvon's Confederation plan. In return, Frere was to become the first British governor of a unified Southern African dominion. Once in place, Frere moved swiftly to advance the scheme. Yet the independent Boer states, together with the Kingdom of Zululand and the South African Republic, widely referred to at the time as the Transvaal Republic or the Orange Free State, posed obstacles. Frere wasted no time in unveiling the plan and heightened the significance of certain recent occurrences to justify action against the Zulu. Also, in 1877, Sir Theophilus Shepstone, which is just a brilliant name, the British Secretary for Native Affairs in Natal, employed a special warrant to incorporate the Transvaal Republic into the British Empire. Of course, once again, the Transvaal Boers opposed the move, but since the Zulu threat was still present, they found themselves confronting dangers on both sides. Certainly a rock and a hard place. They feared that the King, Tsetshweo, and his Zulu forces might strike if they took up arms against the British annexation. For the Boer republics, the series of British territorial acquisitions, particularly the occupation of West Griqualand, intensified an undercurrent of disquiet. Shepstone openly attacked the destabilizing effect of allowing Tsetshweo's regime to persist. Zulu power, he declared, is the root and real strength of all native difficulties in South Africa. In December of 1877, he wrote to Carnarvon, I quote, "Tsetshweo is the secret hope of every petty independent chief hundreds of miles from him who feels a desire that his color shall prevail. And it will not be until this hope is destroyed that they make up their minds to submit to the rule of civilization." Earlier, in October of 1877, Shepstone had attended talks with Zulu leaders near the Blood River, I wonder how it got that name, to resolve a lingering land dispute between the Boers and the Zulus, or at least one of them. The discussions in which he suggested a compromise for the Boers ended inconclusively. Soon afterwards, Shepstone turned decisively against the Zulus, insisting he had the most incontrovertible, overwhelming, and clear evidence supporting Boer claims, and labeling the Zulu arguments as characterized by lying and treachery to an extent that I could not have believed even savages are capable of. Good Lord.
I mean, you can certainly tell whose side he's on, can't you? Well, a little bit of, back to serious matters now. I can't help but just laugh at the statement. Well, in his capacity as the British governor of Natal, Theophilus Shepstone had long voiced concerns about the threat posed by King Tshetshueo's Zulu forces, particularly as the Zulus were armed with older firearms such as muskets. That's right, they weren't just running around with their traditional weapons. Believe me, they had weapons, perhaps not as modern, but they did have something, certainly better than the traditional methods, enough to put the British a little bit on edge. After assuming his new post as administrator of the Transvaal, encompassing parts of what is now Gauteng Limpopo, Shepstone assumed responsibility for safeguarding the Transvaal. From this vantage point, he became directly involved in the ongoing Zulu border issue, which was further complicated by Paul Kruger's diplomatic activities and repeated Boer petitions. Incidents of Zulu paramilitary actions, rather, on both the Natal and Transvaal sides of the border, led Shepstone to conclude that King Tshetshueo had adopted a defiant mood and permitted such outrages, as he put it. Apart from Bishop John Colenso of Natal, there was no one left in Natal who openly defended Tshetshueo. Colenso himself stood up for African communities in Zululand and Natal who experienced what he thought was unjust treatment by the colonial administration. In 1874, he appealed directly to the colonial secretary Lord Carnarvon on behalf of Langalibalale, if I'm saying that one right, sorry to him about that, as well as the Hlubi and Ngwe peoples. Wrongly charged with insurrection in 1873, Langalibalele received a guilty verdict and was exiled to Robben Island following a biased trial. One could imagine he was not going to get a fair shot at defending himself or having a proper lawyer. Well, by siding with Langalibalele instead of supporting Theophilus Shepstone and the colonial government, Colenso became further estranged from white colonial society in Natal. Because he was troubled by the misleading information that Shepstone and the Natal governor were transmitting to London's colonial office, Bishop Colenso actively supported the Zulus as they resisted the Boer domination and government encroachments. He even openly disagreed with Sir Bartle Frere's claims that the Zulu kingdom posed an imminent danger to Natal. All this outspoken criticism, which revealed the racially biased foundations of the colonial regime in Natal, caused many colonists to regard him as, well, an adversary. It's probably the kindest word for it. I'm sure they had other words for him. Under Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, the Conservative government in London did not favour a war with the Zulus. As Sir Michael Hicks Beach, who succeeded Lord Carnarvon as Secretary of State of the Colonies, observed in November of 1878. The fact is that matters in Eastern Europe and India were so serious an aspect that we cannot have a Zulu war in addition to another greater and two possible troubles. And yes, fair enough, India at that time, British India, the colonial state of that, was an absolute mess. Not good for them. Well, not good for anybody, really. Nevertheless, Sir Bartle Frere, who had served in the Cape Colony, today split into regions including Western and Eastern Cape, as Governor and High Commissioner since 1877, had already made substantial progress on his own agenda. Tasked with creating a confederation of South Africa from British colonies, Boer republics, and local African states, Frere found Shepstone's warnings of a powerful Zulu kingdom blocking regional stability to be persuasive. After months of planning a possible British incursion into Zulu territory, Frere, despite London's reluctance to initiate another colonial conflict, presented Cetshwayo with an ultimatum in December of 1878. The Zulu army had to be disbanded, and a British resident must be accepted. Of course, from the Zulu point of view, this demand was intolerable, as Cetshwayo would have effectively relinquished his throne by consenting. Of course, the Zulu kingdom itself had been established decades earlier by its first monarch, Shaka Zulu, who transformed a modest tribal community into a pretty formidable power through conquest and warfare. Should probably do a little video on him soon, shouldn't I? Maybe just 10 hours of Zulu history, that would be nice. Well, by 1825 at least, Shaka's domain covered some 11,500 square miles. And that's pretty good. In 1828, he was unfortunately assassinated by at Dukuza, by two of his half-brothers, among them Dingane, who succeeded him, and one of his Indunas, their word for counselors. During the 1830s, while Dingane reigned, the Zulu kingdom came into conflict with the migrating Boer settlers. On December 16th, 1838, Dingane's forces suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Blood River against 470 Voortrekkers, led by Andres Pretorius. Soon thereafter, Dingane's half-brother, Mpande, along with about 17,000 followers, actually sided with the Boers to fight Dingane, who was ultimately killed. Mpande then ascended the throne of the Zulu kingdom. So, under the leadership of Pretorius, the Boer Voortrekkers established the Boer Republic of Natalia in 1839 on territory situated west of the British outport at Port Natal, modern-day Durban, and south of the Tugela River. Mpande and Pretorius maintained cordial relationships, at least initially. However, once hostilities arose between the British and the Boers, the British annexed Natalia in 1842. After shifting his allegiance, Mpande continued to enjoy friendly relations with the British. In 1843, Mpande ordered a purge of individuals that he deemed as dissidents within his domain. Perhaps political rivals, too. May as well throw a few of them in there for good measure. This, of course, resulted in numerous fatalities and drove thousands of refugees into neighboring areas, including the British-controlled Natal. Many of these fleeing people brought along cattle, an essential measure of Zulu wealth. Subsequently, Mpande embarked on raids into the region, culminating in the 1852 invasion of Swaziland, which is modern-day Eswatini. Under British pressure, he soon withdrew. Around this time, Mpande's sons, Cetshwayo and Umbayazi, became locked in a battle for succession, culminating in the 1856 Battle of Dondakusuka, during which Umbayazi was killed. Therefore, Cetshwayo began supplanting his father's authority, and that's pretty much how he got into power. Because in 1872, following Mpande's death from old age, Cetshwayo just walked right into the role. Made for it. Born for it. Maybe. So, he assembled a large armed contingent near the border in 1861, spurred by the flight of another of Mpande's sons, Umtonga, into the Utrecht district. Boer accounts claim Cetshwayo promised local farmers a band of territory along the frontier in return for handing over his brother. Once Umtonga's life was guaranteed, the Boers consented, and Mpande signed a deed in 1861 granting that parcel of land to the Boers. The newly included Utrecht area featured a southern boundary stretching from a specific point on the Pongola River to Rorke's Drift on the Buffalo River. When Ntomga escaped from Zululand and Natal again in 1865, Seshweo realized that he had effectively lost his side of the arrangement. He feared Ntomga, still alive, might actually be manipulated to replace him, just as Mpande had once replaced Dingane. History repeats itself, right? Consequently, Seshweo removed the beacon and laid claim to the territory that the Swazis had previously ceded to Lydenburg, modern-day Masinshing. The border had been marked in 1864, yet the Zulus maintained that, as Swazi vassals, the Swazis had no right to surrender that land. To defend the newly acquired Utrecht boundary, Seshweo positioned a Zulu force alongside a Boer commando, commanded by Paul Kruger, for a year. North of the Pongola, the Zulu forces reclaimed their lands. The legitimacy of Zulu-signed agreements concerning the Utrecht Strip also came into question. In 1869, both factions agreed to appoint the Lieutenant Governor of Natal, Robert William Keat, as an arbitrator. But ensuing efforts to settle the dispute proved to be a complete waste of time. They usually are, aren't they? Well, although Seshweo disapproved of the conduct of the European missionaries, he permitted them to operate within Zululand. While a number of Christian converts were executed, no harm befell the missionaries themselves, which, of course, if any harm did, well, that would be used as certainly a justification for war. In return, some missionaries circulated negative reports. Nonetheless, Seshweo continued the long-standing friendly relations with the Natal colonists, even though many Zulus belonging to imposing factions fled into Natal and various adjacent areas. This was the political atmosphere by the time Seshweo took over the leadership of the Zulu people following his father's death in 1863. Once he was in power, he strove to reinstate the military strategies introduced by his uncle, Shaka. He formed new age-based regiments and obtained a limited supply of older muskets and other obsolete firearms for his troops. Yet most Zulu warriors still carried the traditional cowhide shield and the ikwa, a short thrusting spear similar to the assegai. Now, the spear wasn't as long as a normal spear. It was maybe, I don't know, over a meter long sort of thing. So it wasn't like this massive two-handed spear, something you would use in conjunction with those long shields. Now, the Zulu army focused intently on honing both the tactical and personal use of these weapons. Although a portion of the forces did have firearms, they were pretty poorly trained. After all, who was going to train them? And then again, they had pretty scant stocks of gunpowder and bullets, because after all, who was going to trade with them, especially in that commodity? Now, there is one summary on the Zulus' perspectives on firearms, and it goes like this. The majority of Zulu warriors would not have firearms, the arms of a coward, as they said, because they enabled the platoon to kill the brave without waiting for his attack. Well, tensions continued over territorial disagreements between Seshweo and the Transvaal. In 1877, Seshweo led a small contingent into Transvaal territory and managed to persuade the Boers to relinquish their independence, although Sir Theophilus Shepstone, who Seshweo actually regarded as an ally, had supported him in the original boundary dispute. As the Transvaal's administrator, however, Shepstone viewed the dispute from a different vantage point, and ultimately failed to present the proof he had claimed would reinforce the Boer's position. In October of 1877, during a gathering with influential Zulu figures at Blood River, Shepstone attempted to placate them with a series of paternalistic addresses. The Zulu delegates, unconvinced, charged him with treachery. While Shepstone had previously spoken highly of Seshweo, his subsequent communications to Lord Carnarvon began to cast the Zulu leader as a hostile menace. You see how things are kind of going off the rails here? Henry Bulwer, serving as Lieutenant Governor of Natal, now part of KwaZulu-Natal since 1875, established a commission in February of 1878 to investigate the border question. By July, the commission's findings overwhelmingly endorsed the Zulu standpoint. Nonetheless, Sir Henry Bartle Frere, who remained committed to implementing Lord Carnarvon's Confederation scheme, dismissed the final statement as one-sided and unfair to the Boers. He also stipulated that any Boer families living on territories reassigned to the Zulu either receive compensation if they left or protection if they stayed. At the same time, Frere planned to use the Boundary Commission meeting with Zulu representatives to unveil an ultimatum he had formulated. This would empower Lord Chelmsford's British troops, previously instructed only to defend Natal if the Zulus invaded, to instead mount an offensive into Zululand. Citing 3 separate occurrences from late July, August, and September as his justification, Frere presented conditions that he knew Seshweo could not accept, thus setting the stage for a British attack on the Zulu kingdom. The first 2 of these incidents involved the flight of 2 Sihayo Kongshon's wives into Natal and their subsequent capture and execution by Sihayo's brother and sons. Here is an account from the time. A wife of the chief, Sihayo, had left him and escaped into Natal. She was followed by a party of Zulus under Melokazulu, a chief son of Sihayo, and his brother seized at the kraal, where she had taken refuge and carried back to Zululand, where she was put to death in accordance with Zulu law. A week later, the same young man, with 2 other brothers and an uncle, captured in like manner another refugee wife of Sihayo, and in the company of a young man with whom she had fled. This woman was also carried back, and is supposed to have been put to death likewise. The young man with her, although guilty in Zulu eyes of the most heinous crime, punishable with death, was safe from them on English soil. They did not touch him. The third incident happened in September, when 2 men were arrested near the Middle Drift on a sandbank of the Thukela River. These incidents alone provided pretty tenuous justifications for an invasion of Zululand. At first, Bulwer did not hold Seshweo accountable for the 2 women's murder and seizure, which was obviously not a political act. Additionally, Seshweo himself took the complaint lightly, replying, and these are the words of Seshweo: "Seshweo is sorry to have to acknowledge that the message brought to Umlungi is true, but he begs His Excellency will not take it in the light he sees the Natal government seem to do, as what Sirayo's sons did he can only attribute to a rash act of boys who in the zeal for their father's house did not think of what they were doing. Seshweo acknowledges that they deserve punishing, and he sends some of his Isandlwana, who will follow Umlungi with his words. Seshweo states that no acts of his subjects will make him quarrel with his fathers of the house of Shaka." The initial complaint lodged with King Seshweo concerned a request made by the Lieutenant Governor of Natal that the individuals responsible for the offences be immediately handed over. The request was later converted to a demand by Sir Bartle Frere, despite repeated directives from Sir Michael Hicks Beach, dated October 17th and November 21st, and December 18th, emphasizing that conflict with the Zulus must be avoided, and that a British invasion of Zululand was not permitted. Frere simply moved forward with his own plans. Keen to build a legacy, I suppose. After lengthy discussions between Frere and Sir Henry Ernest Gascoigne-Bulwer, who was then serving as Natal's Lieutenant Governor, a meeting with representatives of the Zulu king was scheduled. The purported objective of this gathering, known locally as an indaba, was to present the long-awaited findings of the Boundary Commission to the Zulu people. However, Frere also intended to deliver an ultimatum to Seshweo at the same event. In addition to Sihayo's son's involvement in capturing and executing two of Sihayo's wives, along with the assault on Smith and Dayton, there were a few other issues that justified Frere's ultimatum. Chief among them was the accusation that since his coronation in 1872, Seshweo had failed to honor promises supposedly made to Theophilus Shepstone. And we can't have that, can't we? In reality, that ceremony had been nothing more than a gesture to appease Shepstone, carrying no real weight among the Zulus, since Seshweo's councillors had already acclaimed him several weeks before his genuine Zulu investiture. Another near post hoc addition to Frere's demands called for the surrender of Mbeleni Kamswati. Banished from his native Swaziland after contesting the throne with his brother, Mbeleni had fled to Zululand and received permission from Seshweo to settle near the Intombe River. Likely viewed by Seshweo as a buffer against the Transvaal, Mbeleni established himself atop the Tafelberg, a flat-topped mountain with views of the river, and conducted raids against both Zulus and Boers, capturing cattle and prisoners in the process. When Britain annexed the Transvaal, Frere held Mbeleni's activities as evidence that the bandit operated under Seshweo's patronage, thus adding his extradition to the ultimatum. Frere had been accused of duplicity for exploiting the time lag in postal communications between South Africa and London to keep his superiors in the dark about what was really going on, or at least insufficiently informed. Well, his true intentions were just left, told a bit too late to intervene. He first mentioned his aim to present demands to the Zulus in a private letter to Hicks Beach on October 14, 1878. His correspondence arrived in London on November 16th, by which time the messengers had already been sent from Natal to invite Zulu representatives to the lower Tugela, as the river Tugela rather, on December 11th in order to receive the Boundary Commission's verdict. So do remember, as we said before, the British Parliament did not want another conflict. They really could not afford it. They were running out of money. Well, had Hicks responded by telegraph prohibiting any action beyond announcing the boundary statement, such a directive might have arrived in time to prevent the ultimatum. Yet since Hicks Beach had no way of perceiving the seriousness of events from Frere's vague letter, and no indications of the speed or harshness of Frere's proposed terms, it appears that really no such prohibition was issued, or perhaps could have been. Ultimately, Frere achieved his goal of provoking a conflict with the Zulus. When Seshweo failed to comply with the demand set on December 11th by the end of the year, Frere extended the deadline to January 11th, 1879. After that date, he quickly proclaimed a state of war. British troops originally stationed to protect Natal were already mobilized toward the Zulu frontier. Standing at the border on January 10th, they crossed into Zulu land on January 11th, initiating the invasion. The ultimatum stipulations were formally communicated to Seshueo's envoys on December 11th, 1878, at what time came to be called the Ultimatum Tree on the banks of the Tugela, in the modern KwaZulu-Natal. Clauses 1 through to 3 had a 20-day window for fulfillment, ending December 31st, while Clause 4 had no specific deadline. The remaining conditions, numbered 5 through 13, were allotted an additional 10 days. The subsequent adjustment realigned all deadlines to expire on January 10th, 1879. Now, here's just a few of the stipulations. So first of all, the brother of Sihaiho, along with 3 of his sons, must be handed over so they could be tried by Natal courts. A total of 500 head of cattle is to be imposed as penalty for the aforementioned offences and for Seshueo's refusal to comply with the Natal government's request that the perpetrators surrender themselves. And then there was a separate payment of 100 cattle, which was required as compensation against wrongs committed against Messrs. Smith and Dayton. There was also Umblini, the Swazi chief. They wanted his surrender, along with other individuals yet to be named, must be delivered to the Transvaal courts to face trial. All promises that were made during Seshueo's coronation, the one that the British witnessed, must be fulfilled, and also the men serving in Zulu forces must be granted leave to return home when the Zulu army itself completely dispersed. Of course, these are just a few of the provisions of the agreement. Now, Fred deliberately delayed notifying the Colonial Office about his ultimatum until it was completely impossible for them to do anything about it, thereby ensuring that officials in London would not intervene, even if they wanted to. As a result, the complete text of his demands did not arrive in the British capital until January the 2nd, 1879, and by that time, Chelmsford had already assembled an 18,000-strong force on the border of Zululand, composed of regular British redcoats, colonial volunteers, and African auxiliaries from Natal, all set to invade. Of course, the actual incursion began on January the 11th, 1879, at Rorke's Drift, once an Irish trader's post, later converted into a mission station where Chelmsford directed 4,700 soldiers of the No. 3 column, comprising of 2,400 African auxiliaries and 1,900 white troops across the Buffalo River. So do remember, this isn't the Battle of Rorke's Drift. This was a little bit before that. Lord Chelmsford, the British commander-in-chief during the war, initially worried that the Zulus might evade engagement, so he devised a plan for a 5-column invasion, mobilizing more than 16,500 soldiers with the intention of encircling the Zulu forces to bring them to a decisive confrontation. Approximately 80 miles into Zulu territory lay Ulundi, the Zulu capital. After eventually deciding on 3 primary invasion columns, Chelmsford took charge of the central force, about 7,800 men, including Anthony Durnford's No. 2 column and Richard Thomas Glynn's No. 3 column. He established an advanced position at Helpmekar, beyond Greytown, before reaching Rorke's Drift on January the 9th, 1879. Early on January the 11th, this combined force crossed the Buffalo River into Zululand. In the meantime, Colonel Charles Pearson's No. 1 column advanced from the Tugela River's lower drift, and Colonel Evelyn Wood's No. 4 column set off from Utrecht, all converging on Ulundi. Durnford's No. 2 column was told to remain in a defensive role near the Tugella's middle drift, just in case. Whilst Shueo's army was estimated to be at about 35,000 warriors, it functioned effectively as an on-call militia. Because they had to return to civilian duties after only a few weeks, the Zulu force's capacity for sustained operations was severely restricted. Their principal weapons were those cowhide shields, the clubs, the spears, and the assegai, specifically used for close-quarter engagements. The British columns all crossed into Zululand without opposition at first. On January the 22nd, the central column from Rorke's Drift set up camp near the rocky hill of Isandlwana. It was that morning that Lord Chelmsford split his force and went off to assist a scouting party, leaving Colonel Pullane in command of the 1,300 men of the No. 3 column who stayed behind. Later in the morning, 500 members of the No. 2 column under Colonel Durnford arrived. At the same time, the main Zulu army, approximately 20,000 strong, led by Nishingawayo Koza, outflanked the British. A diversionary Zulu contingent lured Chelmsford away to the east with most of his centre column, enabling the bulk of the Zulu force to strike the British camp directly. Chelmsford's decisions, which included disregarding clear signs of Zulu proximity and failing to fortify the camp following the established procedures, proved to be calamitous. In the ensuing Battle of Isandlwana, the Zulus achieved their greatest victory of the war. The central British column suffered devastating casualties, losing nearly all of its provisions, ammunition, and transport, while its encampment was utterly destroyed. Forced to withdraw from Zululand, Chelmsford left the area in haste. Meanwhile, on the 23rd of January, some 4,000 Zulu reserves broke away from the main army to mount an unauthorized attack on the British outpost at Rorke's Drift. After a grueling 10 hours of fighting, this Zulu assault was repelled, compelling the attackers to retreat. While the British Central Column under Lord Chelmsford was occupied elsewhere, Colonel Charles Pearson's right flank column on the coast made its own crossing of the Tugela River. Outside the Inyezane River, Pearson's forces surprised a Zulu impi attempting to ambush and subsequently pushed on to a deserted missionary station at Eshowe. Once there, they began strengthening its defenses. Learning of the disaster at Isandlwana, Pearson intended to withdraw back across the Tugela, but his supply lines were cut off before he could finalize any such plan, thus beginning the siege of Eshowe. Meanwhile, Colonel Evelyn Wood's left flank column at Utrecht had been tasked with occupying the Zulu groups located in northwestern Zululand to prevent them from interfering with the main British thrust towards Ulundi, the Zulu capital. Wood set up camp at Tintas Kraal, about 10 miles south of Lobane Mountain, where 4,000 Zulu were reportedly spotted. He planned to attack on January 24th, but upon receiving word of the defeat at Isandlwana, he elected to pull back to the Kraal. 1 month into the invasion, only Wood's left flank column remained militarily viable, and it was as insufficient on its own to keep up a proper campaign. The British had pretty much failed in their first attempt to invade Zululand. And for the British, that is an embarrassment. But also think about it this way. Back in London, they didn't want another war, but the war was sort of launched on its own. Of course, the people who launched the war were thinking, well, we'll launch it anyway, it'll be an easy win. Bring back some goodies for the crown and, Well, everyone will be very, very happy with us. The king will be very pleased. Well, not after this embarrassing defeat. Well, serves them right, I suppose. Now, from the start, Seshwaro had intended to keep the fighting within Zulu territory, rather than invading Natal. Over the next 2 months, Chelmsford reorganized and assembled a new force, initially aiming to relieve Pearson at Eshowe. In response to the crisis, the British government dispatched 2 artillery batteries and 7 regiments of reinforcements to Natal straight away. Around March the 12th, at the Battle of Intombe, roughly 500 Zulus overwhelmed an escort protecting supplies en route to Louisburg. The British lost all their stores, and the 80 men were killed. On March the 7th, the first reinforcements from Britain reached Durban. Lord Chelmsford, commanding a column of about 5,500 troops, that being about 2,500 African soldiers, moved out to relieve Eshowe on March 29th, constructing fortified camps each night as they advanced. Chelmsford tasked Sir Evelyn Wood with attacking the Abacalusi Zulus entrenched at Hlobane. On March 28th, Lieutenant Colonel Redvers Buller led the assault on Hlobane. However, when the main Zulu force of 20,000 arrived to assist their besieged people, the British began a panicked withdrawal that became a rout. Approximately 1,000 Abacalusi warriors gave chase, causing the British about 225 casualties. The following day, Wood's force of about 2,000 entrenched themselves at Kambula. Some 20,000 Zulu warriors launched an attack, possibly without Seshwaro's approval. In the ensuing Battle of Kambula, the British held firm, and after 5 hours of intense fighting, the Zulus were forced back with heavy losses. Mounted British troops pursued them, killing many who were injured and fleeing. While the British losses amounted to 83 with 28 killed and 55 wounded, the Zulu casualties reached possibly up to 2,000. Of course, the defeat severely weakened the Zulu army, and many disheartened survivors simply returned home, despite the efforts of the commander to regroup them at Ulundi. During Wood's operations in the northwest, Chelmsford was marching on Eshowe when Zulu forces attacked his column advancing towards Ingindlovu. They were repulsed on the 2nd of April. Despite the Zulus reportedly suffering about 1,200 casualties, the British sustained only 2. But they did have 52 wounded. Not sure how wounded, but hey, it's something. Pearson's men were relieved the next day, and by April 5th, Eshowe was completely evacuated. And soon afterwards, the Zulu forces just set the entire thing on fire. For the British, this relaunched campaign, although now larger and better equipped, did not appear very promising at first. Even with victories at Kambula and Eshowe, the army still effectively found itself back in that same position at the beginning of January. Still, Chelmsford felt pretty compelled to act swiftly, hoping to crush the Zulu forces conclusively before Sir Garnet Wolseley could arrive and replace him. Reinforcements continued to pour in, pushing the total British and native strength towards 16 and 7,000 respectively. In June, having reorganized his troops, Chelmsford led a second invasion of Zululand, and this time he took extensive precautions to avoid another disaster at Isandlwana by establishing fortified camps at every stage of the advance. Prince Imperial Eugene Bonaparte, the exiled claimant to the French throne, who had volunteered for the service in the British Army, became one of the earliest British fatalities, losing his life on June the 1st while out on reconnaissance. Recognizing the newly reinforced British as formidable, Cetewayo attempted to arrange a peace settlement, but Chelmsford refused to negotiate, driven by his determination to restore his political standing before Sir Garnet Wolseley replaced him in command. He then proceeded to the royal kraal at Ulundi, intent on defeating the main Zulu army. And, well, July the 4th, at the Battle of Ulundi, he did exactly that. Cetewayo's forces suffered a decisive loss. And after that, Cetewayo himself became somewhat of a fugitive. The Zulu army dispersed, and most of the principal chiefs just surrendered. Wolseley arrived to take over the final phase of operations and supersede Chelmsford. Cetewayo was apprehended eventually on August 28th and taken to Cape Town. Accounts suggest that the king's water-bearers were identified because they carried water overhead rather than resting it against their bodies. The Zulu people were officially informed that he was deposed. Wolseley quickly discarded Bartlefrere's confederation scheme, replacing it with a plan that carved Zululand into 13 separate chiefdoms run by individuals he deemed to be reliable and probably controllable, therefore ensuring future internal conflicts and preventing the Zulus from uniting again under a single monarch. So following the downfall of the Shaka dynasty, Zululand was split among 11 Zulu leaders, as well as John Robert Dunn, a European explorer, and Hulubi, a Basuto chief who had supported the British during the war. Although Chelmsford received the Knight Grand Cross of the Bath, mainly due to his success at Ulundi, the Horse Guard's subsequent investigation condemned his conduct, and he never again commanded in the field. Bartlefrere, meanwhile, was relegated to a minor post in Cape Town. Bishop John Colenso, who had championed the Zulu interests, remember him, intervened with the British authorities after the Anglo Zulu War ended, successfully negotiating Cetewayo's release from Robben Island and his return to Zululand in 1883. And that's not a bad ending to the story, don't you think? I suppose you didn't see that one coming. I thought they were going to hang him or something. Well, perhaps firing squad, life in prison. Well, life in prison's usually just death in prison, I suppose. Now, Melmoth Osborne was installed as a British resident to mediate between the chiefs and colonial government. When this arrangement proved to be substantial in unrest and violence, the British administration opted to actually restore Cetewayo in 1882. That's right, getting his old job back. They gave him back his same old knife. In the meantime, however, deep hostilities had arisen between pro-royalist factions and the forces led by Zibebu and Hamu. With help from a group of white freebooters, these two chiefs inflicted serious setbacks upon the king's faction, later referred to as the Usuthu. Either way, after Cetewayo's reinstatement, Usibepu retained control of his own territory. Meanwhile, the lands of Dun and the Basuto chief between the Tugela and the Umlazuti rivers adjoining Natal were designating a reserve intended for Zulu who declined to serve the returned monarch. This reconfigured setup proved as unworkable for Wolseley's earlier plan. Cetewayo resented leaving Usibepu, who had built a strong and disciplined force, to act autonomously on land belonging to the royal house. Of course, conflict soon broke out. Didn't take too long. July 22nd, 1883, in fact. Accompanied by mounted Boer mercenaries, Usibepu launched a surprise attack on Cetewayo's kraal at Ulundi, putting it to the torch at massacring anybody who was unable to get out, and that includes women and men. Although the king sustained wounds, he managed to flee to the Nakandla forest. Appealing to Melmoth Osborne, he then relocated to Ashoe, where he died not long afterwards. So, from the British perspective, the entire fiasco was considered quite a disappointment, mainly because the British incurred disproportionate losses in direct combat, despite facing an opponent that was regarded through the lens at the time as just, well, less advanced. Less advanced being the kind word for it. Completely savage being the actual written words for it that the British would have said. We read that account from before. Of course, it was common in colonial conflicts for disease to actually claim more lives in warfare, yet in this instance, battlefield casualties for the British outstripped deaths from illness by a 3-to-1 ratio, which, I suppose that's unique. Well, it's certainly something.
The Battle of Isandlwana, fought January 22nd, 1879, is perhaps one of the most dramatic and unexpected victories in military history, occurring during the Anglo Zulu War, present-day South Africa. In this confrontation, approximately 20,000 Zulu warriors employed superior numbers, traditional tactics, and strategic brilliance to decisively defeat a well-armed British force of around 1,800 soldiers led by Lord Chelmsford. The Zulus' effective use of horns of the buffalo formation and their relentless assault overwhelmed the British defences, resulting in significant casualties and a shocking defeat for the British Empire. The battle not only demonstrated the strength and resilience of the Zulus, but also exposed critical weaknesses in British strategy and equipment. Thus it remains quite a captivating chapter in history, highlights themes of bravery, tactics, and of course the profound impact of underestimating your enemy. Here we are to talk about it. Now, I have done a video on the Anglo Zulu War. Of course, this sits within that context, and I've done a video on Rorke's Drift, but, well, this is a good way to get a bit more detail on the Battle of Isandlwana as well. So, let us begin. Oh, yes, like and subscribe, that thing. Anyway, in 1877, Sir Henry Bartle Frere was designated High Commissioner for Southern Africa, aiming to implement a plan resembling the one Lord Carnarvon employed to unify Canada via the British North America Act of 1867. The continued independence of the South African Republic, which is part of present-day Gauteng, Limpopo, and the Kingdom of Zululand, part of northern KwaZulu-Natal, which the British Empire intended to subjugate through force of arms, posed a particularly substantial obstacle to this ambitious scheme. Of course, this all sits within the framework of the colonial times within Africa, just randomly drawing up borders with no real consideration to any tribal affiliations or any local issues that they would have with that. So on December 11th, 1878, Bartle Frere, acting independently without any approval from the British government at all, was fully determined to make somewhat of a name of himself by provoking a conflict with the Zulu kingdom. Thus, he presented King Cetshwayo an ultimatum that he could not possibly ever satisfy. Plans were already underway for a direct Zululand invasion when Bartle Frere instructed Lord Chelmsford to undertake once the ultimatum expired exactly 1 month later. because he was worried that the Zulus would avoid combat, slip around the British and over the Tugela and strike at Natal. Lord Chelmsford, the commander-in-chief of the British forces during the war, originally planned a five-pronged invasion of Zululand with over 16,000 troops in 5 columns. The plan was to encircle the Zulu army and force it into a fight. Lord Chelmsford chose 3 invading columns and placed direct command of the main centre column, which currently consists of about 7,800 men. Colonel Richard Thomas Glynn's No. 3 column and Colonel Anthony Durnford's No. 2 column made up the centre. Past Greytown, at a forward camp at Helpmekar, Chelmsford relocated his forces from Pietermaritzburg. They relocated to Rorke's Rift on January the 9th, 1879, and started crossing the Buffalo River into Zululand on early January 11th. 12 regular infantry companies, 6 of each of the 1st and 2nd Battalions and the 24th Regiment of Foot, later renamed the South Wales Borderers, formed the core of the British force under Chelmsford. They were considered seasoned, but more importantly, trustworthy soldiers. The Natal native contingent also had about 2,500 local African auxiliaries, many of whom were Zulu exiles or refugees. Although they were commanded by European officers, the British viewed them as generally of lower quality, because they were not allowed to use their traditional fighting style and had received insufficient training, lacking adequate armaments. A detachment of artillery comprising 6 field guns and multiple congruent rockets were also present, along with a few irregular Colonial cavalry units. There were about 3,100 men in the No. 2 column, which made up the main centre, and about 4,700 men in the No. 3 column, including wagon drivers, camp followers, and servants. With orders to remain on the defensive close to the middle drift of the Tugela River, Colonel Anthony Durnford assumed command of the No. 2 column. Bartle Frere and Chelmsford started the invasion during the rainy season because they needed to complete their plan quickly, and as a result, the British advance was slowed to a crawl. Despite coming from a warrior culture, the Zulu army was essentially a militia force that could be called upon when the country was in danger. It could only remain in the field for a few weeks before the troops had to return to their civilian duties, get back to normalcy, and it had very limited logistical capacity. Assegai thrusting spears called Ikwa in Zulu, knobkerrie clubs and some throwing spears, and cowhide shields were the main weapons used by the Zulu warriors. The army, Zulu warrior, and his regiment practiced using this weapon system both tactically and personally. Relatively few Zulu impi carried their antiquated rifles and muskets that some Zulus also kept in stockpiles. However, their attitude toward firearms was summed up in the following observation. The generality of Zulu warriors would not have firearms, the arms of a coward, as they said, for they enable the poltroon to kill the brave without awaiting his attack. That is from the British. They also had extremely poor marksmanship, bad training, terrible powder and shot quality, along with terrible supply of it, and pretty much zero maintenance. In order to capture the scattered Zulu warrior farmers, the British planned their invasion to take place during the harvest season, as is customary for the first fruits ceremony. Seshweo was fortunate to find the Zulu army had already started to gather at Ulundi, where all warriors were required to report their regimental barracks. On January 17th, Seshweo dispatched the main Zulu impi, a force of about 24,000 men from the area around present-day Ulundi, across the white Mfolozi River. He gave his warriors the order, march slowly, attack at dawn, and eat up the red soldiers. Now, red soldiers is obviously a reference to the red coats. And eat up, perhaps we don't take literally, although I don't know much about Zulu cuisine. Maybe the British were on the menu. We shall see. Well, about 4,000 fighters broke away from the main force on January 18th to meet Dwelamankanzi, Kampade, and launch an assault on Charles Preston's No. 1 column close to Eshowe. At the Ishpezi Ikanda, the remaining 20,000 Zulus set up camp. The main force arrived the following day and set up camp close to the Babanango mountain before moving to a camp close to Sipeji mountain the following day. They eventually moved into the Nuebengi Valley on January 21st and stayed hidden there, intending to attack the British on January 23rd. However, on January 22nd, they were discovered by a scouting party. Under Kamoele's leadership, the Zulu army advanced to its position gradually. To avoid a surprise attack, it marched in two columns that were visible to the other, but several miles apart. A screening force of mounted scouts, backed by groups of 200 to 400 warriors, came before them with the mission of obstructing the main columns from being sighted. It was noticeable how quickly the Zulu advanced in comparison to the British, as it was remarked in the film Zulu that the Zulu soldier can march for days on end and just run the entire time. Absolutely ridiculously fit. While Chelmsford only had little more than 16 kilometers in 10 days, the Zulu had made 80 kilometers in 5. January the 20th, the British, led by Chelmsford, set up camp at Isandlwana, but disregarded orders to entrench. There was no wagon circle, or as they called it, a laager. There was no need for one, according to Chelmsford, who had reported that it would take 1 week to make. However, the British command's gross underestimation of the Zulus' capabilities seems to be the main cause of the failure to take defensive measures. Hubris, again, as always. The massed fire of relatively small bodies of professional European troops, armed with modern firearms and artillery, augmented by local allies and levies, would march out to meet the natives whose ill-equipped armies would fight, but ultimately fail. This was the experience of many colonial wars fought not only in Africa, but pretty much everywhere in the world. When you get on a winning streak, it's easy to become arrogant. We all know what eventually happens to arrogant people. Let's see. According to Chelmsford, a force of more than 4,000 soldiers, including 2,000 British infantrymen equipped with Martini Henry rifles and artillery, would be more than capable of repelling any Zulu attack using only spears, cowhide shields, and maybe a few old muskets like the Brown Bess models. Indeed, Chelmsford's mind was focused on the logistical arrangements within a British force's size. He was more worried about handling the enormous number of wagons and oxen needed to support his forward advance than he was about the possibility of an attack on the camp. Chelmsford dispatched 2 battalions of the Natal native contingent to scout ahead after settling the camp at Isandlwana. They engaged in combat with members of a Zulu force that he thought was the main enemy's vanguard. His trust in British militia expertise and firepower was so great that he split his force. Leaving the camp at dawn on January 22nd, with about 2,800 soldiers, including half of the British infantry contingent, and about 600 auxiliary troops to locate the main Zulu force and bring them to battle for resounding victory. The remaining 1,300 men of the No. 3 column were left to guard the camp. In fact, he saw Zulus, but he never realized they were taking him away from their main force. About 600 British Redcoat Line infantry were left behind by Chelmsford to guard the camp. Brevet Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pauline commanded one of the stronger companies of about 150 men from the 2nd Battalion of the 24th Regiment of Foot, and the other 5 companies of about 90 fighting men each. Pauline was told to guard the camp and await further orders so that he could assist the general when needed. The Natal native contingent, local mounted irregulars, and other units made up Pauline's additional 700 men. With about 70 members of the Royal Artillery, he also possessed 2 pieces of artillery of his own. With the exception of civilian auxiliary forces, the No. 3 column's 2 artillery guns and more than 1,300 men were left to guard the camp. Pauline, who was an administrator who had never actually held a frontline command position during a campaign, was placed in charge of a rear position. He did, however, command a formidable force, especially in the 6 regular infantry companies with colonial combat experience. At 7 a.m., cavalry scouts and mounted vedettes patrolling about 11 kilometers from the camp reported seeing groups of Zulus, estimated to be around 4,000 men. Early in the morning, Pauline received more reports, all of which mentioned Zulu movements big and small. The officers wondered if these troops were going to march in the direction of the camp or against the rear of Chelmsford. Around 10:30 a.m., 500 members of the Natal native contingent and a rocket battery from the No. 2 column arrived at Rorke's Drift to reinforce the camp at Isandlwana. Colonel Anthony Durnford, whose left arm was paralyzed from wounds he sustained at Bushman's River Pass while pursuing Chief Langalibalele, arrived from Rorke's Drift. Because Durnford was senior and should not have taken command according to tradition, this raised questions of command. It did not, however, override Pauline's decision, and following the lunch that they had, he made a snap decision to take command and advance in order to confront a Zulu force that Pauline and Durnford believed was approaching from Chelmsford rear. Pauline was hesitant to comply with Durnford's request for a company of the 24th because he had been specifically ordered to defend the camp. The disciplined, capable, driven, and self-assured Zulus were underestimated by Chelmsford. His decision to divide his force in half, the Zulus' tactical exploitation of the terrain and the British formation's weaknesses, the inability to establish an effective defensive position, inadequate intelligence regarding the location of the main Zulu army, all contributed to the disaster. But the Zulus, on the other hand, made an instantaneous and unplanned advance in response to their surprise discovery of their camp. Because of their training, the Zulus were able to form their standard attack formation on the run, with their battle line deployed in reverse of its intended order, even though the Indunas lost control of the advance completely. Well, the Prince of the Zulus himself led the army. After Zibeku Kamafitha, I will say, the regular Nkosi, or commander, was injured. Seshweo's half-brother, Induna Kambande, took over as the commander of the Undi Corps. The entire Zulu army outmaneuvered Chelmsford, who was in the field looking for them, and moved behind his force with the goal of attacking the British army on January the 23rd. Reports of sizable Zulu forces had been sent to Boulogne starting at 8 a.m. on January 22nd, while at the camp Lieutenant Chard saw a sizable force of several thousand Zulus moving toward the British left flank around the hill of Isandlwana. Vedettes had also seen Zulus left to the front. Between 9 and 10 a.m., Pauline sent out word to Chelmsford, and the general received it. Around 11 a.m., members of Lieutenant Charles Raw's scout troop found the main Zulu force after chasing several Zulus into a valley. It was only then that they noticed the majority of the 20,000 men in the main enemy force sitting in complete silence. Although it may have been closer to the Nkutu Hill spurs, this valley has traditionally been believed to have been the Neubeni, around 7 miles from the British camp. The Zulu force jumped to the attack after being found. A messenger was dispatched to alert after Pauline to Raw's men's fighting retreat back to the camp. In order to encircle the British position, the Zulu adopted their traditional pitched battle formation, referred to as horns and chest of the buffalo. Only the right horn appeared to be developing at first, followed by the attack's chest, the center, from Pauline's position in the camp. With the intention of confronting the Zulu attack directly and containing it with firepower, Pauline sent out the 1st Company of the 24th Foot, followed by all 6 companies into an extended firing line. After encountering Zulu center elements, Durnford's men withdrew to a donga, a dried-out watercourse on the British right flank, where they established a defensive line. Early in the battle, Durnford's unmounted rocket battery, which was dropped behind the rest of the force, was overrun and isolated. Only one of the 10 native soldiers under Durnford's command had a firearm, and those few weapons were muzzle-loading muskets with very little ammunition, despite the fact that all of their British officers and non-commissioned officers carried rifles, and bloody good ones at that. At this point, a large number of the indigenous troops had begun to flee the battlefield. After firing for about 20 minutes, Pauline made only one modification to the original plan. He moved the firing line companies a little closer to the camp. The disciplined British volleys pinned down the Zulu center for about an hour until afternoon, causing numerous casualties and stalling the advance. In fact, the British line maintained a high level of morale. The men were skilled, and the Martini Henry rifle was a formidable weapon. Like I said, bloody good ones. Additionally, some Zulu regiments were forced to seek shelter behind a hill's reverse slope due to the Royal Artillery's shelling. However, the Zulus' advanced left horn was advancing to encircle and outflank the British right. The longest fighting men, those of Durnford's company, started to retreat, and their fire rate dropped. Pauline ordered a retreat back to the camp after Durnford's withdrawal revealed the British regulars' right flank and the overall threat of the Zulu encirclement. The men of the 24th conducted a fighting withdrawal into the camp, and the regulars retreated in a disciplined and orderly manner. However, Durnford's withdrawal left G Company's flank vulnerable, and it was swiftly overrun. Around 3 p.m., an officer ahead of Chelmsford force provided an eyewitness account of the battle's last phase, and it goes like this. In a few seconds, we distinctly saw the guns fired again, one after the other. Sharp. This was done several times. A pause, and then a flash. The sun was shining over the camp at the time, and then the camp looked dark, just as if a shadow was passing over it. The guns did not fire after that, and in a few minutes all the tents had disappeared. Nearly at the same moment is described in a Zulu warrior's account. The sun turned black in the middle of the battle. We could still see it over us, or should have thought we had been fighting until the evening. Then we got into the camp, and there was a great deal of smoke and firing. Afterwards, the sun came out bright again. The local time of the solar eclipse on that day is calculated at 2:30 p.m., Large numbers of bodies clustered together indicate the resistance lasted longer than initially believed, and that last-ditch of efforts were made. Many of the bodies, now marked by cairns, were discovered in multiple sizable groups throughout the camp, including one stand that contained about 150 men, according to the evidence at the site. According to a Zulu story, members of the 24th formed a square around Isandlwana's neck. Because they had horses, the Colonial cavalry, the NMB, and carbineers could have easily escaped, but instead they perished near Durnford in his final stand, and their horses were discovered dead. It is evident that the slaughter was finished in the vicinity of the camp and along the fugitives' drift leading back to Natal. The British regulars were not given any quarter in the hand-to-hand fighting. No prisoners were taken. Some officers whose patrol attire at the time was dark blue and black were spared and managed to escape because the Zulus had been ordered to ignore civilians wearing black coats. Lucky for them. Well, the British soldiers who were still alive were forced to continue fighting with bayonets and rifle butts until their ammunition ran out. According to a Zulu account, the guard of Chelmsford's tent, a large Irishman for the 24th, fought alone and used his bayonet to hold Zulus back until he was speared and the general's Union flag was taken. While the Queen's colour of the 1st 24th was carried off by the field Lieutenant Melville on horseback, but lost when he crossed the river. Although Lieutenant Coghill had rescued him, both of the 2nd 24th colours were lost. After crossing the river, Melville and Coghill were both killed. As the story of their valour spread, they were both given posthumous Victoria Crosses in 1907, and 27 years of steadfast campaigning by the late Miss Melville, who had passed away in 1906, Queen Victoria was cited as saying that, if they had survived, they would have been awarded the Victoria Cross. Chelmsford's replacement, Garnet Wolsey, disagreed at the time, saying, "I don't like the ideas of officers escaping on horseback while their men on foot are being killed." Tend to agree with him. Perhaps we won't say that around Miss Melville, though. Well, more than 1,300, mostly Europeans, including Field Commanders Pauline and Durnford, were killed out of the 1,800 British soldiers and African auxiliary forces. The 52 officers lost were the most of any British battalion at the time, and only 5 Imperial officers, including Lieutenants Henry Curling and Horace Smith Dorian, survived. First Aid Pioneer Surgeon Major Peter Shepherd was also one of the dead. About 400 men were lost by the Natal native contingent, and 240 of the 249 Amachunu African auxiliaries were also lost. The portly leader of the Amachunu Natal native contingent, Gabangaye, who presumably to last perished after being handed over to the Udibi. The Zulu executed and captured Natal native contingent soldiers because they were considered traitors. Yeah, they pretty much are traitors, right? But we did mention that some of them were exiles, so they were banished for some other thing. We don't know. It's hard to say. It's complicated. I'm sure that situation varies from person to person. Well, since the British left the field, there was no casualty count of the Zulu losses, unlike in many of the other battles, and the Zulus did not count either. The older erroneous estimates have been rejected by contemporary historians. Some have said that the Zulu casualties were almost as heavy, perhaps between 1,500 to 2,000 dead, but it's really impossible to say. The majority of the survivors were from the auxiliaries, and the 2 field artillery guns that were taken to Ulundi as trophies were later abandoned by a British patrol after the Battle of Ulundi. The Zulu took about 1,000 Martini Henry rifles, 400,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 colors, the majority of the 2,000 draft animals, 130 wagons, and provisions like tinned food, biscuits, beer, overcoats, tents, other supplies. Everything. Take it all. Well, either way, the Zulus had outmaneuvered Chelmsford, and their victory at Isandlwana was complete, forcing the main British force to retreat out of Zululand until a far larger British army could be shipped to South Africa for a second invasion. The Zulus avoided dispersing their main fighting force and concealed the advance and location of this force until they were within a few hours' striking distance of the Brits, and when the British scouts discovered the location of the main Zulu impi, they immediately advanced. That was the main reason for their tactical surprise. But according to a few recent historians, the Zulu view of the expanded battlefield holds that Chelmsford was the overall commander of the British forces, and he bears full responsibility for the defeat. They also contend that the main Zulu force was not unexpectedly discovered in their encampment, but was fully deployed, ready to advance on the British camp, and that the diversions around the Magogo Hills and Manjeni Falls were intentional from the Zulu perspective, drawing more than half of Chelmsford forces away from Isandlwana. There is still debate over how and why the British lost the battle, with many focusing on potential tactics rather than the strategic lapses and failures in grand tactics by High Commander under Bartle Frere and Chelmsford, though the latter is criticized for errors that could have been directly contributed to the British defeat. The first opinion, as reported by Horace Smith Dorian, was that the British struggled to unpack their ammunition boxes quickly enough. He stated, the box lids were screwed down, the screws were rusty and difficult to remove. There were a few screwdrivers. Standing orders insisted that no other boxes were to be opened until the box was empty, and the quartermasters were reluctant to distribute ammunition to units other than their own. One can only imagine how ridiculous that is, that they would screw down the ammunition boxes. It's hard to believe. Anybody who's in the military, tell me if that's kind of standard practice, but I would think that quick access to ammunition would be pretty important. Even if you had an electric drill in our modern age, it's still going to take a little while to get all of them out. Maybe, I don't know, 15 seconds if it's 6 screws. I don't know. Either way, British soldiers who were trained and well equipped could fire up to 10 to 12 rounds per minute, which is pretty good. Once again, pretty advanced rifles for the time. But of course, if you've got no bullets in the gun, you can't fire anything, can't you? The defense lulled due to the shortage of ammunition, so in later battles with the Zulus, ammunition boxes were unscrewed beforehand for quick distribution. Quite rightly. Well, the official interrogation by horse guards in August of 1879, conducted under the direction of the Duke of Cambridge, Field Marshal Commanding-in-Chief, concluded that, I quote, under the estimate formed of the offensive fighting power of the Zulu army was the main reason for the defeat. The investigation also asked Chelmsford why the camp was not laid up and why the nearby Zulu army was not reconnoitred and discovered. It also declares that that Chelmsford disregarded his own regulations for field forces in South Africa, which mandated that a defensible camp be set up at every stop. And guess what? It wasn't. Chelmsford had received numerous messages. Some had been sent in the early day, alerting him first of the Zulus' presence close to the camp and then to the attack upon it, along with progressively more urgent requests for assistance. Approximately 1:30 p.m., Major Black of the 2nd 24th and Colonel Harness of the Royal Artillery received a message from Hamilton Brown that read, "For God's sake, come back. The camp is surrounded, and things I fear are going badly." This was the most egregious instance of non-reaction. Leading to the other 4 RA guns and 2 companies of the 2nd 24th, they marched back towards Isandlwana on their own initiative. They'd gone about 2 miles when an aide sent by Chelmsford told them to return to Mangiani Falls. When Chelmsford joined Hamilton Brown's NNC at 3:30 p.m. and then realized the camp had been taken, he finally, but too late, came to understand the gravity of the situation on his left flank and rear. Rupert Lonsdale, an NNC officer, had narrowly escaped after discovering the camp in Zulu hands after leaving Chelmsford's force to get rations for his men. Chelmsford retorted, "But I left over 1,000 men to guard the camp," when Lonsdale arrived and recounted of the fall of the camp. He rallied his dispersed forces in a flash and led the column back to Isandlwana, but he didn't get there until dusk, long after the Zulu army had left and the battle was completely over. Because Chelmsford believed it would demoralize his troops, the British camped in the field that night, but left before sunrise without inspecting the ground. After that, the column continued on to Rorke's Drift. But the Zulu victory did not put an end to the war, despite the British failure at Isandlwana. It would be necessary to restage the invasion of Zululand after Chelmsford's central column was defeated. In addition to suffering significant losses in manpower, the main column also lost the majority of its supplies, ammunition, and draft animals. As King Tshweo feared, the humiliation of the loss would compel the London policymakers, who had up until now opposed the war, to unite behind the Natal government's pro-war faction and pledge whatever resources were required to defeat the Zulus for good. But the Zulus, they lacked the manpower, they lacked the technology, and the logistical capacity to compete with the British in a long campaign, even though they were superior numerically, at least on the local front. It's possible that the Zulus lost the chance to take advantage of their triumph and win the war on their own soil that day. Compared to the camp, the reconnaissance force under Chelmsford was more susceptible to an attack. It had marched with few rations and ammunition, so it could no longer replace. It was disorganized and a little dispersed, and at a loss at Isandlwana when it left feeling panicked and disheartened. After cutting off the survivors' escape to the buffalo southwest of Isandlwana, roughly 4,000 Zulu warriors from the unengaged reserve Undi Impi crossed the river and attacked the fortified mission station on Rorke's Drift near the end of the battle. Although there were only 140 British soldiers defending the station, they caused significant casualties and repulsed the attack. In other areas, the invading forces' left and right flanks were now unsupported and isolated, while the No. 4 column, commanded by Evelyn Wood, stopped its advance and spent the next 2 months fighting in the northwest near Tintas Kraal. The No. 1 column, commanded by Charles Preston, was besieged for 2 months at Eshowe by a Zulu force. Either way, after Isandlwana and Rorke's Drift, the British colonials were terrified that the Zulus would launch a counter-invasion of Natal. Provisions and supplies were laid in, and every town in Natal was lagered up and fortified. Remember, the lager is that wagon circle. Although the Zulus did not attempt to cross the border except for Rorke's Drift, Bartle Frere fueled the fear of invasion. Zulu Prince Undangbuko encountered them to move forward and carry the conflict into the colony right after the battle. But they were held back by a commander named Kanthati. who reminded them of Seshwayo's ban on crossing the border. Unbeknownst to the people of Natal, Seshwayo, who was still hoping to prevent a full-scale conflict, had banned all border crossings in retaliation and was furious that the attack on Rorke's drift had crossed the border in the first place. Now, the British government, they had three justifications for launching a fresh invasion. One was the desire to win the war to exact revenge for the defeat and resulting loss of national pride. Second was focused on domestic political ramifications of the upcoming British parliamentary elections. Nevertheless, the British Prime Minister Disraeli and his Conservative Party lost the 1880 election in spite of a second invasion attempt. The last reason was related to the British Empire. If the British were not perceived as having a decisive victory over the Zulus, it would be a warning to the outside world that the British Empire was so weak that the loss of the British field army could change government policy. Well, by quickly overthrowing the Zulu kingdom, the British government hoped to put an end to any potential imperial unrest that might be sparked by the Zulu victory, especially among the Boers. And of course, you remember, it suddenly puts the idea into a lot of other colonial subjects' heads. Well, if the Zulus can defeat the British, well, maybe we could too. After all, there's thousands of us. Sure, they've got some guns and a few cannons, but maybe if we sneak up on them, they can't stop us all. The last thing the British want is that to happen. So the British Army, the British Field Army in South Africa was greatly bolstered after Isandlwana, and they invaded Zululand once more. Both Bartle Frere and Sir Garnet Wolseley were dispatched to relieve Chelmsford and assume command. However, Chelmsford refrained from giving Wolseley command and defeated the Zulus in several battles, including the Battle of Ulundi, before capturing King Seshwayo. Bartle Frere was recalled in August 1880 following the collapse of the Disraeli government, and the Confederation policy was dropped. Without recognizing a central Zulu authority, the British government supported Zulu sub-kings in ruling their respective sub-kingdoms. The Zulu kingdom had vanished effectively as a separate political entity by the time King Seshwayo was permitted to return, and the British did not attempt to fight again in their usual linear formation, famously known as the thin red line in an open field battle with main Zulu impi in any of the other Zulu War engagements, demonstrating the degree of respect the British had gained for their opponents as a result. When confronted by the Zulus in ensuing battles, the British either consolidated their positions or established extremely close order formations like the square, also known as the noob cube, for those who have played Total War. Chelmsford, of course, realized that he would have to answer for the catastrophe to both history and the government. He immediately accused Durnford of disobeying his orders to set up a proper defensive camp, although there's no proof that such an order was given, and Durnford had pretty much no time to establish it himself. Furthermore, because the camp was only intended to be temporary, Chelmsford had chosen himself not to establish it. On September 30th, 1879, Wolseley wrote, "I think this is very unfair, and is merely a repetition of what was done regarding the Isandlwana disaster, where the blame was thrown upon Durnford, the real object in both instances being apparently to screen Chelmsford." This was in response to the Zulu killing of the Prince Imperial of France later in the war. But according to some historians, Chelmsford's needs to salvage some success after the battle led to the victory in Ulundi being a bit of a token one. The British withdrew shortly after, and Chelmsford resigned as commander of the British forces, and the Zulu people they kept their lands after the war ended, and the British perhaps managed to hold on to their dignity for a little while longer. Well, thank you very much for listening. That was interesting, wasn't it? It's such an interesting war. The Anglo Zulu conflict. Well, the legendary Battle of Rorke's Drift, which took place between January 22nd and 23rd in the year 1879, is a monument to courage and perseverance in the midst of insurmountable obstacles. Situated in the secluded South African mission station of Rorke's Drift, a small band of 150 British soldiers heroically held their ground against a massive army of about 4,000 Zulu fighters at the height of the Anglo Zulu War. British defenders, under the command of Lieutenants John Chard and Gonville Bromhead, withstood relentless onslaughts by combining clever strategy, well-fortified defenses, and unflinching bravery. The troops held their ground in the face of overwhelming odds and constant enemy attacks, killing or wounding a large number of Zulus and resulting in a stunning triumph. In addition to showcasing the incredible bravery of the British soldiers, the heroic stand at Rorke's Drift became a literary and cinematic icon, a manifestation of unwavering resolve. Hello and welcome. Here we go today, do a little bit of English, a little bit of African history, I suppose. I suppose it's colonial history. It is the Battle of Rorke's Drift. Now, I'm assuming that you've seen the old film starring Michael Caine, which has a fantastic portrayal of the battle. If you have not, I will assign it to you as homework. It's a little bit dated, but don't let that turn you off. The old movies are better than the new ones, especially the historical films. Now, without further ado, do the like and comment and subscribe thing and we can begin. So, Rorke's Drift, known in the Zulu language as Jim's Land, or in their rendering, Kwajimu, held significant historical and strategic importance in the late 19th century. Originally, it was a modest trading post, founded by its namesake James Rorke, an Irish-born merchant who migrated to the Eastern Cape. It was situated at a vital crossing point on the Buffalo River. The river acted as a natural boundary between the powerful Zulu kingdom and the British colonial territory of Natal, making Rorke's Drift a focal point in the unfolding military campaign. But the site later became a mission station, managed by none other than the Church of Sweden, adding a layer of humanitarian purpose to its strategic location. On January the 9th, 1879, the British No. 3 Centre Column, under the command of Lord Chelmsford, arrived at this point and established a camp. This movement was part of a larger British plan to exact military pressure on the Zulu kingdom following the expiration of an ultimatum demanding Zulu compliance with British terms. 2 days later, January the 11th, Chelmsford's column crossed the river and set up a forward position on the Zulu-controlled bank, signifying a clear escalation of hostilities. The post at Rorke's Drift was subsequently adapted for military use, being transformed into a hospital and supply depot. The strategic conversion was overseen by the experienced Brevet Major Henry Spaulding, a senior member of Chelmsford's staff from the 104th Foot Regiment. to defend this makeshift stronghold. A small garrison consisting of B Company, 2nd Battalion, the 24th Regiment of Foot, was placed under the command of Lieutenant Gonville Bromhead, a capable, yet relatively junior officer, noted for his quiet demeanor. Preparatory efforts included reconnaissance patrols and the construction of an essential wagon track to facilitate the movement of supplies and equipment. Now, with all these measures in place, Chelmsford led the main body of the army away from Rorke's Drift on January 20th, advancing approximately 6 miles east to the encampment of Isandlwana. Recognizing the vulnerability of the remaining garrison, the British command reinforced it with a detachment of the 2nd and 3rd Natal Native Contingent, usually abbreviated to the NNC. This force, commanded by Captain William Stevenson, added a fluctuating number of local troops, estimated to range from 100 to 350 men. These men, though crucial to pad out the numbers, were often less armed and, of course, less trained than their British counterparts. To further bolster the defensive position, Captain Thomas Rainforth's G Company of the 1st and 24th Foot was instructed to proceed from their post at Helpmacar, located 10 miles southeast of Rorke's Drift. Their movement aimed to fortify the mission station with additional troops capable of sustaining defensive operations. On the night of January 21st, Brevet Colonel Anthony Durnford led a detachment from the Royal Engineers No. 2 Column to Rorke's Drift. This unit established a temporary encampment on the Zulu side of the riverbank, emphasizing the forward military posture of the British forces in the region. Late on the evening of January 21st, Durnford and a small detachment of the No. 5 Field Company Royal Engineers, led by Lieutenant John Chard, were given the order to go to Isandlwana. They had arrived on the 19th to repair the pontoons that were used to bridge the Buffalo River. Chard travelled to Isandlwana in advance of his detachment on the morning of January 22nd in order to obtain clarification on the orders he had obtained. On the other hand, he was given the directive to return to Rorke's Drift with only his wagon and its driver in order to establish defensive positions for the anticipated reinforcement company. On the way back, he was to pass Durnford's column. At approximately noon on the 22nd of January, Major Spaulding departed the station in order to travel to Helpmacar, in order to discover the location of Rainforth's G Company, which had already missed its deadline. He appointed Chard to the position of temporary command leader. Chard rode down to make his way to the engineers' camp, which was located on the drift itself. Lieutenant Gert Adenorf of the 1st and 3rd National Corps, and a trooper from the Natal Carbineers, 2 survivors from Isandlwana, arrived shortly with the news of the defeat and the approach of a Zulu contingent to the station. Both of these individuals were arriving with bad news. And so a brief meeting was held between Chard, Bromhead, and another station officer, acting assistant commissary James Dalton, who was affiliated with the Commissariat and Transport Department. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the situation and determine whether they should attempt to defend their current position or retreat to Helpmacar. When Dalton pointed out that a small column traveling through the open country while carrying carts full of hospital patients would be easily overtaken and defeated by a Zulu force that was numerically superior, it was quickly decided that staying put and fighting was the only viable option. It didn't take them long to come to this decision. And so, following the British officers' decision to remain, Chard and Bromhead gave orders to their men to get ready to defend the station. With the help of approximately 400 men who were stationed at the garrison, a defensive perimeter was constructed in a short amount of time by utilizing mealie bags, crates of canned meat, and biscuit boxes. This perimeter contained a kraal made of stone that was sturdy, as well as the hospital and the repository. In order to fortify the structures, certain pieces of furniture were placed in front of the exterior doors, and loopholes, also known as firing holes, were punched through the exterior walls. Approximately 100 Natal native horse were part of the mixed troop that arrived at the station at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. Lieutenant Alfred Henderson was in charge of the troop. Following the completion of a well-coordinated withdrawal from Isandlwana, this event took place here. The Oscarberg, Shiane, was a large hill that provided a view of the station, and was anticipated to be approached by the Zulus from behind. They proposed setting up a picket line on the opposite side of the Oscarberg, where the Zulus were expected to approach from behind. At a time when the defences were coming to an end, and the battle was getting closer, Chard had several hundred men available to him. Henderson's troop, Stevenson's sizable NNC company, Bromhead's B Company, and the other men, mostly hospital patients, the walking wounded, from a variety of British and colonial units, were among the individuals who were included in this group. In spite of the fact that the soldier who had accompanied Adenoff on his journey continued to gallop forward in order to inform the garrison at Helpmekar, Adendorf remained behind as well. It was Chard's belief that the force would indeed be sufficient to drive the Zulus away, or at least frighten them off with the gunfire. Chard then added some more of the capable patients who could wield weapons along with civilians and casuals, members of the NNC who were armed to the barricade. He then positioned the British soldiers around the perimeter. The remaining members of the NNC, who were only armed with spears unfortunately, were positioned outside the barricade that consisted of mealie bags and biscuit boxes, located in the stone-walled cattle kraal. Now, next thing you're going to have to excuse some of the Zulu pronunciation. The Indlu Yengwe Ibutho, which was comprised of young men who were not married, and the Udluko, the Uthulwana, and the Indlono Amabutho, regiments of married men in their 30s and 40s, mustered between 3,000 and 4,000 fighters, none of which took part in the battle that took place at Isandlwana. The Zulu force that was coming in was significantly larger. Isandlwana was the location where this Zulu force, known as the Undi Corps, served as the loins or reserve of the army. It was given the order to swing wide of the British left flank, or pass west and south of Isandlwana Hills itself, in order to position itself across the line of communication and retreat that the British and their colonial allies were using. In order to prevent them from escaping back into Natal through the Buffalo River Ford, which is the path that leads to Rorke's Drift, this had to be done. Approximately 20 miles in the blazing sun had been fast marched by the Undi Corps from the morning encampment that they left at approximately 8 in the morning. By the time they arrived at Rorke's Drift at 4:30 in the afternoon, they had spent approximately 11.5 hours continuously marching. A cowhide Ungi shield and an assegai, also known as a short spear, were the majority of the equipment that the Zulu warriors carried, both in terms of strategy and in terms of personal technique. The Zulu army practiced using this weapon. Some Zulus were in possession of old muskets, obsolete rifles, and some captured Martini Henrys that were utilized by the defenders. This was despite the fact that their marksmanship training was inadequate, and the supply of powder and shot was limited. What they did have supplied was of poor quality. May as well just stick to what they know. The spears. Old Faithful. Even though their fire was inaccurate, it was responsible for 5 of the 17 deaths that occurred in the British territory at Rorke's Drift. The Zulu believed that it was important that the generality of Zulu warriors, however, would not have firearms, the arms of a coward, as they said, but they enabled the poltroon to kill the brave without awaiting his attack. The Undi Corps was led by Inkosi Kamapitha during the Isandlwana battle. However, after Kamapitha sustained an injury while pursuing British survivors from Isandlwana, the commander of the Undi Corps was transferred to Prince Dabulamanzi Kampande, who was the half-brother of the Zulu king, Kestwayo Kampande. Prince Dabulamanzi was considered to be reckless and aggressive due to the fact that he had disregarded King Seshwayo's directive to act solely in defense of Zulu territory against the British soldiers and to refrain from carrying the war across the border into enemy territory. As the main body of the Undi Corps Zulus advanced onto Rorke's Drift, many of them broke off to raid other African kraals and homesteads. As a result, the attack on Rorke's Drift was classified as an impromptu raid, rather than a coordinated counter-invasion. Surgeon James Reynolds, Army Chaplain Reverend George Smith, and Otto Witt, the Swedish missionary who oversaw the mission at Rorke's Drift, descended from the Oscarberg hillside at approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the news of the Zulu body was no more than 5 minutes away, and was crossing the river to the southeast. It was at this point that Witt made the decision to leave the station, because he desired to be with his family, who resided in a remote farmhouse approximately 19 miles from the station. In addition to Witt, one of the patients at the hospital, Lieutenant Thomas Purvis of the 1st 3rd National Corps, and Witt's native servant, left also. At approximately 4:20 p.m., the NNH troops under Lieutenant Henderson's command engaged the vanguard of the main Zulu force for a brief period of time. They were positioned behind the Oscarberg. The men under Henderson's command, on the other hand, departed for Helpmekar because they were worn out from the conflict at Isandlwana, and retreat to Rorke's Drift had made them tired. They also had ran out of ammunition for their carbines. It was Henderson himself who conveyed to Lieutenant Chard the information that his men would not obey his orders, but were going off to Helpmekar, and that the adversary was in close proximity. After that, Henderson began to follow his men as they departed. After witnessing Henderson's NNH troop withdraw, Captain Stevenson's NNC company fled the cattle kraal, which resulted in a significant reduction in the strength of the garrison that was defending the area. Angry British soldiers were responsible for the death of Corporal William Anderson. You see, they were enraged by the fact that Stevenson and a few of his Colonial NCOs had also managed to escape from the barricades. As of this moment, the garrison consisted of approximately 154 to 156 men.
and the Zulus were very close. Between all of these, the only one that could be considered a unified entity was Bromhead's men. In addition, there were as many as 39 members of his company who were hospitalized at the station. However, only a small number of them were able to take up arms. Chard came to the conclusion that the defenses needed to be altered because there were fewer men. He gave the order for the biscuit boxes to be used in the construction of a wall that would run through the middle of the post. This would allow the hospital side of the station to be abandoned, if it was necessary to do so. At approximately 4:30 p.m., the Zulus made their way around the Oscarberg and approached the south wall. Private Frederick Hitch, who was serving as the lookout on the top of the storehouse, reported that a large group of Zulus was approaching. An assault was launched by the 600 members of the Zulu vanguard against the south wall, which served as a connection between the storehouse and the hospital. The Zulus, commanded by Indluyengwe, were approximately 500 yards away when the British began to volley fire their weapons. Some of the Zulu force that was attacking sought cover, but they were either pinned down by the ongoing British fire, or they withdrew to the Oscarberg terraces. Meanwhile, the majority of the Zulu force moved to attack the north wall. At that location, they started firing their own weapons. While this was going on, another Zulu force made its way around the corner of the northwest wall and the hospital. There was soon intense hand-to-hand combat between the British on the barricades, including Dalton and Bromhead. The Zulus had to crouch beneath the British wall in order to try to seize the defenders' Martini Henry rifles, slash at the British soldiers with assegais, or fire their weapons through the wall, because the wall was too high for them to climb. In order to push the Brits off the walls, they occasionally clambered over each other's bodies, but they were pushed back. 5 of the 17 defenders who were killed or mortally wounded in the action were hit while at the north wall, and there were few casualties from the Zulu fire from both those under the wall around the Oscarberg. Chard realized that the north wall could not hold because the Zulus were attacking it constantly and so fiercely. He dragged his men back into the yard at 6 p.m., leaving the hospital's front 2 rooms behind. The Zulus, who were still being shot, grabbed at the protruding rifles. But if the holes were left unoccupied, the Zulu warriors would stick their own weapons through to fire into the rooms, making the hospital unworkable. Privates Cole, Dunbar, Horrigan, Hitch, John Williams, Joseph Williams, Alfred Henry Hook, Robert Jones, and William Jones were among the soldiers assigned to the hospital, along with Corporal William Wilson Allen. They chose to switch to revolvers, since they were running low on the Henry pellets or rifle ammunition. Using bayonets and revolvers, Privates Horrigan, Williams, Joseph Williams, and other patients attempted to block the hospital entrance. 14 dead Zulus were later discovered beneath the small window that Joseph Williams had himself defended. John Williams started hacking a way out of the wall that separated the hospital's central room for a corner room in the back, as it became evident that the Zulus were taking control of the front of the building. The Zulus then launched a fierce attack on the central room door as he made a passable breach, and he barely had time to pull 2 bedridden patients out before the door collapsed. Private Hook and 9 other patients were in the corner room where John Williams had dragged the 2 patients. A firefight broke out as the Zulus fired through the door, and Hook returned fire, striking his helmet and leaving him stunned as John Williams used his bayonet to cut the wall leading to the next room. Williams dragged the patients through the hole,
which was large enough to reach the next room, which was only occupied by patient Private Waters. Hook was the last man out, and before he dove through the hole, he killed a few Zulus who had knocked down the door. 50 minutes later, the hole was big enough to pull all the patients through, and Privates Robert Jones and William Jones were protecting the majority of the men in the final room. The patients then navigated across the yard to the barricade after scrambling out through a window. While hiding in a wardrobe, Private Waters and Beckett suffered injuries, and Waters eventually passed away from the wounds suffered from the Zulu spears. All of the able-bodied men and 9 of the 11 patients made it to the barricade. James Henry Reynolds reported that 4 defenders were killed in the hospital. Private Jenkins and Sergeant Maxfield, who refused to be moved due to a fever, were also killed, as was an NNC member who had a broken leg. Jenkins and Private Adams reportedly refused to move, and both were stabbed after being apprehended. When Private Cole, who was assigned to the hospital, ran outside, he was also killed. Trooper Hunter of the Natal Mounted Police was another hospital patient who died. Trooper Green of the Natal Mounted Police, who was shot in the thigh. Corporal Mayer of the NNC and Bombardier Lewis of the Royal Artillery were among the hospital patients who did manage to flee. Hook pulled Private Conley, who had a broken leg, to safety, but in the process, Conley had broke his leg even worse than it was before. The perimeter was shortened after the burning hospital was evacuated. The Zulu attacks intensified as night fell. The British troops withdrew to the center of the station where a last defense had been hurriedly constructed, and the remaining men were left in a small bastion surrounding the storehouse after the cattle kraal was evacuated by 10 p.m. due to renewed attacks. The Zulus continued the attack on the British positions throughout the night, and the attacks only slowed after midnight and ended by 2 a.m., after which they were replaced by harassing Zulu gunfire after 4 a.m. The garrison had suffered 14 fatalities at this point. 8 people, including Dalton, suffered serious injuries, and 2 more were killed. Nearly all of the men were wounded in some way or another. After fighting for almost 10 hours and running out of ammunition, they were completely spent. Only 900 of the 20,000 rounds that were in reserve at the mission were left. The British could see that the Zulus, as dawn broke, had vanished, leaving only the dead and those 2 injured to flee. Patrols were sent out for survivors, recover rifles, and scout the battlefield. Many of them were killed when they were discovered. When an impi of Zulus unexpectedly materialized around 7 a.m., the British remanned their positions. However, since the Zulus had been on the move for 6 days before the battle and not eaten properly for 2 of those days, no attack came to pass. They were days away from any supplies and had hundreds of wounded in their ranks, and so the Zulus quickly departed their original path as quick as they had appeared. The defenders left their breakfast to reman their positions when another force arrived around 8 a.m. But fortunately for them, it was not Zulus. It was Lord Chelmsford's relief column's vanguard. Either way, after the count was done, 351 Zulus lay dead on the battlefield. Nearly every man in the garrison had been wounded, although only 17 British were killed. Estimates of the number of Zulus, of course, vary greatly. Some say at least 500 are thought to have died, including wounded ones who were killed after being captured. The members of Chelmsford Relief Force, along with the station's defenders, had killed and captured wounded Zulus they encountered while witnessing their own deaths at Isandlwana. A report mentioned we buried 375 Zulus, and some wounded were thrown into the grave. Seeing the manner in which our wounded had been mutilated after being dragged from the hospital, we were very bitter, and we did not spare the wounded Zulus, wrote NNC Police Trooper William James Clark in his diary. In his book, The Zulu Response to the British Invasion of 1879, Laband agrees with Shepston's estimate of 600 Zulu casualties. Of course, the official enemy death toll was too low, according to Samuel Pitt, a private in B Company during the battle, who told the Western Mail in 1914, "We reckon we had accounted for 875, but the books will tell you 400 or 500. The day following the battle, an improvised gallows was used for hanging Zulus who supposedly have behaved treacherously, according to a letter written by Lieutenant Horace Smith Dorian, who was a member of the staff of Chelmsford. The 2nd and 24th Foot Soldiers received 7 of the 11 Victoria Crosses given to the defenders of Rorke's Drift, the most ever received for a single regiment's action. The Battle of Inkerman, which took place on November 5th, 1854, saw the most awards given in a single day. The 2nd Relief Force of Lucknow, which took place from November 14th to the 22nd of 1857, resulted in 28 awards in a single action. Additionally, 4 Distinguished Conduct Medals were also given out. The extolling of the victory at Rorke's Drift diverted public attention from the great defeat at Isandlwana, and the fact that Lord Chelmsford and Henry Bart Frere had started the war without Her Majesty's government's consent. This high number of bravery awards had been interpreted as a response to the earlier defeat at Isandlwana. The awards given to the defenders at Rorke's Drift reportedly did not impress Sir Garnet Wolseley, who succeeded Lord Chelmsford as Commander-in-Chief later that year. He had said, "It is monstrous, making heroes of those who, shut up in buildings in Rorke's Drift, could not bolt out and fought like rats for their lives, which they could not otherwise save." This claim has been contested by a number of historians, who have emphasized the victory as independent of other considerations. Modern critics suggest such lavishness in commendation was designed to assuage the disaster at Isandlwana and to reassure a skeptical Victorian public that the fighting ability of the British soldier remained unquestioned. Well, shortly after the relief force came, a memorial was built on the location. Additionally, a cemetery was created where the deceased were finally interned. All the memorials still stand, and these days, like so many sites of famous battles, it's a tourist attraction. Well, before we go, let's hear it from Private Henry Hook of the 24th Regiment. Now, he was there at the time, and in 1905, he gave us a pretty good account at the scene after the battle. So this is about the aftermath. Okay? So I'll read it directly from him. "The long night passed, and the day broke. Then we looked around to see us what had happened. There was not a living soul who was not thankful to find the Zulus had had enough of it and were disappearing over the hill to the southwest. Orders were given to patrol the ground, collect the arms of the dead blacks, and make our position as strong as possible in case of fresh assaults. One of the first things I did was go up to the man who was looking over our breastworks with his rifle presented to the spot where so many Zulus had been. I went up to him. He didn't move. He looked very quiet. I went nearer. I said, "Hello, what are you doing here?" He made no answer and did not stir, and I went still closer, and something in his appearance made me tilt his helmet back, as you sometimes tilt back a hat when you want to look closely in the face. As I did, so I saw a bullet mark in his forehead, and I knew that he was dead. I went right away, and was walking up the dry bed of a little stream near the drift with my own rifle in my right hand and a bunch of assegais over my left shoulder. Suddenly I came across an unarmed Zulu lying on the ground, apparently dead, but bleeding from the leg. Thinking it strange that a dead man should bleed, I hesitated and wondered whether I should go on, as other Zulus might be lurking about. But I resumed my task. Just as I was passing, the supposed dead man seized the butt of my rifle and tried to drag it away. The bunch of assegais rattled to the earth. The Zulu suddenly released his grip of the rifle with one hand, and with the other fiercely endeavored to drag me down. The fight was short and sharp, but it ended by the Zulu being struck in the chest with the butt and knocked to the ground. The rest was very quickly over. There was no time for me to sit down, no time to mope. And there was sick and wounded, as well as the rest to look after. So when the commander-in-chief arrived, I was back at my cooking in my shirt sleeves, making tea for the sick. The sergeant ran up and said, "Lieutenant Bromhead wants you." "Wait till I put my coat on," I said. "Come as you are, straight away," he ordered. And with my braces hanging about me, I went into the midst of the officers. Lord Chelmsford asked me all about the defence of the hospital, as I was the last to leave the building. An officer took our names. He wrote down what we'd done. And when the relief had come up to the men of the column that were sent out to bury the Zulus, there were 351 dead blacks counted, and these were put into 2 big holes in front of the hospital. The column was made the Kaffirs who were with them to dig the trenches. But although they dug the holes, they positively refused to bury the bodies. There were only a few badly wounded left, as the Zulus had carried off their wounded as they retreated. A great many dead were found in the mealie field, not far from the hospital. As for our own comrades, we buried them. This was done the day after the fight, not far from the place where they had fell, and at the foot of the hill. It was soon afterwards that the cemetery was walled in, and a monument was put up in the middle. The lettering was cut on it by a bandsman named Melsop, who used bits as broken bayonets as chisels. He drew a capital picture of the fight. Those who had been killed in action were buried on the one side of the cemetery, and those who had died of disease on the other. A curious thing was that a civilian named Byrne, who had taken part in the defense and was killed, was buried outside the cemetery wall. I don't know why, except that he was not a regular soldier. A watershed moment. The Boston Massacre. The 5th of March, 1770. An event that changed the trajectory of American history in an irrevocable way. A confrontation broke out between a group of American colonists and British soldiers stationed in Boston during a time of increasing tensions in the city due to British-imposed taxes and restrictive policies. As tensions rose, the soldiers, pushed to their limits by the angry mobs, opened fire. Multiple civilians were wounded, and 5 were killed. The situation rapidly spiraled into anarchy. Patriot leaders such as Paul Revere and Samuel Adams wasted no time in using this tragic event as a potent symbol of British despotism. Indeed, the revolutionary movement was born out of the Boston Massacre, which united the colonists in their fight for independence from Britain and sparked popular outrage against the British rule. The lasting impact of this event serves as a sobering reminder of colonial overreach and an example of the fighting spirit in which the American identity was forged. Hello everyone, welcome. A little American history today as we head into more American history. I've got some pretty big plans. I won't reveal them just yet, but I'm just going to keep making videos anyway. So, well, as usual, best way to support the channel is to like, subscribe, and comment, share with your friends, all of that good stuff. And so with that being said, we will get straight on to the topic. We go back to Boston now, a city which I dearly want to visit. And so we find ourselves in the 18th century. And around this time, Boston was really getting its footing. It was a center of political, cultural, and economic life in the 13 colonies of pre-revolutionary British America. As the capital of the province of Massachusetts Bay, Boston was a bustling town with a bustling port to match, and therefore a vital link in the transatlantic trade. But then you had Philadelphia, and what is now known as New York City, sitting among Boston as the 3 most influential cities in British America. It is significant that it extended beyond commerce. It was also a focal point for political dissent and resistance to British rule. Lots of small gatherings in corners of taverns, secret meetings with secret plans. Once more, the seeds of the revolution being fanned and cultivated in those shadowy rooms, especially during the 1670s, when opposition to unjust taxation measures gained momentum. A major turning point occurred with the passage of the Townshend Acts in 1767. You may have heard of them. I assume that the Americans probably would have studied this in AP US history. These acts imposed tariffs on various widely used goods that were imported from Britain, and they were very important ones for a colony building itself up. Now, we're not just talking tea and paper. Of course, they were needed, but things for materials for construction, glass, paint, things of this nature. It was already hard enough to procure these things. This just made it worse. Colonists argued that these taxes were imposed without proper representation in Parliament, and this violated their rights as British subjects, of course, living all the way in the colonies and having the laws that directly affect you being made in London. Now that's just not fair, isn't it? The Massachusetts House of Representatives led the charge against these measures, and they crafted a petition to George III that called for a repeal of the Townshend Acts. To bolster support, the Massachusetts House circulated a letter, known as the Massachusetts Circular Letter, to other colonial legislatures. This letter urged collective resistance and encouraged boycotts of British merchants who imported the taxed goods. You can certainly see where all this is going, and you can certainly imagine how the British would have been thinking about all this. Perhaps it's time, a show of force. Foreshadowing, I know. Concern was expressed by the British government, of course, in particularly by one Lord Hillsborough, who had recently been appointed to the position of Secretary of State of the Colonies. In April of 1768, Hillsborough issued a directive to the colonial governors, instructing them to immediately dissolve any assemblies that had endorsed or acted upon the Massachusetts Circular Letter. This information was included in the directive. In addition to this, he issued an order to Governor Francis Bernard of Massachusetts, instructing him to demand that the Massachusetts House retract the controversial letter. The House's refusal to comply only led to an increase in the level of tension. The Chief Customs Officer of Boston, Charles Paxton, sought military support in the midst of this growing unrest. He asserted that the local government was no longer under British control, and cited a situation that was similar to the demonstrations that occurred during the Stamp Act crisis. Commodore Samuel Hood responded to the situation by sending the warship HMS Romney, armed with 50 guns nonetheless, straight into Boston Harbor in the May of 1768. The presence of the Romney only served to deepen tension that was already present, particularly after its crew engaged in the practice of impressing local sailors. Now, that is not what you think it is. It's not the kind of impressing you think. It's more forcing them into situations they do not want to be in. Of course, this was a behavior that particularly provoked anger among the general public. I suppose in layman's terms, impressing is effectively forced recruitment. They also have other names for it, like Shanghaiing and stuff, which come in later times. But that's generally what it is. Well, the situation reached a boiling point on June the 10th, 1768, when customs officials, who were protected by the Romney, seized the sloop Liberty, which was owned by the influential Boston merchant John Hancock, and accused him of smuggling against the law. Those who lived in Boston were incensed by the fact that Hancock's vessel, which was a representation of economic autonomy and even local prestige, was taken away from them. It was an insult. The customs officials, who were concerned for their own safety, sought refuge at Castle William, which is located in Boston Harbor, as the riots broke out. Hillsborough gave orders to General Thomas Gage, who was the commander-in-chief of the British forces in North America, to send troops to Boston in order to strengthen the British military. This was done in response to the volatile conditions that were occurring in Massachusetts. As part of a larger deployment of 4 regiments, the 1st Regiment of British troops began arriving in Boston on October the 1st, 1768. This was the beginning of a much larger deployment. Even though 2 regiments were removed from the city the following year, the 14th and 29th regiments continued to be stationed there. This strengthened the presence of the British military, and therefore increased the level of resentment among the local population. No one wants to live surrounded by soldiers, especially when people are viewing them as a foreign occupation. Not ideal. And so the Journal of Occurrences was another important document, a collection of newspaper articles that were written anonymously and documented the confrontations that took place between the civilians and soldiers in Boston. Many small cases, but of course there's always a straw that breaks the camel's back. The articles exacerbated the tension that were already present by occasionally embellishing the narratives, just for a little dramatic flair. After the death of Christopher Cedar, a young lad of 11 years of age, on February 22nd, 1770, at the hands of a customs official, these tensions significantly escalated. Now, Christopher Cedar was described as being about 11 years old. It was reported in the Boston Gazette that Cedar had passed away, and his funeral was highlighted as being the most important event that took place in Boston during that time period. Tensions were exacerbated as a result of the murder, but also the subsequent media coverage of it, which led to groups of colonists seeking out groups of soldiers to provoke, while soldiers themselves sought confrontation. On the evening of the 5th of March, Private Hugh White was stationed on guard duty outside the Boston Custom House on King Street, presently referred to as State Street. An apprentice wig maker, approximately 13 years old, named Edward Garrick, accused Captain Lieutenant John Goldfinch of neglecting to settle a debt owed to Garrick's master. Goldfinch had reconciled the account the prior day and disregarded the affront. Private White admonished Garrick to exhibit greater respect towards the officer, leading to a mutual change of insults. Well, that being said, the officer probably should have kept the receipt. This is why you always keep your receipts. If he had have just shown him the receipt, they could have avoided the entire American Revolution. The butterfly effect. Well, back to Garrick. He subsequently began prodding Goldfinch in the chest with his finger, getting all up in his face. White abandoned his position, confronted the boy, and struck him on the side of the head with his musket. Garrick exclaimed in agony, prompting his associate Bartholomew Broaders to engage in a dispute with White, thereby drawing a larger audience. At the age of 19, Henry Knox, a bookseller, subsequently became a general during the Revolution. He approached White and cautioned him. He apparently had said to him, in a very stern warning, "If you must fire, you will die for it." Well, you can't get much more clear than that, can't you? As the evening advanced, the assemblies surrounding Private White became increasingly numerous and raucous. The ringing of church bells typically indicated a fire, attracting additional individuals. Over 50 Bostonians surrounded White, led by a mixed race, former enslaved individual named Crispus Attucks, hurling objects at the sentry and provoking him to discharge his weapon. White had assumed a relatively secure position on the steps of the custom house and sought assistance. Runners notified Captain Thomas Preston, an officer of the watch of the adjacent barracks. Preston's report indicates that he sent a non-commissioned officer and 6 privates from the Grenadier Company of the 29th Regiment of Foot to assist White. Of course, they were all armed with fixed bayonets. The soldiers included Corporal William Wems and Private Hugh Montgomery, along with John Carroll, William Macaulay, William Warren, and Matthew Kilroy, along with Preston. They navigated through the throng. Henry Knox grasped Preston by the coat and implored, "For God's sake, safeguard your men. If they discharge their weapons, you will perish." Captain Preston replied, "I know." Upon reaching Private White on the custom house stairs, the soldiers loaded their muskets and positioned themselves in a semicircular formation. Preston commanded to the crowd, estimated between 300 and 400 individuals, to immediately disperse. But the crowd persisted, encircling the soldiers, provoking them by shouting, "Fire! Fire!" spitting at them, and hurling snowballs and various small objects. Innkeeper Richard Palms approached Preston while wielding a cudgel and inquired whether the soldiers' weapons were loaded. Preston assured him of their readiness to fire, but indicated they would only do so upon his command. He subsequently noted in his deposition, that he was unlikely to issue such an order, as he was positioned directly in front of them. It was at this point where an object was thrown, striking Private Montgomery, which caused him to fall and drop his musket. He retrieved his weapon and furiously screamed out, "Damn you, fire!" before discharging it into the crowd, despite no command to fire being issued. Palm struck Montgomery's arm with his cudgel before targeting Preston. He narrowly avoided hitting Preston's head, instead striking his arm. A pause of indeterminate duration occurred, perhaps from shock. Eyewitness estimates varied from several seconds to 2 minutes, after which the soldiers discharged their weapons into the crowd. It was a volley that lacked discipline. Preston had issued no command to fire, and the soldiers discharged a disorganized succession of shots that struck 11 victims. 3 Americans immediately perished: the rope maker, Samuel Gray, the mariner, James Caldwell, and Crispus Attucks. Samuel Maverick, a 17-year-old apprentice ivory turner, was fatally struck by a ricocheting musket ball from behind the crowd and succumbed early the following morning from his wounds. Irish immigrant Patrick Carr sustained a gunshot wound to the abdomen, a mortal injury in that period. Pretty hard to work on that. And so, after 2 grueling weeks, trying his best to recover, the best that, the period's medicine could offer, that's not much to say, well, he succumbed 2 weeks later, no doubt in very poor conditions. The apprentice Christopher Monk also sustained severe injuries, resulting in his disability and his death in 1780, allegedly due to complications of the wounds that had occurred in the assault a decade earlier. And so with the panic and the gunshots and the screams, the crowd dispersed from the vicinity of the custom house, but they continued to increase in the adjacent streets. Captain Preston promptly summoned the majority of the 29th Regiment, which assumed defensive positions in front of the State House. Acting Governor Thomas Hutchinson was called to the location and was compelled by the crowd's movement into the State House's council chamber. From his balcony, he was able to restore order, at least partially, assuring that a just investigation into the shootings would occur if the crowd were to disperse. Hutchinson promptly initiated an investigation into the incident, resulting in the arrest of Preston and the 8 soldiers by the following morning. The selectmen of Boston subsequently requested him to command the troops to relocate from the city to Castle William on Castle Island, while colonists convened a town meeting at Faneuil Hall to deliberate the matter. The Governor's Council initially opposed the troop withdrawal, and Hutchinson clarified that he lacked authority to command the troops to relocate. Lieutenant Colonel William Dalrymple commanded the troops and did not propose their relocation. In the town meeting, they were increasingly agitated. Upon discovering this, the council altered its stance and unanimously, as reported by Hutchinson, consented to request the complete withdrawal of the troops. "Get out of our town." Secretary of State Andrew Oliver indicated that had the troops not been withdrawn, they would have likely had faced destruction from the hands of the people. Whether this be termed rebellion, result in forfeiture of our charter, or lead to any other consequence. The 14th was relocated to Castle Island without incident approximately 1 week later, with the 29th following soon thereafter, thereby depriving the governor of the effective means to maintain order in the town. The initial 4 victims were interred with ceremony on March the 8th in the Granary burying ground, one of Boston's oldest cemeteries. Patrick Carr, the 5th and final victim, succumbed on the 14th of March and was interred alongside them on March 17th. And now what I'm going to do for you is read from some of the first-hand accounts of the Boston Massacre from the people who were there. First, let us hear from Charles Hobby, a Boston lawmaker. This is the account that was recorded from him. Before the hours of 9 and 10 o'clock, being in my master's house, was alarmed with the cry of fire. I ran down as far as the town house, and then heard that the soldiers and the inhabitants were fighting in the alley. I then left them and went to King Street. I then saw a party of soldiers loading their muskets about the custom house door, after which they all shouldered. I heard some of the inhabitants cry out, "Heave no snowballs." Others cried, "They dare not fire." Captain Preston was then standing by the soldiers when a snowball struck a grenadier, who immediately fired, Captain Preston standing close by him. The captain then spoke distinctly, "Fire! Fire!" I was then within 4 feet of Captain Preston, and know him well. The soldiers fired as fast as they could, one after the other. I saw the mulatto Crispus Attucks fall, and Samuel Gray went to look after him. One of the soldiers, at a distance of about 4 or 5 yards, pointed his piece directly for the said Gray's head and fired. Mr. Gray, after struggling, turned himself right around upon his heel and fell dead. But of course there is 2 sides to every story, so we have another account given by Captain Thomas Preston himself, and it goes like this. The mob still increased and were outrageous, striking their clubs or bludgeons one against another and calling out, "Come on, you rascals, you bloody backs, you lobster scoundrels. Fire if you dare, God damn you. Fire and be damned. We know you dare not." And much more such language was used. At this time I was between the soldiers and the mobs, parleying with and endeavouring in all my power to persuade them to retire peaceably, but to no purpose. They advanced to the points of the bayonets, struck some of them, and even with the muzzles of the pieces, and seemed to be endeavouring to close with the soldiers. On which some well-behaved persons asked me if the guns were charged. I replied yes. They then asked me if I intended to order the men to fire. I answered no, by no means, observing to them that I was advanced before the muzzles of the men's pieces, and must fall a sacrifice if they fired. That the soldiers were upon the half-cock and charging bayonets, and my giving the word fire under those circumstances would prove me to be no officer. While I was thus speaking to one of the soldiers, having received a severe blow with a stick, I stepped a little to one side and instantly fired. On this a general attack was made on the men by a great number of heavy clubs and snowballs being thrown at them, by which all of our lives were in imminent danger. Some persons at the same time from behind calling out, "Damn your bloods, why don't you fire?" Instantly, 3 or 4 soldiers fired. On my asking the soldiers why they fired without my orders, they said they heard the word fire and supposed that it came from me. This might be the case, as many of the mob called out fire, fire, but I assured the men that I gave no such order, that my words were, "Don't fire, stop your firing." And finally, we have another account from Edward Payne, who was injured in the events. On the evening of the 5th, on hearing the bells ring, he supposed there was fire, but on going out he was informed there was not any, but a riot. The people round the sentinel were then crying out, "Fire, fire, damn you, why don't you fire?" Soon after, he perceived a number of soldiers coming down towards the sentinel, with their arms in horizontal posture, and their bayonets fixed. The people before the custom house drew up before the door. The people who still remained in the street and about the soldiers continued calling out to them to fire. In this situation, they remained some minutes, when he heard a gun snap, and presently a single gun fired, and soon after several others went off, one after another, at which time a ball passed through the deponent's right arm, upon which he immediately retired to the house. And that's the end of the account from Edward Payne. Now, on March 27th, 8 soldiers, Captain Preston, and 4 civilians were charged with murder. The civilians located in the customs house were accused of discharging firearms. Bostonians remained antagonistic towards the troops and their families, of course. General Gage believed that the troops were causing more damage than benefit, prompting him to order the 29th Regiment to leave the province completely in May. Governor Hutchinson exploited the prevailing high tensions to orchestrate postponements of the trials until later in the year. In the aftermath of the incident, a propaganda conflict ensued between patriots and loyalists in Boston. Both factions disseminated pamphlets that conveyed, markedly divergent narratives, primarily published in London as well to sway public opinion over there. After all, that's where the political decisions get made. The Boston Gazette depicted the massacre as an element of a broader strategy to suppress a spirit of liberty and emphasize the adverse effects of stationing troops in the city. Henry Pelham, an engraver and the half-brother of the renowned portrait artist John Singleton Copley, illustrated the event through an engraving, and it did not make the British look very good. Silversmith and engraver Paul Revere meticulously replicated the image and is frequently acknowledged as its creator. The engraving features numerous provocative details. Captain Preston is depicted as commanding his soldiers to discharge the weapons, with a musket visible firing from the window of the customs office, designated as Butcher's Hole. Yes, it certainly does not paint the British in a very good light, doesn't it? Artist Christian Remick applied colour to several prints by hand. Certain copies of it depict a man with 2 chest wounds and a relatively darker complexion. Of course, this aligns with the descriptions of Attucks. Others don't feature a African-American looking victim anyway. The image was disseminated in the Boston Gazette and, of course, gained extensive circulation, serving as a potent anti-British editorial. The depiction of these soldiers in their crimson uniforms and injured men with blood all over them was displayed all across the colonies. Anonymous pamphlets were also disseminated, portraying the event from markedly divergent viewpoints. A short narrative of the horrid massacre was published with the support of the Boston Town Meeting, primarily authored by James Bowden, a member of the Governor's Council and a prominent critic of British colonial policy, alongside Samuel Pemberton and Joseph Warren. The account characterized the shooting and preceding minor incidents as completely unprovoked assaults on the tranquil and law-abiding citizens, and was likely the most impactful depiction of the event. It was a good guys, bad guys situation. The account provided was derived from over 90 depositions collected post-event, and it encompassed allegations that the soldiers dispatched by Captain Preston were specifically done so to inflict harm. To mitigate the effect on the jury pool, city officials restrained local dissemination of the pamphlet, while distributing copies to other colonies and London, anticipating the arrival of depositions gathered by Governor Hutchinson. A subsequent pamphlet, titled Additional Observations on the Short Narrative, intensified criticism of Crown officials by alleging that customs officials were neglecting their responsibilities under the guise of danger. One customs official had departed Boston to deliver Hutchinson's collected depositions to London personally. Hutchinson's depositions were ultimately disseminated in a pamphlet titled A Fair Account of the Late Unhappy Disturbance in Boston, primarily based on the testimonies of the soldiers that were there. The account of events aimed to attribute blame to the Bostonians for rejecting the legitimacy of parliamentary laws, for going against the king, effectively labeling them traitors to the empire. But that's the thing. I don't think they really cared about being traitors to the empire anymore. It was well beyond that point. It attributed the lawlessness preceding the events to the city's citizens alone, asserting that they orchestrated an ambush against the soldiers. Due to its late publication, however, occurring well after the initial pamphlet reached London, it exerted a diminished influence on the public discourse in that locale, and most people who read it saw it as something that was more of a reactionary whataboutism. No one really believed it. The government, however, was resolute in providing the soldiers a fair trial to preclude any justification for retaliation from the British and to prevent the alienation of moderates from the patriot cause. Numerous attorneys declined to represent Preston because of their loyalist affiliations, prompting him to solicit John Adams for assistance with the case. Adams, a prominent patriot, was considering a bid for public office, but consented to assist to guarantee a just trial. Josiah Quincy II joined him after receiving assurance that the Sons of Liberty would not contest his appointment, along with loyalist Robert Auchmuty. Samson Salter Blowers assisted them by investigating the jury pool, while Paul Revere created a detailed map of the bodies for use in the trial. The town of Boston engaged Massachusetts Solicitor General Samuel Quincy and private attorney Robert Treat Payne for the prosecution. The defense team deemed it beneficial for Preston and the enlisted personnel to undergo separate trials and secured this separation, and thus Preston was tried late in October 1770 and acquitted after the jury determined that he had not commanded the troops to discharge their weapons. The trial of 8 additional soldiers commenced on November 27, 1770. Adams instructed the jury to disregard the soldiers' British nationality. He described the crowd that incited the soldiers as a diverse assemblage of impudent youths, African Americans, mulattoes, Irishmen, and foreign sailors, and he subsequently remarked, "I cannot comprehend why we should hesitate to label such a group as a mob, unless the term is deemed too dignified for them. The sun will neither halt nor extinguish, nor will the rivers cease to flow, due to the mob in Boston on March the 5th that assaulted a contingent of soldiers." Adams characterized the former slave, Crispus Attucks, asserting that his very look was enough to terrify any person. Well, that's not very nice. And with one hand he took hold of a bayonet, and with the other knocked the man down. But don't worry, 2 of the witnesses actually refuted this assertion, attesting that Attucks was about 12 to 15 feet distance from the soldiers when they commenced the firing. Now, we don't know how long Mr. Attucks' arms were, but they would have had to have been very, very long to seize a bayonet from that distance, and he certainly was not that terrifying. Adams asserted that Attucks' conduct was likely the primary cause of the tragic bloodshed that evening. He contended that the soldiers possessed legal authority to retaliate against the mob, and thus they should be let off. They were completely blameless. He contended that if they were provoked, but not in imminent danger, they were at most culpable of manslaughter. The jury concurred with Adams' assertions and exonerated 6 of the soldiers following a 2.5-hour deliberation. 2 soldiers were convicted of manslaughter due to compelling evidence indicating they had discharged their weapons directly into the crowd. Hard to argue with that, especially with the evidence lying right there. The jury's verdict indicates that they believe that the soldiers perceived a threat from the crowd but ought to have postponed their gunfire. the convicted soldiers invoked the benefit of clergy, which entitles first offenders to a reduced sentence. This mitigated their punishment from capital punishment to public branding of the thumb. Now, what the dickens does public branding of the thumb mean? Well, it is exactly what a branding is. Well, when you're shaking hands with someone, think about this. The part of your thumb is facing up. Well, they would brand that with the letter M. M, of course, meaning manslaughter. And that ensured that they could only receive the commutation once. And of course, the mark would be clearly visible during a handshake or while raising their palm on any future oath. So you imagine you're meeting your girlfriend's parents and you shake your hopefully father-in-law's hand, and when he looks down, his eyebrow raises and says, you've killed somebody before, haven't you? Kinda hard to explain that one away. Either way, that's what public branding of the thumb was. Now, Justices Edmund Trowbridge and Peter Oliver directed the jury, with Oliver specifically commenting on Carr's testimony. He commented, although Carr was not under oath, you must consider whether a man on the brink of death should be deemed credible, particularly in favor of those responsible for his demise. And that is a very good point. Carr's testimony represents one of the earliest documentations of the dying declaration, exception to the inadmissibility of hearsay evidence in United States legal statutes. 4 civilians were adjudicated on December 13th. The primary prosecution witness was a servant of one of the defendants, whose assertions were readily countered by defense witnesses. All of them were acquitted, while the servant was ultimately convicted of perjury, subjected to whipping, and exiled from the province. I'm sure the ones who were acquitted and remained in the province were deeply unpopular. Well, with that, the Boston Massacre is regarded as a pivotal event that galvanized colonial opposition to King George III and British parliamentary authority. John Adams asserted that the foundation of American independence was laid on March the 5th, 1770, and Samuel Adams, along with other patriots, utilized annual commemorations. They were calling it Massacre Day from then on, to foster public sentiment in favor of independence. Subsequent incidents, including the Gaspee Affair and the Boston Tea Party, which I'm just about to record a video on too, exemplified the deteriorating relationship between Britain and its fading colonies. 5 years elapsed between the massacre and the onset of war. It suggests that the connection between the two is merely tenuous. It's broadly regarded, however, as a pivotal occurrence, precipitating the subsequent violent insurrection. Of course, Boston became that fuse of the conflict, not only with the Boston Massacre, but with the Tea Party. And with that, I suppose, I kind of give it away that yes, I am going to make a video about that very soon. Well, who knows, I might publish it tomorrow. We'll see how we go. The 1903 British expedition into Tibet, led by one Colonel Francis Younghusband, a pivotal maneuver in what was known as the Great Game, the intense imperial competition between Britain and Russia for control in Central Asia. It was aimed at establishing diplomatic relations, securing trade routes, and of course, countering Russian influence. Younghusband commanded a force of approximately 1,400 men through the challenging Himalayan terrain to reach the Tibetan capital of Lhasa. In April 1904, the expedition successfully negotiated the Treaty of Lhasa, which granted the British government concessions and expanded the geopolitical presence in the region. It was a bold and strategic mission that not only solidified British influence in Tibet, but also set the groundwork for future interactions, but also tensions. It shows the length to which empires will go to secure their interests and shape the politics of the early 20th century. Welcome to the channel. Interesting one today. That mysterious kingdom. That is, well, just as mysterious today as it was over 100 years ago. If you like this sort of content, and if you're a big fan of history, I suppose you better click the subscribe button, and then you'll get even more of it, or you might even learn something. Now, with that all being said, let's get busy. And we go back to 1815 first. We must provide a little bit of context, don't you think? You see, in the wake of annexing Kumaon and Garhwal in 1815, the British Empire in India endeavored to establish relations with Tibet. But there was a problem. Tibet did not want to establish relations with really anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. Despite expanding their influence into regions like Punjab and Kashmir, the British attempts to initiate trade or any kind of negotiations with Tibet were completely unsuccessful. The situation involved a little more in 1861 when Sikkim came under British protection, prompting the need to define its border with Tibet. Of course, recognizing Sikkim as a strategic trade route into Tibet, the British were more keen than ever to solidify this connection. Plans began to be drawn up. Now, believing that China's presence in Tibet, marked by Chinese armbands, indicated control over the region, the British initiated diplomatic discussions with China concerning affairs in Tibet. Although these talks resulted in a trade agreement and a border settlement, the Tibetans refused to accept the terms. Of course, the British were talking to the Chinese talking to the British. No one was really talking to the meat in the sandwich. Now, although they erected a stone fort on Sikkim territory, this obstructed the trade path and persistently dismantled boundary markers set by British and Chinese officials. When the British Trade Commissioner sought to address this issue, he was informed that Tibet did not acknowledge China's concessions. The contracts that had been made and signed in regard to them were not agreed by. No one actually asked them what they thought about it. Direct attempts to engage with Tibetan authorities were also declined, showing China's inability to enforce its authority in the region. Now, this led the British Governor-General to describe China's apparent suzerainty over Tibet as a constitutional fiction, mainly maintained for convenience and keeping face, but all in all, lacking any real power. Meanwhile, suspicions began to grow within the British government that Russia was supplying Tibet with arms and troops, and they might have even forged their own secret agreement with China regarding Tibet, without the British even knowing about it. Such Russian influence, of course, threatened to disrupt the chain of semi-independent buffer states separating British India from the Russian Empire, potentially providing Russia with direct access to India. In fact, the presence of Russian envoy Agvan Doriev at the Dalai Lama's court intensified these concerns. Of course it would. Why is it that the Russians are allowed to have someone in there but the British are not? Certainly raises a few eyebrows. Acting as an intermediary between the Dalai Lama and the Russian Tsar, Doriev met the Tsar on September 30th, 1900, at the imperial summer residence at Livadia, presenting a plea for Russian protection. Discussions about establishing a Russian consulate in Tibet ensued, and gifts were exchanged. Doriev and the other Tibetan envoys met the Tsar again in 1901 at Petrov. However, apprehensions about potential conflicts with the Qing, that would be the ruling dynasty in China at the time, and the British Empire prevented the finalization of a Russo-Tibetan treaty. But nevertheless, Russia did provide the Dalai Lama with a whole bunch of gifts, lovely little knickknacks from Moscow, along with arms and ammunition. That ought to help in a pinch. These incidents strengthened the Governor-General Lord Curzon's conviction that the Dalai Lama wanted to end Tibet's neutrality and firmly establish it within a Russian sphere of influence. In order to establish trade agreements, Curzon requested in 1903 that the governors of China and Tibet hold talks at Kampa Zong, a small Tibetan village north of Sikkim. The 13th Dalai Lama was ordered to attend by the Chinese, but the Dalai Lama declined. And he also declined to arrange transport so that Yotai, the Amban, could go. The meeting was ruined. Party's over, kid. London granted Governor-General Curzon permission to dispatch a Tibet Frontier Commission, which was headed by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and included John Claude White and E.C. Wilson to Kampa Zong as Deputy Commissioner. It is unknown, though, if the Balfour government fully understood the operation's difficulty, or even how the Tibetans thought about the concept. In order to get ready for his mission, Younghusband travelled to Gangtok, the capital of the Indian state of Sikkim, where John Claude White served as political officer. On July 19, 1903, White had done everything he could to have his appointment to the expeditionary force cancelled because he was not happy about it. He just would rather be somewhere else. Of course, Younghusband was not happy with this. You'll do as you're damn well told. He was unsuccessful, and Younghusband got even for White's disobedience by abandoning him in the leech-infested Sikkim jungles to organize transportation of supplies to the expedition using mules and coolies. That ought to teach him. So, on January 26, 1903, Younghusband received a letter from the Undersecretary to the Indian government that read as following: In the event of your meeting the Dalai Lama, the government of India authorizes you to give him assurance which you suggest in your letter. Beginning in August 1903, Younghusband attempted to incite conflict with the Tibetans at Kampa Zong with Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, his escort commander. Following an act of what they called Tibetan hostility, that the British resident in Nepal later determined was the herding of some trespassing Nepalese yaks and their drovers back across the border, the British took a few months to prepare for the expedition that pressed into Tibetan territories in the early December 1903, in an event to bolster the British cabinet's backing for the invasion. Younghusband telegrammed the Viceroy to inform him that Russian weapons had infiltrated Tibet. However, Curzon in private managed to silence him. He had said to him, "Remember that in the eyes of Her Majesty's government, we are advancing not because of Dordiev or Russian rifles in Lhasa, but because of our convention that was shamelessly violated. Our frontier trespassed upon, our subjects arrested, our mission flouted, our representations ignored." The Tibetan troops were nearly all quickly impressed peasants who lacked motivation, organization, discipline, and training. By impressed, I mean they were conscripts. That's the old word. When you impress somebody, it means you're forcing them to do something. Now, only a small number of the most loyal units, those monks, typically armed with swords and other hand weapons, were successful, and their numbers were really too insignificant to turn the tide of conflict, especially against British cannons and all the rest. Their generals, who appeared to be in awe of the British and refused to take any aggressive action against the small and frequently scattered column, only made the situation worse through their refusal to act. Additionally, they blatantly failed to adequately defend their own natural borders. You think they would have known how to do that, often engaging in combat on comparatively open terrain, where Maxim guns and rifle volleys resulted in a very high death toll. For the Tibetans, of course, not for the British. In contrast, their commanding officer and the British Indian troops were seasoned veterans of fighting in the northwest frontier's mountainous border. This was not their first time. And so, over 3,000 fighting men made up the British force, which was primarily composed of British Indian troops. There were also 7,000 Sherpas, porters, and camp followers, in addition to the 8th Gurkhas, 40th Pathans, 23rd and 32nd Sikh Pioneers, 19th Punjab Infantry, and Royal Fusiliers. This force also included engineers, mountain artillery, 4 regiments of Maxim machine gun detachments, and thousands of porters who were recruited from Sikkim and Nepal. 6 companies of the 23rd Sikh Pioneers, 4 companies of the 8th Gurkhas in reserve at Nartong in Sikkim, and 2 Gurkha companies guarding the British camp at Kampatong were among the numerous Gurkha and Pathan troops from the mountainous areas like Nepal that the British authorities included because they anticipated the difficulties of this high-altitude conflict. Better bring some people who live in high altitudes anyway. They might have a better idea. Thus the Tibetans were aware of the expedition, and the Tibetan general at Yatung promised not to attack the British, as long as the British did not attack the Tibetans, to prevent any bloodshed. On the 6th of December, 1903, Colonel Younghusband responded, "We are not at war with Tibet, and that unless we are attacked ourselves, we shall not attack the Tibetans." Younghusband's advanced to Tuna, 50 miles beyond the border, with about 1,150 soldiers, porters, laborers, and thousands of pack animals after neither Tibetan nor Chinese officials met the British at Kampatong. The expedition was ordered to proceed towards Lhasa in 1904, after waiting there for several more months in the vain hope of encountering negotiations. When a foreign power sent a military mission to its capital, the Tibetan government, led by the 13th Dalai Lama, became concerned, I wonder why, and began to gather its troops, just in case. The extensive experience in Indian border conflicts, the British Army was well prepared for combat when it left Nartong in Sikkim on December 11, 1903. Brigadier General Ronald Leslie MacDonald, its commander, spent the winter in the border country, training his troops, close to regular food and shelter supplies. In March 1904, however, he began a serious advance, covering more than 50 miles, before running into his first significant obstacle on the 31st of March at the pass of Guru, close to Lake Bam So, or Dochen So. And then things get dark pretty quickly. The massacre of Chumikchenko occurred on March 31st, 1904. A 3,000-strong Tibetan force positioned behind a 5-foot rock wall and armed with, antiquated matchlock muskets. We're talking 1904. Faced the front line of MacDonald's army and blocked the road. The Tibetans had set up 7 or 8 sangars on the slope above. When asked to halt, young husband, the commissioner, responded that the advance had to go on, and he could not permit any Tibetan troops to stay on the road. But the Tibetans refused to leave their positions or engage in combat. They were simply at a deadlock. MacDonald had responded that the only thing to do was to disarm them and then let them go. It does appear that a mock attack was staged, mainly to incite the Tibetans into firing, give them an excuse to take action in return. Therefore it appears that the Lhasa's general's action, firing a pistol and striking a Sikh in the jaw, was prompted by altercations between the Sikhs and Tibetan guards gathered around the Tibetan generals. According to British accounts, the situation quickly escalated when the Tibetan general became enraged upon witnessing the brawl unfold and shot the Sikh soldier in the face, causing the fellow soldiers to retaliate violently. According to a Reuters report by Henry Newman, who identified himself as an eyewitness, after this shot, the Tibetan crowd rushed forward and attacked Edmund Candler, a Daily Mail correspondent. Shortly after, fire was upon the Tibetans, gathered behind the wall from 3 different directions. According to the doctor, Austin Waddell, they poured a withering fire into the enemy, which with the quick-firing Maxims mowed down the Tibetans in a few minutes with a terrific slaughter. Tibetan second-hand accounts have claimed that the British fired without warning and that they actually tricked the Tibetans into putting out the fuses for their matchlocks. Nevertheless, there is really no proof that such a deception did occur. It's more likely that the cumbersome weapons were likely of little use under the given conditions. In addition to that, a high wall protected almost all of the Gurkha, Sikh and British soldiers nearest the Tibetans, and none of them were killed. As the Tibetans retreated, the Maxim guns mowed them down. Lieutenant Arthur Haddo, commander of the Maxim Guns Detachment, wrote, "I stopped firing because I was so tired of the carnage, even though the general had told me to make as big a bag of it as possible. I hope I shall never again have to shoot down men walking away." Jeez, if that had happened a generation later, court-martial sort of stuff. Ugh. Horrible. Brigadier General MacDonald permitted the Tibetan forces to withdraw after they took refuge a half-mile from the battlefield. Between 600 and 700 people were killed and 168 injured behind them. 148 of them survived as prisoners in British field hospitals. 12 Brits were injured. The Tibetans wore amulets that the lamas had given them and were assured that they would be magically shielded from harm during the battle and others that followed. They realized the hard way that the amulets don't actually do that. It is a good way to boost morale, though. After one battle, the remaining Tibetans displayed a great deal of perplexity due to the amulet's inefficiency. They were reportedly extremely confused. How on earth are we being shot at? Are we being injured when we have the magical amulets? In the same way that the Boxer Rebellion soldiers were quite confused that their supernatural powers were not holding up to cannon and gunfire. Finding out the hard way. Well, a day later, young husband wrote in a telegram to his superior in India as follows: I trust the tremendous punishment they have received will prevent further fighting and induce them at least to negotiate. A week later, MacDonald's force broke through the first barrier and, gaining momentum, crossed the deserted defences at Kangma. On the 9th of April, they made an attempt to cross the Red Idol Gorge, which had been fortified to block passage. MacDonald gave his Gurkha soldiers orders to climb the gorge's steep hillsides and expel the Tibetan forces that were positioned atop the cliffs. They started doing this, but were soon engulfed in a raging blizzard that cut off all communication with the Gurkha force. Exploratory probes down the pass were shot at with a few hours later, and the fruitless battle lasted until the storm passed at noon, demonstrating that the Gurkhas had somehow managed to get a position above the Tibetans. Faced with gunfire from both sides as Sikh troops advanced up the hillside, the Tibetans decided to retreat, once more coming under the heavy fire of the superior British artillery, and they did so in a timely manner, leaving only 200 dead in their wake. Once more, the British losses were hardly worth a mention. The British military pushed on to Gyantsur after this battle at the Red Idol Gorge, as the British had later dubbed it, and they arrived there on April the 11th. The garrison had already left, and the gates of the town were opened before MacDonald's forces arrived. Francis' young husband wrote to his father, As I have always said, the Tibetans are nothing but sheep. It's not very nice, isn't it? While the Westerners looked at the Palkor Chodeh monastic complex, the townspeople went about their daily lives. The focal point was the 9-story stupa, known as the Temple of 100,000 Deities, which was modelled after the Mahabodhi Temple in Bodh Gaya, where Gautama Buddha had reportedly first attained his enlightenment. Officers passed around the scrolls and statuettes. Changlo Manor became the mission headquarters, where a young husband could host his durbars and meet with the Dalai Lama representatives. Young husband's mission staff and escort were housed in the farmyard and country mansion of a Tibetan noble family named Changlo. They now entered a house-salon period, as Charles Allen puts it, and even establishing a vegetable garden at the manor, while the officers went shooting and fishing and exploring the town unaccompanied. A holiday, if you want to put it that way. The charitable Captain Herbert Walton, the Commission's medical officer, provided for the local population's needs, including an operation theatre to treat cleft palates, a condition that is especially prevalent in Tibet. In order to safeguard the supply line, MacDonald ordered the main force to start the march back to New Chumbi 5 days after arriving in Gyantsur, and judging the defences of Changlo Manor to be secure. In an attempt to get London's opinion on moving the mission to Lhasa, young husband telegraphed the city, but he received no response. The events surrounding Chumikchenko had caused shock and growing disquiet in Britain, a spectacle that featured half-armed men being destroyed, with the irresistible weapons of science, had drawn criticism from publications like The Spectator and Punch. The cabinet kept its collective head down in Whitehall. Young husband was informed that the Tibetan troops had assembled now at Carolo, which was 45 miles east of Gyantse. Without first consulting Brigadier General MacDonald, who was 2 days away on horseback, Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, commander of the mission escort at Changlo Manor, made the decision to attack the Tibetan force gathering at Carolo. Instead, Brander spoke with young husband, who stated that he supported the move. When Brander's telegram outlining his plans reached MacDonald at New Chumbi on May the 3rd, he attempted to cancel the action. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Percival Landon, a Times correspondent who attended the talks, noted that attacking the Tibetans was injudicious and quite out of keeping with the studious way in which we had hitherto kept ourselves in the right. Gurkha riflemen of the 8th Gurkhas and sepoys of the 32nd Sikh pioneers, who had climbed and fought at an altitude of more than 5,700 meters, won the battle at Carolo on May 5th, which is arguably, a bit of trivia for you here, the highest altitude battle that has ever been fought in history. That's an interesting little fact, isn't it? Well, at the same time, the Changlo garrison was attacked by an estimated 800 Tibetans. 3 men from the mission garrison were killed, but the assailants lost 160 people as a result of the Tibetan War, which allowed the mission staff to organize and repel them. Lieutenant Leonard Bethel, who was far away at New Chumbi, wrote an exaggerated account of the attack that praised the bravery of young husband. However, according to young husband's own account, he had fled to the redoubt and stayed undercover there. Brander's Karola party had commandeered the Gurkhas' light mountain guns and Maxims, which would have been very helpful in defending the fort, which was now in Tibetan hands. Brander received a message from young husband instructing him to finish attacking Karo before going back to relieve the garrison. Even though it was shocking, young husband's goal was achieved by the unprovoked attack on the mission and the Tibetans' reoccupation of the Gyantse Dong. He wrote in a private correspondence to Lord Curzon, "The Tibetans have, as usual, played into our hands." He also wrote to Lord Ampthill in Simla, "His Majesty's government must see that the necessity for going to Lhasa has now been proved beyond all doubt." The Dzong continued to fire on the mission and its garrison after the attack on May 5th. Even though the Tibetan weapons were antiquated and ineffective, they maintained a steady pressure, and the deaths were an erratic but a persistent reality. 11 more people died in the 7 weeks following the surprise attack on Changlo Manor after the first one on May 6th. In response, the garrison launched its own assaults. 1 Maxim was positioned on the roof, and brief bursts of machine gun fire struck targets as they emerged on the Dzong's walls. Some of the mounted infantry, who had returned from Carolo with new standard-issue Lee Enfield rifles, pursued the Tibetan horsemen. Yeah, look, when the Lee Enfield came out, that was pretty much the best you could get at the time. Now, the assault on Changlo Manor appeared to actually motivate the Indian and British governments to step up their efforts, and, as planned, reinforcements were sent out. In addition to the 6 companies of Indian troops from the 40th Pathans, a party from the 1st Battalion, the Royal Irish Rifles with 2 Maxim guns, a British Army mountain battery with 4 10-pounder guns, and Murray Mountain Battery, 2 field hospitals and British troops stationed at Le Bon were sent, with the 1st Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers, the closest British infantry available. The Royal Fusiliers departed on May 24, 1904, and joined MacDonald in the first days of June at the Tibet Mission's base depot in New Chumbi. During this time there were notable alarms and actions, such as the successful fighting on May the 18th to 19th that aimed to take a building away from the Tibetans between the mission post and the Dzong. The structure was renamed the Gurkha House after about 50 Tibetans were shot dead. On May 21st, Brander's troops departed for the village of Naini, where the Tibetans had taken control of the monastery and a small fort. They engaged in intense combat, but had to disband in return to protect the mission from the Dzong's coordinated attack, which Otley's mounted infantry had put down. The Tibetan commander of the garrison at the Gyaltse Dong, one Dapon Tai Ling, made one final serious attempt to seize Changlo Manor. British morale was raised when a company of the 32nd Sikh pioneers arrived on May 24th, and Captain Seymour Shepherd, dubbed a legend in the Indian Army, arrived at Gyaltse leading a group of sappers. He participated in an assault on the Pala Manor, which is located 1,000 yards east of Changlo Manor, on May 28th. There were at this time 400 Tibetans killed or injured, until MacDonald returned with additional troops, and Brander focused on fortifying 3 positions: the manor, the Gurkha House, and the Pala Manor. No further attacks were considered. He also reopened the lines of communication with New Chumbi. It was by this point that Lord Kitchener, the Commander-in-Chief in India, was adamant that Brigadier General MacDonald take full responsibility for the mission going forward. Back in Simla, there was a perception that young husband was overly eager to leave for Lhasa. On June the 6th, young husband left for New Chumbi and sent a telegram to Curzon's Foreign Department head, Louis Dane, stating, "We are now fighting the Russians, not the Tibetans. Since Kerala, we are dealing with Russia." He also sent off a series of letters and telegrams asserting that there was ample proof that the Tibetans were dependent on Russian assistance, and they were getting significant amounts of it. The problem was, the assertions were pretty much baseless. In his capacity as acting viceroy, Lord Amthil gave young husband instructions to resume talks and make another effort to get in touch with the Dalai Lama. In 2 different letters, young husband reluctantly gave the Lama and the Chinese Amban Manchu resident in Lhasa, Yu Tai, an ultimatum. However, as he wrote to his sister, he opposed the course of action because he believed it would give them another chance of negotiating. Young husband arrived at New Chumbi on June 10th, following a discussion between MacDonald and young husband, and on June 12th, the Tibet Field Force marched out of New Chumbi. The road to Lhasa would be open after Gyaltse Dong was removed as a barrier. The main target of MacDonald's army was Gyaltse Dong because it was too powerful for a small raiding force to take, and because it overlooked British supply routes. On June 26th, the 40th Pathan soldiers and Gurkhas engaged in house-to-house combat inside a fortified monastery at Naini that overlooked the approach. Additionally, when the garrison at Changlo Manor joined the battle, Tibetan forces in 2 forts in the village found themselves between 2 fires. On June 28th, the companies of Gurkhas, the 40th Pathans, and the 2 waves of infantry cleared the Sechen monastery to the northwest and the fortress that protected its rear, removing the last barrier to the assault on Gyeongse-dong. Thus far, Tibetan reactions to the invasion have mostly consisted of static defenses and mountain sniping at the passing column. Frankly, neither of them were very successful. The Tibetans had made no attacks against the British positions, except for that abortive attack on Changlo 2 months earlier. It was this mindset that resulted from a combination of legitimate fear of the Maxim guns. Can hardly blame them when they're wielding matchlocks against them, but also confidence in the strong foundation of their defenses. But they were consistently let down in battle, mostly due to their subpar equipment and inexperienced officers. And yes, the amulets weren't working. So young husband instructed the Tibetan delegation to vacate Dzong within 36 hours, following a formal durbar held at the mission on July 3rd. Although it was unclear why negotiations could not take place while the Tibetans controlled the Dzong, young husband made no attempt to engage in dialogue. On the other hand, a campaign to weaken General MacDonald's authority was launched against a more patient man. On July 3rd, Captain O'Connor, wrote to Helen young husband that he should be removed and another and better man, a fighting general, substituted. The best Tibetan soldiers and the nation's sole artillery defended the heavily fortified Gyeongse-dong, which held a commanding position above the valley below. In order to divert Tibetan troops from the southern side of Dzong, which was to be the primary target of the impending attack, MacDonald launched a demonstration, a feint primarily aimed at the western edges of Gyeongse-dong. His main force would then immediately storm the breach created by an artillery bombardment with mountain guns to stop the Tibetans from reoccupying the 14th century monastic complex at Setchen. I'm sorry to say that it was set on fire. Hard to find excuses for that one, isn't it? The things that we've lost along the way. The final attack on July 6th did not proceed as planned because the Tibetan walls proved to be a lot more formidable than the British had anticipated. 3 columns of infantry were to advance from the southwest, south, and southeast, according to the plan of General MacDonald. However, there was a near catastrophe at the start of the attack when 2 columns collided in the dark. Breaking through took 11 hours. The attack had little chance of success before nightfall because the breach was not finished until 4 p.m. Gurkhas and Royal Fusiliers were heavily fired upon, and they did suffer some casualties as they breached the broken wall. As rocks rained down upon them, one of the Maxims misdirected fire and struck more Gurkhas than Tibetan defenders above them. Gurkha troops scaled the rock face and climbed the rock directly beneath the upper ramparts. 2 soldiers, both wounded, broke through a bottleneck under fire after multiple unsuccessful attempts to scale the walls. They established a foothold that the subsequent troops took advantage of, allowing the walls to be captured. For the rest of the campaign, the Tibetans remained a constant threat, but never a major issue. Regardless, the Tibetans continued to retreat, giving the British control of the road to Lhasa, but denying MacDonald a safe route to get there. Now, both of the soldiers who breached the Gyeongse-dong wall received substantial rewards. Havildar Kabir Pun received the Indian Order of Merit First Class, which is equivalent to the Victoria Cross, because Indian soldiers actually were not eligible for Victoria Crosses until the First World War, which he should have been given one afterwards anyway. Well, while Lieutenant John Duncan Grant receives the only Victoria Cross given out during the expedition. Despite having witnessed the Gordons at Dargai, Major Wimberley, one of the mission's medical officers, wrote that he thought the storming at the breach at Gansedong by the Gurkhas was a far finer performance. Following the fall of Gansedong, soldiers pillaged the monasteries, including Parkour Chodeh and Dongsa. Looting appeared to be acceptable if the army believed it had been opposed in any way, regardless of what general orders and the Hague Convention of 1899 may have required. Yes, the Hague Convention goes back that far. While Dr. Waddell, Brigadier General MacDonald, and his Chief of Staff, Major Eagledon, claimed that the monastic sites were most religiously respected, Major William Bainon, in a letter to his wife on July 7th, stated that some of the pillaging was actually officially authorized. It wouldn't surprise me if you know about what happened with the old Summer Palace. Terrible. On July 14th, MacDonald's force marched east along the Lhasa Road after the sappers demolished the Surchen Monastery and fort on July 12th. On the heights, to the left and the right, the Gurkhas engaged in combat with the resolute group of Tibetan fighters at Karula, the wide-mouthed pass where fighting had taken place 2.5 months earlier. But in essence, resistance pretty much waned prior to the advance, and a scorched earth policy was implemented. The Tibetans cleared villages and took what food and whatever fodder they could, denying the British of loot. There were plenty of red shanks and gulls in the lakes, but the troops could also fish there. They travelled along the Yamdokso's shores and arrived at the Nakatsa fortress, which was empty, save for a group of Lhasa delegates. Young husband refused to negotiate until Lhasa, despite MacDonald's insistence that they settle the business. When mounted infantry advanced to take control of the Iron Bridge, or the crossing at Jushul Chazkam, on July 22nd, the troops encamped beneath the wall of another fortress, Pote Dzong, and were abandoned and in ruins. After 4 days, the army started to cross the Tsangpo on July 25th, following the mounted infantry. The 13th Dalai Lama had actually escaped all the way to Urga. Now, if you don't know where that is the old capital of Outer Mongolia. When the force reached Lhasa on August 3rd, 1904, he was well and truly gone. Disappointing. But the Amban was there, and he told the British that he had no power to negotiate with them. But he did lead his personal guard into the city. The Tibetans informed them that the only person with the power to sign any agreements was the Dalai Lama, and he was not there. The Chinese emperor was advised by the Amban to remove the Dalai Lama. As August went on, the Tibetan Council of Ministers and the General Assembly started to yield to pressure on the terms, with the exception of the indemnity, which they felt was excessively high for a developing nation. However, young husband eventually coerced the Tibetan National Assembly and the regent, Ganden Tri Rinpoche, into signing a treaty that he had drafted on September 7th, 1904, which became known as the Convention of Lhasa. At the Patala Palace, it was once more signed at young husband's insistence. It was his ability to ram the whole treaty down their throats that he wrote to his wife. So the main points of the Convention of Lhasa are as follows. First was that they acknowledged the border between Tibet and Sikkim. The Chumbi Valley would be given to Britain until the substantial indemnity was paid by Tibet. Trade in Yatung, Gyansa, and Gartok was permitted, and that Tibet would not interact with any other foreign nations. the Tibetan negotiators had found it most difficult to accept the amount of the indemnity. In fact, it was about 7.5 million rupees. A little bit expensive. In fact, Sir John Broderick, the Secretary of State for India, had stated that it must be within the power of the Tibetans to pay, and had allowed young husband to be guided by circumstances in this matter. The young husband added that British trade agent based in Gyansa should be allowed to travel to Lhasa for consultations whenever he wanted, and increased the amount of the original indemnity, which was £5,900,000, to the 7.5 million. He appears to have continued to pursue Lord Curzon's geopolitical goal of securing the Chumbi Valley for Britain in order to increase British influences in Tibet. Since the British occupation of the Chumbi Valley was guaranteed until payment was made, the valley would have remained in British hands. Young husband wanted the payment to be made in annual installments. When you work it all out, I'm not a mathematician, but it would have taken the Tibetans about 75 to 80 years to pay off the debt. Immediately following the signing, young husband wrote to his wife, "I have Russia out forever. I have Chumbi for 75 years." When one has known the scorpion, meaning China, the frog, meaning Britain, is divine, the regent also remarked in his correspondence. Now, Britain declared that it still recognized Chinese claims of sovereignty over Tibet, while the Amban subsequently publicly renounced the treaty. Acting Lord Viceroy Amtil significantly loosened the terms in other areas to cut the indemnity by 2/3. The 1906 Anglo-Chinese Convention updated the terms of this 1904 treaty. China committed not to permit any other foreign state to interfere with the territory or internal administration of Tibet, while the British agreed not to annex Tibetan territory or to interfere in the administration of Tibet in exchange for a little bit of payment from the Qing court. Always down to the money. Well, following the formal gift presentation, the British mission left in late September of 1904. Although Britain had won, if we can put it that way, and secured the agreements it wanted, nothing had really changed. Despite losing the war, the Tibetans believed that China had been humbled by its inability to protect its client state from foreign invasions, and had placated the British by signing a treaty that was essentially meaningless and unenforceable. When the war ended, Tibetan troops who had been captured were released unconditionally, many of them after undergoing medical care. But in actuality, the strongest opposition to the war was expressed back in London. You see, colonial wars had been pretty unpopular by the Edwardian period. Both public and political opinion had disapproved of starting wars for such trivial reasons as Curzon's were, and the initial battle, which was characterized in Britain as a willful slaughter of defenseless men, was seen as equally unpopular. King Edward VII's backing was the only reason why young husband MacDonald Grant and others received any recognition for the war. Only 202 British soldiers were killed in the action. 411 got taken out by diseases. But around 2,000 to 3,000 Tibetans are thought to be killed, or at least gravely injured. Even though young husband became the residency of Kashmir after the campaign thanks to a little grease of the wheels from Curzon, political decisions regarding Kashmir and the princely states were made without consulting him, because his judgment was simply no longer trusted. Young husband had no future in the Indian political service after Curzon's protection ended. When George Roos Capel was appointed Chief Commissioner of the Northwest Frontier Province in 1908, Young husband retired from India at the age of 46. Surely you've heard of Genoa. It was once a powerhouse in the Mediterranean, you know, a mighty maritime republic that dominated trade, banking, and naval warfare from the Middle Ages all through the Renaissance. It was known for its fierce rivalry with Venice. Genoa controlled key trade routes, founded colonies across the Mediterranean, and even played quite a pivotal role in the Crusades. We'll get to that later. Of course, its fleet was legendary. Its wealth helped fund explorers like Christopher Columbus. It gives us a rich legacy of art, culture, and political influence. Genoa's rise and fall offer a fascinating story of ambition, power, and the ever-changing tides of history. But we're not going to start from the Middle Ages today. We're going to go back a little bit earlier, and we're not quite going to end at the Renaissance. We're going to go a little bit later than that. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Where are my manners? Welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. For those returning, great to have you back with me. Today we're talking about Genoa. We already spoke about Venice a little while back, and I figured that I was due for a video about Genoa. So here I am. Those who enjoy the content may like, subscribe, and leave a comment, or just continue enjoying it in whatever capacity they want to do so. But get relaxed, because we begin now. And we begin all the way back in the 5th or 4th millennium. That's right. People have been living in the region that is now the city since that time. And this makes it quite an old one, continuously inhabited. It is believed that the first town, which is also referred to as an oppidum, was originally established in the 5th century BC at the peak of a hill that is now known as Castello. This is, of course, the word for castle, which is situated within the medieval Old Town. Now, it is highly probable that the ancient Ligures were the ones who established this town. It was the ancient Ligures who were responsible for giving the name to the modern region of Liguria. Bit of trivia there for you, already off to a good start. During this time period, the Genoese town, which was inhabited by the Genuati, a group of Ligure peoples, was regarded as the emporium of the Ligurians, due to the fact that it had a strong commercial character. Of course, we are going back to very old Roman depictions of this region. The Genoese oppidum formed an alliance with Rome during the Second Punic War by means of a foedus aquum, which is Latin for equal pact. The Second Punic War, by the way, Punic referring to Carthage, Rome's old rival, at least before all the other rivals came up. Now, this alliance was maintained throughout the conflict, fairly unshakable. Between the years of 209 and 208 BC, the Carthaginians were the ones who were responsible for its destruction. Reconstruction of the town took place, and in 146 BC, right after the conclusion of the Punic Wars, the town was granted rights of a municipal government. Following that, the original castrum expanded into the regions that are now denoted by the names Santa Maria de Castello and San Lorenzo Promontory. One of the goods that was traded at this time was actually honey, and other items included skins and timber. Interesting thing about honey is that it's one of the few foods that do not spoil. In fact, it might be the only one that doesn't spoil, come to think of it. Well, of course, this encompassed the transportation of goods to and from the hinterland of Genoa, which included major cities such as Tortona and Piacenza, among a few others. It was discovered that the location of the site was also the location of an amphitheatre, in addition to other archaeological remains from the Roman period as well. Of course, following the fall of the Western Roman Empire, a period of turmoil ensued. Why? Well, various Germanic tribes began to invade and settle across much of what had once been Roman territory. Now, with posts abandoned and weapons sheathed, it was basically up for grabs. It's free real estate. Among these invaders, the Lombards, a Germanic tribe, played quite a role in shaping the future of the region. You see, in 643, the Lombard kingdom under the leadership of King Rothari took control of Genoa, along with other cities along the Ligurian coast. This marked the beginning of a long period of Lombard influence in the area. In 773, the political landscape of Genoa shifted once again when the Frankish Empire annexed the Lombard kingdom. The Frankish Empire, by the way, later on to be the Carolingians, that is the one of Charlemagne, those great kings of those sorts, the French, before they were called the French, essentially. Now at this time, the first Carolingian Count of Genoa, Ademaris, was appointed to govern the city and its surroundings. He was granted the title of Praefectus Civitatis Genuensis, which reflected, of course, his authority over the town, although at this point it's important to say that Genoa was still a relatively small settlement, and being a relatively small settlement, that carries limitations to one's political or commercial influence. But don't worry, they'll grow into the role. It would take several more centuries, actually, for Genoa to begin developing its own identity as this major trading hub, not at least to say a major naval power. During the next 100 years, the city focused on building its merchant fleet, a critical component of its future success. Over time, the fleet would grow to dominate trade in the western Mediterranean, eventually making Genoa one of the most influential maritime powers in the region, and one of the most influential in history. Believe me, it's up there with the Spanish Armada. It's up there with the British Navy. Don't believe me? Keep on listening. However, Genoa's growth was not without significant growing pains. In 934 to 935, the city suffered a devastating blow when a Fatimid fleet, led by Yaqub ibn Ishaq al-Tamimi, attacked and completely ravaged the city. They were looted, and much of what was left in its wake was set fire to. A trail of destruction. The new foundation of the city, the rubble of the old. This attack, however, has been the subject of historical debate, with some scholars questioning whether Genoa at that time was nothing more than a small, insignificant fishing village, hardly worth the effort of a military campaign, while others argue, including myself, that the city must have been a growing commercial center to have attracted such an assault in the first place. Now, why would Mr. al-Tamimi even stop at a fishing village? Unless he was really craving fish. Perhaps. But it seems pretty unlikely to me. Either way, the events surrounding this attack remain quite a source of intrigue. And it's just the nature of the early history when we don't have too much written records explicitly referring to this time in Genoa, at least not from the Genoans themselves. But don't worry. Despite the setback, Genoa continued its gradual rise in importance. A significant turning point occurred many years later, in 958. We're talking about 20 years after the attack, when local political structure gained a major boost. Well, what happened? Well, you see, a diploma from Berengar II of Italy granted Genoa full legal autonomy. ensuring that the city's lands would be regarded as landed lordships. This recognition paved the way for further developments in Genoa's governance. By the late 11th century, the lords of nearby valleys and coastal areas, as well as various trade associations, gathered together to create the city's first formal constitution. This development marked the establishment of Genoa as a, well, as they say in the tongue, compagnia communis, a self-governing city-state. So we arrive now to the point where Genoa becomes Genoa. The early history is out of the way. Perhaps the hard days are not quite over. But now we've really got a foundation of a city. We've got something. Genoa has become what it needs to be. Of course, over the coming centuries, the political structure played a significant role in shaping Genoa's future. The city's local organization maintained its relevance and influence through the Middle Ages, with its Grand Council categorizing members according to their political allegiances and affiliations with different compagnies. Now, this word compagnie, of course, is referring to trade associations, by the way. As late as 1382, the classification continued to be a defining feature of Genoa's political landscape. It's complex and often factionalized, this nature of its governance. You'll see what I mean. So by the year 1100, Genoa had become an independent city-state, all of its own, joining the ranks of other powerful Italian city-states, for example, Venice, Pisa, these kinds of places. Although the Bishop of Genoa held the nominal role of president, and the Holy Roman Emperor remained the city's formal overlord, real power rested in the hands of elected consuls. These consuls were chosen annually by popular assembly, showing once again the growing autonomy of Genoa as a political entity, deciding their own fate. During this period, the city faced external threats too, particularly from Muslim raiders who had begun targeting coastal cities across the Mediterranean. In the year 1000, Pisa was actually attacked by Muslim forces, and by 1015 these raids intensified, with Luni also coming under assault. The situation escalated in 1016, when Mujahid al-Siglabi, the emir of the Taifa of Denia, launched a massive attack on Sardinia. We're talking a fleet of over 125 ships. That's a lot. Genoa, alongside Pisa, joined forces to defend the island, marking the beginning of a series of military alliances between the two cities. However, by 1066, competition for control of Sardinia led to open conflict between Genoa and Pisa. The two city-states went to war over the island's strategic and economic importance. Alongside other influential Italian city-states like Venice, Amalfi, Gaeta, Ancona, and Ragusa, Genoa was recognized as one of the maritime republics. These cities held significant naval power during the medieval period, and their fleets were critical in shaping the political and commercial landscape of the Mediterranean. Now, one of Genoa's most notable military endeavors actually took place in 1087, when they, alongside Pisa, launched a joint naval assault on the Fatimid Caliphate's capital, Mahdia, in North Africa. This operation was led by Hugh of Pisa, with additional support from soldiers from the Pantaleone of Amalfi, as well as contingents from Salerno and Gaeta. The attack, which came to be known as the Mahdia Campaign, was officially sanctioned by Pope Victor III, who provided religious backing. After a fierce battle, the attackers managed to take control of Mahdia. However, the victory was a little bit short-lived, as Arab forces led by the Fatimids were able to rally and drive the invaders out. Bad luck, I suppose. The Genoese and Pisan fleets withdrew after a dramatic naval clash, which resulted in the destruction of the Arab fleet in the harbour.
Despite the withdrawal, the campaign marked a pivotal moment in the struggle for the dominance in the Western Mediterranean, and it solidified the influence of Genoa, Venice, and Pisa. Which you don't think about Pisa too much, don't you? But give them a little bit of credit. The collapse of the Arab fleet significantly altered the balance of power, it must be said, allowing Western European states to more easily ship supplies and reinforcements to the Crusades during the First Crusade, 1096 to 99. Now, a little bit before that, 1092, Genoa's military efforts expanded further when it joined forces with Alfonso VI of Leon and Castile to launch a campaign against the Muslim Taifa of Valencia. This alliance, which also included troops from the Kingdom of Aragon under King Sancho Ramirez, culminated in a failed siege of Tortosa, which proved to be an unsuccessful military operation. Despite the setback, however, these campaigns certainly got the attention of the other side, and it solidified Genoa's role in this broader struggle of the era. Now, the First Crusade. That was the catalyst for Genoa's real growth into a powerful force. In 1097, to aid the Crusader effort, Hugh of Châteauneuf, the Bishop of Grenoble, and William, Bishop of Orange, arrived in Genoa to deliver sermons and rally support for the Holy War. The Genoese response was swift. They provided a ship, 12 galleys, and a contingent of 1,200 soldiers to join the Crusaders. Under the leadership of local aristocrats de Insula and Avvocato, the Genoese fleet sailed towards the eastern Mediterranean. During the siege of Antioch in 1098, the Genoese played a crucial logistical role by blockading the city from the sea and providing naval support for the Crusaders besieging it on land. Genoese crossbowmen, commanded by Guglielmo Embracco, also provided critical assistance during the siege of Jerusalem in 1099, reinforcing Crusader forces with these fancy sharpshooting abilities. Crossbows were pretty good at the time. Now, the Genoese also formed a significant political alliance with Bohemond of Taranto, who had become the ruler of the newly conquered Principality of Antioch following the capture of the city on May 3, 1098. In recognition of their assistance during the conquest, Bohemond granted the Genoese a series of privileges. He gave them 30 houses in Antioch, a headquarters, and the church of San Giovanni, which would serve as a lasting symbol of their influence in the region. In return for their military support during the First Crusade, Genoa was further rewarded with the relics of St. John the Baptist, which were brought back to the city on May 6, 1098, by a portion of the Genoese army. The acquisition of these holy relics enhanced Genoa's prestige and helped cement its status as a leading republic. Also, Genoa benefited from favorable commercial treaties and established numerous settlements across the Middle East. In the early 12th century, Genoa solidified its position through strategic alliances, most notably with King Baldwin I of Jerusalem, who reigned from 1100 to 1118. This alliance brought significant rewards to the Republic of Genoa. In exchange for its military support, Baldwin granted Genoa a substantial portion of the territories in the Holy Land. They received a third of the city of Caesarea, a third of the lordship of Arsuf, and a third of the revenue from the crucial port city of Acre. Additionally, a unique arrangement was made in which the Republic of Genoa would receive 300 bezants annually whenever 50 or more Genoese soldiers participated in Baldwin's campaigns, essentially ensuring Genoa a share of Baldwin's conquests. Not a bad deal. Not bad at all. A little bit more territory, a little bit of money. Certainly not one to pass up. So the growing political and military presence also led to a series of advantageous commercial agreements. The Republic's strong position as a maritime power facilitated trade with a diverse range of regions. Now that includes the Byzantine Empire, Tripoli, which is in modern-day Libya, the Principality of Antioch, Cilician Armenia, and Egypt. These agreements resulted in significant increases in Genoese trade, particularly in luxury goods, and enhanced the Republic's economic prosperity. However, despite these successes, Genoa's position was challenged during the late 12th century, when Saladin's campaigns in Egypt and Syria caused Genoa to lose some of its territories. Although it retained the right to trade within these regions, the shifting balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean was another reminder of the volatile nature of territorial control during this period. Yet, through all the chaos, Genoa's influence in trade continued to thrive. Their involvement in military campaigns was also pivotal to their rise. In 1147, the Republic participated in the siege of Almeria, alongside Castile and Alfonso VII of Leon. The goal was to reclaim the city from Muslim control, a mission that they ultimately succeeded in. In recognition of its contributions, one of Genoa's own citizens, Otto de Bonvillano, was granted a third of the city after its capture. He swore an oath of loyalty to Genoa and pledged to maintain a garrison of 300 men to protect the city at all times. This development is a reflection of Genoa's evolving approach to expansion. You see, instead of relying solely on Republican government, Genoa's early military ventures often involved private citizens gaining control of foreign lands and then swearing allegiance to the Republic. That's one way to do it, not the traditional method. Well, it's indirect, sure, but it allowed Genoa to extend its influence without the need for a fully centralized or direct form of governance. In 1148, Genoa once again demonstrated its military prowess during the siege of Tortosa, assisting Count Raymond Berengar IV of Barcelona in capturing the city from Muslim forces. For its role in the conquest, Genoa was once again awarded a third of the city, more territorial holdings, and a better reputation to go with it. Well, all the while, as the influence of Genoa was expanding, its former rivals, Pisa and Amalfi, well, they were beginning to lose ground. Genoa was taking up a lot of space, and it was now emerging as the leading naval power. This period of the 11th and 12th centuries saw Genoa and Venice becoming the two principal maritime powers in the region. Both republics were heavily involved in the Mediterranean slave trade too, which became a lucrative business for them. Genoa's dominance in this trade solidified more of its commercial gains, but it also brought it into direct competition with Venice. The rivalry between the two cities in the Mediterranean was not limited to trade, but extended to military and naval conflicts as well, with both republics vying for control of key ports and trade routes. Thus, Venice emerged as Genoa's primary adversary, and the two republics became major participants in the Mediterranean slave trade all through the Middle Ages. Of course, a trade that was not only profitable, in our modern terms, questionable, but really the driving force that shaped both of the economies. Among the many treasures brought back to Genoa from the Crusades, one item stood above the rest. A green glass goblet was long revered by the people of the Republic. For centuries, this object was considered to be the Holy Grail itself, a sacred relic that symbolized Genoa's deep connection to the Crusades and its role in the reconquest of the Holy Land. Of course, some believed that this had mystical powers and it was highly cherished by the Genoese, and its return to the city was celebrated as a profound religious and cultural victory. It was a symbol of Genoa's participation in the Crusades and its success. Whether it was the real Holy Grail or not, well, that is up to your imagination. However,
Alongside such revered artifacts, medieval Genoa also became famous for its involvement in those less noble activities that I had mentioned. Slavery, this trade in human life. Of course, it was an integral part of the commercial network, but it's not just for Genoa. Pretty much everybody was doing this, and the extent to which they were doing it was essentially tied to their ability to do so. And it wasn't just the European side. The Muslims were doing it. Think of the Barbary pirates. Think about where we get the word Slav for those Slavic peoples. Don't think that this is purely a European phenomenon. It is most certainly not. Either way, all those ships back and forth, every day, every night, with all those poor souls often sold to work in households, or on ships, or in the fields, their exploitation, a pretty significant source of wealth. It is a darker aspect of Genoa's history. There was often complex and contradictory forms in which republics rise to power. Well, of course, they celebrated religious relics like the Holy Grail and saw themselves as this key force in the defense of Christendom, while at the same time these activities went on. It's just the way it is. Well, moving on, throughout the 13th century, Genoa and Venice engaged in fierce commercial rivalry. It kept going and going. The two maritime republics were both equally powerful and equally ambitious. Venice, having risen as a dominant naval and trading power, was always seeking to expand its commercial empire further eastward, and in doing so, it actually found itself in direct conflict with its former patron, the Byzantine Empire. I think you know what's coming. This all reached a pivotal moment in the Fourth Crusade, during which the Republic of Venice would play quite the role of a main character. You see, rather than supporting the Crusaders in their original mission to reclaim Jerusalem, the Venetians redirected the energies of the crusading armies towards the destruction of Constantinople, a former ally, a current rival, a Christian city. The Fourth Crusade was an incredible mess, a veritable dumpster fire, an embarrassment. The shift in focus culminated in the sack of Constantinople in 1204. Not good for Constantinople, but great news for Venice. They managed to secure crucial trading rights and carve out a powerful presence in the eastern Mediterranean. Exactly what they wanted. With the establishment of the Latin Empire, Venice's commercial interests were firmly entrenched in the region, ensuring that it would dominate much of the eastern Mediterranean's trade for years to come. Venetian merchants gained access to ports and routes that had once been solely under Byzantine control, making Venice the undisputed leader in Mediterranean commerce during the early 13th century. Yes, not very popular, Venice. At least not in my opinion. Not happy with them. Anyway, in contrast, Genoa, though certainly a formidable power in its own right, found itself in quite a precarious position. Seeking to regain its footing and restore its influence in the region, Genoa forged an alliance with Michael VIII Palaiologos, the Emperor of Nicaea. Michael, who had taken refuge in Nicaea following the fall of Constantinople, harbored ambitions of retaking the Byzantine capital and re-establishing the Byzantine Empire to its former glory. Understanding that regaining control of Constantinople would restore Nicaea's dominant position in Mediterranean trade, Michael sought the assistance of Genoa. In March 1261, the treaty between Genoa and Michael was signed in the city of Nymphaeum, marking the beginning of a new phase in Genoese influence in the region. Shortly after, on July 25th,
1261, the Nicaean army under the command of Alexios Strategopoulos successfully retook Constantinople. Mission accomplished. The restoration of the Byzantine Empire under Michael VIII not only marked a significant political victory, but also tilted the balance of power in the Mediterranean, and the balance was now tilted in favor of Genoa. With the empire's recovery, Genoa was granted free trade rights within the newly re-established Nicene Empire, giving Genoese merchants unprecedented access to those vital trade routes. In addition to the rights to trade freely within the empire, Genoa was granted control of key ports and way stations throughout the Aegean Sea. This included important commercial centers like the city of Smyrna, which is the modern-day Izmir, as well as islands such as Chios and Lesbos, which became integral to Genoa's growing commercial network. These strategic locations allowed Genoa to dominate trade in the eastern Mediterranean, facilitating movement of goods, particularly silk and spices, between Europe and Asia. The only nations with the ability to trade in the Black Sea were Genoa and Pisa. The Genoese colony of Kaffa was founded in Crimea, which the Republic occupied in the same century. Genoa's wealth and power increased as a result of this alliance with the restored Byzantine Empire, but Venetian and Pisan trade also declined. Genoa had been granted most of the free trade rights by the Byzantines. Following the judge Sinucello's rebellion against Genoa, Pisa attempted to seize control of Corsica's administration and commerce in 1282. A portion of the Genoese fleet blockaded Pisan commerce near the Arno River in August of the same year. Both Pisa and Genoa prepared for all-out war in 1283. Of the 120 galleys that Genoa constructed, 60 were owned by the Republic, and the remaining 60 were rented to private citizens. Over 1,500 mercenaries were employed as soldiers and rowers. In 1283, the Pisan fleet stayed out of battle and attempted to exhaust the Genoese. In the Battle of Meloria on August 5, 1284, the 72-ship Pisan fleet, commanded by Albertino Morosini and Ugolino della Gardesca, was routed by the 93-ship Genoese fleet, led by Oberto Doria and Benedetto Zaccaria. 30 Pisan ships were taken to Genoa. 7 were sunk, and about 8,000 Pisans lost their lives in the conflict, accounting for over half of the 14,000 Pisan soldiers involved. Genoa gained control of Corsica's trade as a result of the defeat of Pisa, which never fully recovered, actually, as a maritime rival. Well, once a Pisan-controlled Sardinian town, Sassari became a commune or self-proclaimed free municipality under Genoa's authority. However, the Aragonese kings of Naples contested control and did not establish it until the 15th century, so Genoa did not acquire permanent control of Sardinia. In pursuit of the gold that made its way up through Sahara, Genoese traders pushed southward to the island of Sicily and into Muslim North Africa, setting up trade posts and Atlantic depots as far away as Sale and Safi. The people of the Kingdom of Sicily rose up in rebellion against Angevin rule in 1283. The uprising was dubbed Sicilian Vespers. Consequently, the kingdom came under Aragonese rule. The Kingdom of Sicily allowed Genoa, which had backed the Aragonese, free trade and export privileges. Bankers in Genoa also made quite a lot of money by lending to Sicily's new aristocracy, and in 1347 Corsica was formally annexed. Now we get to the point where Genoa somewhat begins to decline. You see, it declined as a result of the European economic downturn in the latter part of the 14th century. and of course its protracted conflict with Venice, which ended in its defeat at Chioggia in 1380. Due to the decisive battle that saw Genoa defeated by Venice, this crucial conflict with Venice has been known as the War of Chioggia. The Genoese possessed a naval superiority that gave them authority and a dominant position in northern Italy before the war, which raged from 1379 to 81. This naval superiority was taken away from Genoa after the defeat, which also forced the city-state to leave the eastern Mediterranean markets and marked the beginning of its proper downfall. Additionally, the Black Sea trade was diminished by Genoese emporia in the Aegean, and was also impacted by the growing Ottoman power. The Doge of Genoa, Antoniotto Adorno, appointed Charles VI of France for the Defensor des Communes, the defender of the municipality, of Genoa in 1396 to shield the Republic from internal strife and the provocations of the Duke of Orleans and the former Duke of Milan. This was the first time a foreign power had actually taken control of Genoa, even though the Republic had previously been partially ruled by a foreign entity, but, this time it was a little bit more proper in the sense of the term ruled. Genoa in the 15th century, it appears to be quite turbulent, despite the fact that it's not well studied. The city had a long history of dealing in Levantine goods, and its financial know-how was well known throughout Europe. Following a brief period of French dominance from 1394 to 1409, the Visconti of Milan took control of Genoa. Genoa lost its colonies in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and Asia Minor to the Ottomans. They lost Sardinia to Aragon. They lost Corsica to an internal uprising. Suppose they lost Corsica to themselves. What a shame. But two of the world's first banks were actually established in Genoa in the 15th century. The Banca Carige, which was established in 1483 as a mount of piety and operating until 2022, and the Bank of St. George, established in 1407, and the oldest state deposit bank when it closed in 1805. Under threat from Alfonso V of Aragon, the Doge of Genoa ceded the Republic to the French in 1458, transforming it into the Duchy of Genoa, which was ruled by a French royal governor named John of Anjou. But in 1461, Genoa rose up in rebellion, and Milan actually came to help them. They won. The Republic was reinstated, back to the good old days. Right? Not quite. After switching sides, the Milanese took control of Genoa in 1464 and made it a French crown fief. Didn't last for very long, didn't it? So, from 1463 to 78, and from 1488 to 1499, the Milanese House of Forza ruled Genoa. Under almost constant French rule, the Republic reached its lowest point between 1499 and 1528. On May 30th, 1522, the city was taken by the Spanish and pillaged by their intramural allies, the old nobility who were encamped in the mountain fastness behind Genoa. A new opportunity arose when the Admiral Andrea Doria and the wealthy Doria family joined forces with Emperor Charles V to drive out the French and re-establish Genoa's independence in 1528. At this time, Genoese banks made their first loan to Charles. Numerous aristocratic Genoese families, including the Balbi, Doria, Grimaldi, Pallavicini, and Serra, accumulated enormous fortunes during the subsequent economic recovery. Felipe Fernandez Armesto and others claimed that Genoa's Mediterranean-derived customs, like chattel slavery, were essential to the exploitation and exploration of the New World. So, with Genoese bankers in particular funding many of the Spanish crown's overseas ventures, from their counting houses in Seville, Genoa experienced a sort of renaissance, kind of as a junior associate and understudy of the Spanish Empire. Well, the years 1557 to 1627 were referred to as the Age of the Genoese, because of a rule that was so subtle and advanced that historians were blind to it for quite a long time. Modern observers, however, can't help but notice the glaring wealth that was concentrated in the hands of a close-knit group of banker financiers. True venture capitalists, rather than being Genoese, as they passed the magnificent Mannerist and Baroque palazzo facades along Genoa's Strada Nova or Via Balbi. However, Genoa's trade was still heavily reliant on control of the Mediterranean sea lanes, so the Ottoman Empire's capture of Chios in 1566 was a serious setback. Now, Philip II staged bankruptcy in 1557, which drew the German banking houses into disarray, put an end to the Fugger's rule in Spanish financiers, providing the Genoese banking consortium with an opening. The Genoese bankers supplied a steady stream of income and flexible credit to the cumbersome Habsburg system. In exchange, well, the less reliable silver shipments coming from the Americas were quickly moved from Seville to Genoa in order to raise money for additional projects. The Genoese took control of the Spanish port of Panama, the first port established in the Pacific as a result of the conquest of the Americas around 1520. Until the original city was sacked and destroyed in 1671, the Genoese were granted a concession to use the port primarily for the slave trade of the New World on the Pacific. Don Sebastian Hurtado de Corzuera, the governor of Panama at the time, had enlisted Genoese, Peruvians, and Panamanians as soldiers in 1635 to fight Muslims in the Philippines and establish the city of Zamboanga after the sultanates of Sulu were overthrown. As a result, Genoese bankers were active in Spain's New World and Mediterranean territories, including the Philippines, Mexico, and Peru. For example, in the early 17th century, the Genoese banker Ambrosio Spinola, Marquess of Lo Balbase, organized and commanded an army that participated in the 80 Years' War in the Netherlands. Many of Genoa's merchant houses were destroyed by the frequent bankruptcies of the Spanish crown, which contributed to the city's renewed decline in the 17th century along with Spain's. A French fleet also severely bombarded the city in 1684 as retaliation for their alliance with Spain. That ought to show 'em. Nothing sends a message like a bombing. A French Savoyan army briefly besieged Genoa in May of 1625. The French would later bombard the city in May of 1684 for its support of Spain during the War of the Reunions, although it was eventually lifted with the help of the Spanish. Between 1656 and 57, a plague in Genoa killed up to half of its population. The island fortress of Tabarca, Genoa's final Mediterranean colony, was lost to the Bay of Tunis in 1742, and the city continued its gradual decline well into the 18th century. So, in 1729, the Republic had to deal with another uprising in Corsica amid a persistent decline in its power and economy. Given that the Church's representatives, working in perfect harmony with the Roman Curia, justified the war, it is regarded as the first and possibly most significant instance of a genuine break between the island and the Genoese Republic. This time, the Genoese government asked Charles VI for assistance. After Genoa paid 60,000 florins and 100 scudi for each soldier killed, he sent 10,000 German infantry from the imperial army to join the Republic's troops under Camillo Doria. The uprising was put down by Genoa, but this was short-lived. The Genoese again appealed to the emperor in 1733 after another uprising, But this time the imperial army refused to step in because it was so heavily engaged in the ongoing Polish War of Succession with the French. A little bit busy. We'll get back to you later. The Republic had successfully demilitarized itself with only 2,000 soldiers spread across Liguria's fortifications for a population of roughly 500,000 on the mainland, and law and order on Corsica was in complete chaos. In fact, a little bit of a statistic for you. There was nearly 900 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants per year between 1701 and 1733. It must be like living in London or something. Genoa's control over the island had been loose even prior to the uprisings. The Genoese government made an unsuccessful attempt to outlaw private gun ownership on Corsica. I'm sure you can imagine how that went from my cold, dead hands. Until the island, of course, was sold to France in 1768, there was constant guerrilla warfare. Not a good place to be. It sounds like a very picturesque place, but yeah, they don't tell you about the guerrilla warfare. They conveniently leave that part out. Of course, there was some unrest in the Republic following the Convention of Turin in 1742, where Austria had formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, the Genoese Republic abandoned its neutrality and sided with the House of Bourbon in the War of Austrian Succession out of fear of diplomatic isolation after the Treaty of Worms, which was signed in 1743, gave this temporary relationship a more stable and long-lasting character. As a result, the Republic of Genoa and its Bourbon allies, the Kingdom of France, the Spanish Empire, and the Kingdom of Naples, signed an agreement, albeit a covert one. The Republic of Genoa declared war on the Kingdom of Sardinia on June 26, 1745. Genoa would, of course, suffer greatly as a result from this choice. It eventually submitted to the Austrians in September of 1746 and was briefly taken over, before a revolt 2 months later freed the city. Following the return, in 1747, the Austrians besieged Genoa with a Sardinian contingent before being expelled by a Franco-Spanish army. In the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, Genoa was able to keep its lands, but it was unable to hold on to Corsica in its weaker form. In 1755, the Corsican Republic was established after the Genoese were expelled. In the 1768 Treaty of Versailles, Genoa was compelled to give up Corsica to the French, ultimately depending on the French intervention to put an end to this uprising. Thanks to Genoese propagandists and refugees seeking refuge in the neighboring state of the Alps, revolutionary echoes from France reached Genoa in 1794 and 95. In 1794, a plot against the aristocratic and oligarchic ruling class emerged. But in May of 1797, the French and Genoese Jacobins intended to topple the Doge Giacomo Maria Brignole's government and began to take shape, sparking a street fight between the supporters and opponents of the existing customs system. When the old elites had ruled the state for its entire history were overthrown in early June, Napoleon, during his campaigns of 1796, and his emissaries' direct intervention in Genoa, was the lasting action that really resulted in the fall of the Republic. The Ligurian Republic was established on June 14th, 1797, under the watchful eye of Napoleonic France. A more conservative constitution was adopted following Napoleon's takeover of France, but the Ligurian Republic's existence was brief as it was annexed by France in 1805, becoming the departments of Apennines, Gênes, and Montenotte. After Napoleon was overthrown and the Congress of Vienna was held, Genoa briefly regained its independence under the name Repubblica Genovese, but it only lasted a year. However, In violation of the principle of restoring legitimate governments and monarchies to the old republic, the Congress established the annexation of the territories, and thus the entire Liguria, along with the Oltregiogo area and the island of Capraia, to the Kingdom of Sardinia, which is governed now by the House of Savoy. Well, of course, I suppose we can go a little bit further than that, but really the story somewhat ends at Napoleon. Of course, Genoa's still there. Why don't you go take a look? What's the worst that will happen? Don't be scared.
Finalized in 1803, the Louisiana Purchase was a significant acquisition in which the United States, led by Thomas Jefferson, acquired approximately 827,000 square miles of territory from France. The price tag? $15 million. This significant agreement effectively doubled the territory of the emerging nation, expanding American control west of the Mississippi River and ensuring crucial trade routes, including access to the port of New Orleans. Driven by the ambition to advance westward expansion, safeguard national security, and stimulate economic development, the acquisition also mitigated concerns regarding French dominance in the area during the time of Napoleon. The acquisition included extensive and varied territories, comprising portions of contemporary Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and additional states along with the New Orleans region. The Louisiana Purchase significantly impacted the United States, facilitating its swift territorial expansion, but it also affected indigenous communities and laid the groundwork for subsequent exploration and settlement, exemplified by the Lewis and Clark expedition. Thus, this event is a crucial juncture in American history. It illustrates the nation's aspirations and strategic vision in a time when it was still determining its fate. Hello everyone, here we are again for a little more American history. Now, considering about 56.5% on my last checking of my viewers are American, I advise you all to raise the roof on this one. You could also like and subscribe and leave your thoughts below, that also helps. But without any further ado, let's get busy. Well, we first find ourselves during the later part of the 18th century, and at this time the French colony of Louisiana turned into somewhat of a pawn in the complex arena of European political scheming. Oh, and if you're wondering where the name Louisiana comes from, it certainly comes from King Louis. Which one? Well, I'm not sure. France certainly seemed to have quite a few of them, and I can't remember it off the top of my head, so please feel free to correct me in the comments which King Louis it was named after. Now, either way, this colony represented France's largest overseas outpost. Apart from it, the French controlled only a handful of small towns strung along the Mississippi and other major waterways. But really, if you want to find the presence of France in the New World, New Orleans is where you'll find it. And so, in 1762, France entered into this secret Treaty of Fontainebleau, transferring the territory to Spain. Following France's defeat in the 7 Years' War, Spain assumed authority over the region west of the Mississippi, while Britain took control of the lands east of the river. But after the United States came into being, the area north of New Orleans and east of the Mississippi fell under American jurisdiction. Ensuring unfettered passage along the Mississippi to the ocean was the foremost concern for the Americans. Many Americans, Jefferson among them, anticipated that the territory would be obtained piece by piece as settlers steadily came to and populated the region. But the looming possibility that another foreign power might snatch it from a weakened Spain demanded a profound reconsideration of that incremental approach. You see, by then, the shipment of agricultural products to and from areas west of the Appalachians had already made New Orleans a critical hub. On October 27th, 1795, Pinckney's treaty with Spain granted American merchants the right of deposit in New Orleans, enabling them to store goods there for export. Not a bad deal, and it's a good start. This treaty also confirmed American rights to navigate the entire Mississippi, which had grown essential to the expanding commerce of the Western territories. The Americans were deeply disturbed when Spain decided to revoke their right to use New Orleans in 1798. That was not part of the deal. Their ability to deposit goods was, however, restored in 1801 when Spanish governor Don Juan Manuel de Salcedo took over from the Marquess of Casacalvo. However, under Napoleon's clandestine Third Treaty of San Ildefonso, Spain had returned Louisiana to France in 1800. The Treaty of Aranjuez of 1801 clarified that Spain's handover of Louisiana to France considered a restoration rather than a mere retrocession. Although the region nominally remained under Spanish administration from November 30th, 1803, when it passed into French hands, its transfer to the United States occurred a mere 3 weeks later, on December 20th, 1803. Although the treaty between France and Spain was mainly ignored in 1800, when Napoleon dispatched a military force to neighboring Saint-Dominique in 1801, American citizens began to fear the possibility of a French invasion. And of course, with Napoleon being on such a winning streak, that fear was a justified one. Federalists called for war against France and attempted to use Jefferson's call for moderation against him. Although relations were tense in that regard, Jefferson undermined them by threatening an alliance with Britain. And of course, this is a mere, 40 years after the Revolution? Remember the war with Britain? Well, controversial, I'm sure. Jefferson did back France's strategy in 1801 when Toussaint Louverture had overtaken the Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, following a slave uprising. The United States, however, began to worry that Napoleon himself would dispatch troops to New Orleans after putting an end to the uprising. In 1801, Jefferson authorized Livingston to buy New Orleans and sent him to Paris in an attempt to gain control of the mouth of the Mississippi. In order to restore French authority over Saint-Domingue, which had effectively become independent under Louverture, France dispatched Napoleon's brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc, on an expedition there in January 1802. In addition to repelling attacks from other European powers, Louverture, the French general, had started to establish his own authority on the island. You see, prior to the Revolution, Saint-Domingue had provided France with a vast wealth, albeit at the expense of the lives and liberation of the slaves.
Napoleon desired the restoration of the region's income and output for France. As for Jefferson, he was alarmed, to say the least, by the French actions and their plan to re-establish what seemed like it could be an empire in North America. And so he declared neutrality in the Caribbean, denying the French credit and other forms of aid while permitting war contraband to reach the rebels in order to keep France from regaining ground. At Jefferson's request, a French nobleman named Pierre Samuel Dupont Nemours started assisting in negotiations with France in 1803. Dupont had strong connections to both Jefferson and the leading French politicians while he was residing in the United States. Bit of a double agent, it seems. Well, in order to diffuse a possible confrontation between the US and Napoleon over North America, he came up with the concept for the much larger Louisiana Purchase, and used back-channel diplomacy with Napoleon on Jefferson's behalf while he was in France. Jefferson had the most recent information on Napoleon's military operations and plans in North America during this period, giving Dupont some information that Livingston was not given was part of his changing approach. Jefferson sent James Monroe to Paris in 1803 to negotiate a settlement in order to prevent a potential war with France. If the negotiations in Paris were unsuccessful, Monroe was instructed to travel to London to negotiate an alliance with the British. American animosity increased as a result of Spain's delay in implementing the treaty to give Louisiana to France until late 1802. Louisiana would also be an indefensible location because Spain refused to give Florida to France. Now, for Napoleon to seize Louisiana, he needed to make peace with Britain. Otherwise, Louisiana would be a prime target for a possible American or even a British invasion. However, it seemed inevitable that France and Britain would continue to fight each other in early 1803 regardless. Napoleon then started organizing an invasion of Great Britain on March the 11th, 1803. As for Leclerc's troops, they captured Louverture in Saint-Domingue, but they were soon overwhelmed by disease and strong opposition. Napoleon made the decision to forego his plans to reconstruct France's new empire in the New World by the beginning of 1803. Louisiana was, after all, worthless to him if the sugar colonies in the Caribbean did not generate enough revenue. War between France and the UK was on the horizon, and Spain had not yet finished transferring Louisiana to France. Thus, Napoleon made the decision to sell the entire region, because he was quite, displeased with Spain, and saw a rare chance to sell something that was worthless and not yet fully his. So, on April 10th, 1803, Napoleon informed the Treasury Minister, François Barbe-Mabois, that he was thinking of selling the Louisiana Territory to the United States, despite opposition from Foreign Minister Talleyrand. A few days prior to Monroe's arrival, on April the 11th, 1803, Barbe-Mabois made Livingston an offer of $15 million. That's less than 3 cents per acre for all of Louisiana. Now, how could you turn down that deal? But you should put it into a little bit of perspective. That $15 million total is equal to 70 cents an acre, or roughly $371 million in 2023 terms. And they're trying to tell you that buying property has always been this difficult, right? Imagine if you could get an acre of land for 70 cents.
Perhaps we'll have to wait for someone to fall on some really hard times. Well, when the much larger territory was offered for 15 millions, the American representatives were actually quite shocked, because they had been willing to spend up to $10 million on New Orleans and the surrounding area alone. But now they were getting the whole thing. Jefferson had only given Livingston permission to buy New Orleans, but Livingston was confident that the United States would take the offer. After all, why wouldn't they? It is probably the best offer anybody has ever got in terms of land concessions and all the rest. Well, short of full annexations. So we arrive on April 30th, 1803, where the Americans agreed and signed the Louisiana Purchase Treaty in Paris, because they believed Napoleon might revoke the offer at any time, preventing the United States from acquiring New Orleans. Now, Francois Barbe Mabois, James Monroe, and Robert Livingston signed the document. The treaty was announced on the 4th of July, 1803. Such an American day of announcing it. But the documents didn't actually reach Washington, D.C. Livingston famously said after the signing, "We have lived long, but this is the noblest work of our whole lives." From this day, the United States take their place among the powers of the first rank. Up until July 14th, from the Mississippi River in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west, and from the Gulf of Mexico in the south to Rupert's Land in the north, the Louisiana Treaty was enormous. The United States almost doubled in size as a result of this acquisition. What a day to make a country. Well, as for France, the short end of the stick of the deal, they abandoned their aspirations in the Western Hemisphere and withdrew its 7,000 troops from Saint-Domingue in November of 1803, after 2/3 of its forces had perished there. And now called Haiti, they proclaimed their independence in 1804. But Jefferson and the other members of Congress refused to acknowledge the new republic, the second in the Western Hemisphere, and placed a trade embargo on it out of concern for a slave uprising at home. Didn't want to give anybody any fancy ideas. This, of course, made it extremely difficult for Haiti to rebuild its economy following decades of conflict, especially after the French successfully demanded an indemnity of 150 million francs in 1825. Yes, Haiti really got the short end of the stick there. They're still suffering from a lot of this stuff, you know. Well, the purchase was formally announced on the 4th of July 1803, following the return of Monroe and Livingston from France with the news. This allowed Jefferson and his cabinet to debate whether the purchase was constitutional until October, when the treaty needed to be ratified. Jefferson thought about using a constitutional amendment to support the purchase, but his cabinet persuaded him not to. Before the treaty was ratified, Jefferson concluded that the purchase was necessary to protect American citizens, and that made it constitutional. He justified the purchase by stating, "It is the case of a guardian investing the money of his ward in purchasing an important adjacent territory, and saying to him when of age, 'I did this for your good.'" Because of his stance as a strict constructionist with regard to the Constitution, Henry Adams and other historians have argued that Jefferson acted hypocritically with the Louisiana Purchase by interpreting the document's intent in a way that would support his acquisition. There was domestic resistance to the American acquisition of the Louisiana Territory. In fact, many people questioned Jefferson's philosophical coherence and thought that he and others, like James Madison, were acting in a way that they undoubtedly would have disagreed with Alexander Hamilton. Because of the high price, their perception of Jefferson's hypocrisy, and their conviction that France would not have been able, to fend off American and British intrusion into Louisiana, the Federalists were adamantly against the purchase. The constitutionality of the purchase worried both Jefferson and the Federalists, of course. The purchase was opposed by a large number of House of Representative members. The opposition was led by the majority leader, John Randolph. By a margin of 2 votes, that is, a vote being of 59 to 57, the House was unable to reject the purchase request. Records showed that the land was actually in Spain, not France, despite the Federalists' attempts to prove this. Additionally, the Federalists were concerned that the new residents in the West, whose political and economic interests would inevitably clash with those of New England merchants and bankers, would challenge the authority of the Atlantic seaboard states. Additionally, there was fear that further dividing the North and South would result from the creation of more slaveholding states from the territory. Senator Timothy Pickering of Massachusetts led a group of Northern Federalists who even considered the possibility of a distinct Northern Confederacy. The main reason why New England Federalists opposed the purchase was economic self-interest, rather than a valid question about constitutionality, or whether France actually owned Louisiana, or if it had actually been returned to Spain if it wanted to sell the region. The idea of giving Western farmers another market for their produce that did not involve the use of New England ports also did not sit well with the Northerners. Additionally, a large number of Federalists, who were speculators in upstate New York and New England lands, hoping to sell them to farmers that might choose to move west if the Louisiana Purchase was approved. Additionally, they were concerned that this would weaken the political influence of New England Federalists and result in the formation of Western states, which would probably be Republican. And there was another question, and that was whether it was appropriate to grant citizenship to the free black, French, and Spanish residents of New Orleans as required by the treaty. Congress criticized these foreigners because they were unfamiliar with democracy and questioned whether they should or even could become citizens. Spain, of course, objected to the transfer for 2 reasons. First, France had not fulfilled the Third Treaty of San Ildefonso by having the King of Etruria recognized by all European powers, and second, France had previously pledged in a note not to alienate Louisiana to a third party. The French government responded that these objections were unfounded because the Spanish government had ordered the transfer of Louisiana in October of 1802, even though it had known for months that Britain had not recognized the King of Etruria in the Treaty of Amiens, and the promise not to alienate Louisiana was not included in the Treaty of San Ildefonso itself. So basically, it lacked legal force. I know, it's a bit complicated. I'm not good with laws and everything. But we're going slowly, right? Well, the United States had initially approached Spain about buying the property, but Spain itself had informed the U.S. that it would have to negotiate with France for the treaty instead. This is what Madison had said in response to Spain's objections. And it's a fair point. after the fact, Spain coming back and telling them you should have spoken to us, and Madison effectively saying, well, we did, and you told us that we should speak to the French instead. I bet they regretted that. I bet somebody got fired for that blunder. But of course, we've used this word worthless, and of course it was certainly not a worthless sale. The United States did actually take possession of Louisiana. Henry Adams asserted that the sale of Louisiana was trebly invalid. If it were French property, Bonaparte could not constitutionally alienate it without the consent of the French chambers. If it were Spanish property, well, he could not alienate it at all. If Spain had a right of reclamation, his sale was worthless. In addition, Spain gave the territory to France in a ceremony held in New Orleans on November 30th, 1 month before France gave the city to American officials. And the Spanish Prime Minister had given the U.S. permission to negotiate with the French government about the acquisition of territories which may suit their interests. Well, other historians refute the aforementioned claims that Jefferson's purported hypocrisy by stating that there are 2 ways for nations to alter their borders, the first being conquest and the second being treaties, which is an agreement between nations, of course. Now, the latter was a treaty known as the Louisiana Purchase, and, well, you don't need a conquest when you can just write up a contract. The article of the Constitution, the second article rather, Section 2, expressly gives the President the authority to negotiate treaties, which Jefferson did. And so Jefferson was reassured by Madison, aka the father of the Constitution, that the Louisiana Purchase fell well within the bounds of the Constitution's most stringent interpretation. And if you've got him on your side, well, you're doing pretty well. His endorsement, that's the word I'm looking for. So Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin went on to say that since the President was expressly given authority to negotiate treaties, the only reason that expanding the nation's territory through a treaty could not be presidential power would be if the Constitution explicitly prohibited it, which it did not. And as a staunch constitutionalist and constructionalist, Jefferson was right to worry about adhering to the Constitution. But he recognized the strength of these arguments and was prepared to acquiesce with satisfaction if the treaty was accepted by Congress. The treaty was swiftly ratified by the Senate, and the House was equally prepared to approve the necessary funding. Instead of having $15 million in its treasury, the young United States borrowed the money from the Dutch and the British banks at a 6% annual interest rate. And that's pretty good. What's your credit card interest rate? 20%? In Australia, most credit cards are 20%. It's funny how when it's governments borrowing it from other governments, they get a bit of a free ride, isn't it? It's funny how that works. Well, on October the 20th, the U.S. Senate consented to ratification of the treaty by a vote of 24-7. The Senate gave Jefferson permission to seize the land and install a provisional military government on October 21st, 1803, the very next day. Congress authorized the use of military forces to maintain order and made temporary provisions for local civil government to continue as it had under French and Spanish rule in legislation passed on October 31st. Plans were also made for a number of exploration and mapping expeditions, the most well-known of which was the Lewis and Clark expedition, which I have made a video about. I'm sure you've seen that one. It is as they say, an absolute banger. So, on December 20th, 1803, at the Cabildo, France handed over New Orleans, the former colonial flag, with a flag-raising ceremony held in the Plaza de Armas, which is now Jackson Square, a significantly more American name. 3 weeks prior, on November 30th, 1803, Spanish authorities had officially transferred the colonial territories and their governance to France. Another ceremony, known as the Three Flags Day, was held in St. Louis on March 9th and 10th, 1804, to transfer the ownership of Upper Louisiana from Spain to France, and subsequently from France to the United States. The War Department appointed Amos Stoddard as the first civil commandant of Upper Louisiana, which was supervised as a military district from March 10th to September the 30th, 1804. With effect from October the 1st, 1804, the acquired territory was divided into the District of Louisiana, which was temporarily governed by the Indiana Territory's governor and judicial system, and the Treaty of Orleans, or in French we say Orléans, the majority of which would eventually become the state of Louisiana. Now, the District of Louisiana was renamed to the Territory of Louisiana the following year. St. Louis served as the capital of the Louisiana Territory, while New Orleans served as the administrative center of the Orleans Territory. The American government assumed French debts and issued sovereign bonds to pay for the land. After Byrd, Savage and Byrd failed earlier in 1803, Francis Baring in the Company of London was appointed as the official banking agent of the U.S. government in London. Due to this advantageous stance, the United States requested that Barings manage the deal. Hope and Co. of Amsterdam, with whom Barings had a close relationship, collaborated with the banking institution to underwrite and facilitate the purchase. Barings contributed its American connections to the transaction experience, while Hopes contributed to the experience of issuing sovereign bonds. In April 1803, Pierre Labouchere from Hopes and Alexander, the son of Francis Baring, came to Paris to help with the negotiations. The initial price of 100 million francs, which the Americans could not afford, and the financiers could not supply, was lowered to 80 million francs by the French and the American negotiators with the assistance of the bankers. The value of the U.S. currency was fixed at 3,333 per 10,000 francs per U.S. dollar in the final agreement. So the 15 million purchase price once again was roughly 371 million in today's money. Under the agreement, the U.S. took responsibility for French debts owed to American citizens, totaling up to 20 million francs, or about 3.7 million. The final 60 million francs, or 11.25 million, were paid with 6% interest-bearing U.S. government bonds that could be redeemed between 1819 and 22. In 1803, October, the U.S. about 2 million of the 5.86 million in the specie that the Treasury had on hand would be used to settle some of the debts that were taken on from France as part of the acquisition. But of course, Napoleon wanted his money as soon as possible. So Barings and Hopes bought the bonds for 52 million francs, agreeing to pay 6 million francs at the time of issuance, and then 2 million a month for 23 months consecutive. The banks had already given France a 10 million franc advance in July of 1803, but the first set of bonds was issued on January 16th, 1803. Napoleon, who was short on cash at the time, forced the banks to buy the bonds as soon as possible. and by April of 1804, the banks had transferred an extra 40 million francs to pay off their debts to France. Ultimately, the 11.25 million in bonds were purchased by Barings and Hopes for a mere 9.44 million. The United States Treasury paid off the remaining bonds in 1823. So, the total cost of the Louisiana Purchase was not 15 million, because if we encounter in interest and all the bonds and everything else, it was about 23.3 million, give or take. Of course, the British government initially permitted the purchase to go through because it was better for the neutral Americans to own the territory than for the hostile French to, even though the War of the Third Coalition, which led France into a war with the United Kingdom, started before the purchase was finished. But by December 1803, Barings was ordered by the British to stop making any more payments to France. Hopes accepted the directive after receiving it from Barings, but only on the proviso that Baring pay the change's expenses and transfer its Louisiana stock to Hopes. Baring was also obliged by Hopes to abstain from trading Louisiana stock without the state's approval. So, in April of 1804, the last payments were sent to France. The extent of the purchase quickly became a point of contention between the US and Spain. The boundaries of the region were not specified in the Treaty of Fontainebleau in 1762, which gave it to Spain, the Third Treaty of San Ildefonso 1801, which returned it to France, or the Louisiana Purchase Agreement 1803, which gave it to the United States. It was all a little bit up in the air, intentionally vague. The United States, however, did assert that Louisiana encompassed land extending to the Rio Grande and West Florida, as well as the whole western part of the Mississippi River drainage basin up to the crest of the Rocky Mountains. But Louisiana, according to Spain, was limited to the cities of New Orleans and St. Louis, as well as western bank of the Mississippi River. Either way, in the end, the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 settled the conflict, giving the U.S. the majority of its western claims. While the large area to the west was still regarded as pretty much belonging to the Commandancy General of the Provincias Internas in 1803, the relatively small Louisiana of New Spain had been a special province under the authority of the Captaincy General of Cuba. Louisiana had never been regarded as an internal province of New Spain, you see. The northern reaches of the purchase extended into the equally ill-defined British possession, Rupert's Land of British North America, which is now part of Canada, by the way, if the territory encompassed all of Mississippi's tributaries on its western bank. Well, at first, the purchase was made just past the 50th parallel. The Anglo-American Convention of 1818, however, gave the UK portions of the Red River Basin south of the 49th parallel in return for the territory north of the 49th parallel, including the watersheds of the Milk and Poplar Rivers. Although its origin was unknown at the time, the Mississippi River served as the Louisiana Purchase's eastern border from its source to the 31st parallel. It was unclear whether the eastern boundary was below the 31st parallel. Spain asserted that the Mississippi River still served as the boundary of its Florida colony, while the United States claimed the territory up to the Perdido River. When the Adams-Onis Treaty with Spain was ratified in 1821, the matter was finally settled. Today, the Perdido serves as Florida's western border, while the 31st parallel serves as the northern border of the western half of the Florida Panhandle. President Jefferson promptly organized 4 missions to explore the map and map the new territory, because the western boundary was disputed at the time of purchase. The Mississippi River was the starting point for all four of them. The Red River Expedition of 1806 explored the Red River Basin. The Lewis and Clark Expedition of 1804 traveled up the Missouri River, and the Pike Expedition in 1806 began up the Missouri but turned south to investigate the Arkansas River watershed. Furthermore, the watershed of the Ouachita River was investigated by the Dunbar and Hunter Expedition in 1804–05. The western boundary was established as follows: north up the Sabine River from the Gulf of Mexico to its intersection with the 32nd parallel, due north to the Red River, up to the Red River to the 100th meridian, north to the Arkansas River, up the Arkansas River to its headwaters due north to the 42nd parallel, and due west to its previous boundary. These boundaries were established in part by the explorers' maps and journals during the negotiations that led to the Adams-Onis Treaty. Of course, it was easier to acquire the Louisiana Territory than it was to govern it, due to Spain's continuation of the transatlantic slave trade. The majority of its European inhabitants, who were mainly of French, Spanish, and Mexican ancestry, were Catholic. Additionally, there were many Africans still in chains. This was especially true in the region that is now Louisiana, which also had a sizable population of free peoples of color. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, there were already some slaveholders in both modern-day Missouri and Arkansas. Planters who brought their slaves with them were among the many French-speaking refugees who flocked to South Louisiana during this time to escape the widespread slave uprising in what is now known as Haiti. Many Southern slaveholders were concerned that if the new territory was acquired, it might encourage American-held slaves to rebel like those in Haiti. In order to support them bringing their slaves to the newly acquired territory to engage in new agricultural endeavors and to lessen the likelihood of slave uprisings, they wanted the U.S. government to enact laws permitting slavery there. For administrative purposes, the Louisiana Territory was divided into smaller areas, and the territories enacted laws pertaining to slavery that were comparable to those in the southern states, but included elements from the previous French and Spanish regimes. For example, although Spain had outlawed the enslavement of Native Americans in 1769, some slaves of mixed African and Native American ancestry were still being held in St. Louis, Upper Louisiana, when the United States took control. Of course, slavery of the Native Americans was finally abolished in 1836 by the Supreme Court. Half a century later, the American Civil War was influenced by the Louisiana Territory's institutionalization of slavery under U.S. law. Southern states wanted slavery to be extended to the West, while northern states were equally opposed to the new states being admitted as slave states. Imagine living in one of them. As states grew within the territory, the status of slavery in each state became a point of contention in Congress. In 1820, the Missouri Compromise was a stopgap measure. Since British and French traders from Canada and allied Indians, particularly in the Sauk and Fox, continued to dominate trade along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, the U.S. government attempted to establish control of the area following the early explorations. In 1804, to conduct business with the Sauk and Fox, the United States converted the old Spanish establishment at Fort Bellefontaine into a fur trading post, close to St. Louis. Two military forts with trading factories were constructed in 1808. Fort Madison along the upper Mississippi River in eastern present-day Iowa, and Fort Osage along the Missouri River in present-day Missouri. Fort Bellefontaine was transformed into a U.S. military fort in 1809 as a result of growing tensions with Great Britain, and it remained in that capacity all the way into 1826, just in case. Of course, the British defeated the American forces in the upper Mississippi during the War of 1812. With the help of their Indian allies, the United States abandoned Forts Osage and Madison, along with a number of other American forts constructed during the conflict, such as Fort Johnson and Shelby. The Treaty of Ghent, which was ratified in February 1815, established American sovereignty over the entire Louisiana Purchase region. Later, the United States constructed or enlarged forts along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, including Fort Bellefontaine, Fort Armstrong, Fort Edwards, Crawford, Snelling, Atkinson, and well as Fort Bellefontaine, the one from before. Of course, the elephant in the room is the poor native tribes who always got pretty hard done by with these sorts of agreements. No one really asked them. The numerous Indian tribes that inhabited the area and had not given it up to any colonial power were not consulted during the negotiations between France and the United States over the purchase. Of course, the Trail of Tears was the result of court decisions during the first 4 decades after the Louisiana Purchase that forced many tribes to leave their lands east of the Mississippi in order to relocate to their new territory. But of course, if you want to know about that, you should just go and watch my Trail of Tears video, and I will tell you all about it. The discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, January 1848, sparked the California Gold Rush. Remembered as a pivotal moment in American history that led to unheard-of levels of migration, along with economic growth. The gold rush quickly filled California with thousands of prospectors from all over the United States and the world, collectively referred to as 49ers, fueling the rapid growth of cities like San Francisco. In addition to hastening California's 1850 admission as the 31st state, this flood of fortune seekers made a substantial contribution to the idea of manifest destiny and a larger westward migration. In terms of economy, the gold rush sparked expansions of financial institutions, infrastructure, and industries. In terms of society, it united the disparate groups, though frequently at the expense of the Native American communities that suffered hardships and displacement. Furthermore, the landscape of California was impacted for a long time by the environmental consequences of mining operations. As a representation of opportunity and aspiration, the California Gold Rush has left its impression on the country's expansionist narrative and shaped the cultural and economic landscape of the American West. And hello, dear viewer, here we are again, back doing a little bit more American history. I hope you're enjoying it. I know I am. So, you know what to do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing, and we can begin now. We begin as early as the 9th of March 1842, some 8 years before the start or traditional start of the California Gold Rush, where gold was found at Rancho San Francisco, located in the mountains north of modern-day Los Angeles. Now, a native of California, Francisco Lopez, stopped on the bank of a small creek while looking for stray horses. This is roughly 35 miles northwest of Los Angeles and 3 miles east of what is now Newhall. And it was there that Lopez made a very lucky discovery. A tiny gold nugget in the roots among the bulbs of some wild onions he dug up while the horses were grazing. The right time, in the right place, I suppose. He discovered more gold after searching further. Lopez brought the gold to the appropriate authorities, who verified its value. Lopez and others started looking for additional stream beds in the area which might contain gold deposits. They discovered a number in what is now Ventura County, in the northern eastern part of the forest. But after that, a little bit of the gold, after being shipped back to the more established United States, nothing really happened. It received very little attention. Near his first discovery, he discovered gold again in 1843, and up until 1846, Sonoran Mexican miners worked the deposits. Before 1848, Mission Indians also made small gold discoveries in California, but nothing to really spark a rush. Well, of course, when you find gold, you don't want everyone else coming, so to prevent this, the locals told them to keep the location a secret. But then, the military conflict in Upper California resulted when the Treaty of Cahuenga was signed in January of 1847, 9 months into the Mexican-American War. James W. Marshall discovered gleaming metal in the tail race of Sutter's Mill, a lumber mill he was constructing for the Sacramento pioneer John Sutter, close to Coloma on the American River, on January 24, 1848. Marshall then showed Sutter what he had discovered, and the two tested the metal in private. Of course, Sutter was shocked when the test revealed that it was indeed gold, and he wanted to keep the news all to himself, because he was afraid of what would happen to his plans for an agricultural empire in the event of a gold rush. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which officially ceded California to the United States, was ratified on the 30th of May, and with that, the Mexican-American War had come to an end. It was peacetime, at least for a while. People were going to have to find something else to do with their time. In order to secure the mineral rights of the land where the mill stood, Sutter sent Charles Bennett to Monterey in February 1848 to meet with Colonel Mason. That was the top U.S. official in California at the time, after swearing everybody involved at the mill to the utmost secrecy. Bennett was supposed to keep the news to himself, but unfortunately, he blurted it out when he heard about the coal discovery near Mount Diablo while he was stopping in Benicia. The cat was well and truly out of the bag now. He proceeded to San Francisco, where he was once more unable to maintain the secrecy, and again blabbed the whole plan to everybody. They should have chosen a better person to keep that secret. At Monterey, Bennett disclosed the gold discovery again, and Mason refused to render any decisions regarding land and mineral rights titles. So not only was the entire trip a complete failure, with Mason just not giving what they wanted, but that also completely ruined the plan of keeping everything to secrecy. What an idiot. Oh well, what's done is done. Samuel Brannan, a merchant and newspaper publisher from San Francisco, verified the discovery by March 1848. Brannan quickly opened a store to sell supplies for gold prospecting, and while he walked the streets of San Francisco with a vial of gold in his hand, he reportedly shouted, "Gold, gold, gold from the American River." and that ought to get some attention. The first significant East Coast newspaper to report on the discovery of gold was the New York Herald, which did so on August 19, 1848. In a speech to Congress on December 5, 1848, U.S. President James K. Polk affirmed the discovery of gold. Consequently, people who wanted to profit from the gold rush, later referred to as 49ers, started traveling from other nations and regions of the United States, of course, to the gold country of California, also known among the miners who were on their way there as the Mother Lode. His workers fled in search of gold, and squatters seized his land and stole his cattle and crops. Sutter's business plans were, as he feared, completely destroyed. But hopefully he'd find a little bit of gold himself. That might make up for it. Before the rush, San Francisco had been hardly a blip on the map. A small settlement, nothing really going on there. But when the locals found out about the discovery, it initially turned into a ghost town with shuttered business and shops, but as merchants and newcomers came in, it really began to kick off. In 1848, they had about 1,000 people living there. Not quite derelict. But by 1850, there were 25,000 full-time residents. Miners resided in deck cabins from derelict ships, wood shanties, or tents. The rapidly expanding city, however, lacked churches and religious services. So missionaries like William Taylor filled the void by holding services in the street, with a barrel head serving as his pulpit. Fair enough, you do what you can with what you got, don't you? His sermons, of course, drew large crowds, and as soon as he had enough kind donations from prosperous gold miners to construct the first church in San Francisco, that is exactly what he did. There were no simple routes to California, unfortunately, during what had been called the first world-class gold rush, and 49ers encountered hardships and frequently died en route. The majority of the Argonauts, as they were called, initially traveled by sea. It would take 4 to 5 months to sail around the tip of South America from the east coast, covering about 18,000 nautical miles. Another option was to go to the Panamanian Isthmus Atlantic side, traverse the jungle for a week in canoes and mules, and then wait for a ship bound for San Francisco on the Pacific side. Additionally, there was a route that began in Veracruz and went across Mexico. These transportation companies brought enormous wealth to their owners, including those in the United States. The Mail Steamship Company, the Accessory Transit Company, and the federally subsidized Pacific Mail Steamship Company were among them. The overland route, especially the California Trail, was used by many gold seekers to traverse the continental United States. Typhoid, cholera, and shipwrecks were among the deadly risks associated with each of these routes. Steamship travel from New York City via overland portages in Nicaragua and Panama, followed by steamship return to San Francisco, was largely responsible for the early years of the Russia's population growth in the San Francisco area. Many Eastern Seaboard ships required their passengers to bring kits, which were usually filled with personal effects like guidebooks, tools, clothing, etc. The Argonauts also brought with them other supplies, barrels of salt, pork, rice, biscuits, cured beef, in addition to their personal belongings. Depending on the steamship they were on, passengers could fish off the edge, have fun on deck, smoking it up and conversing with one another. Engaging in other activities too. It's a very good way to network when you're stuck on a ship for a couple of weeks. But ironically, despite the fact that segregation between wealth disparities was prevalent throughout the steamships, gambling was the most popular activity. The rich and the poor were kept apart in every way, however. Of course, to get to California, you could pay for varying degrees of travel. First class, stowage. You could probably just try and hang on to the edge of the ship if you were that desperate. The routes of the less expensive steamships were, of course, typically longer. But on the other hand, passengers would reach California more quickly on the more costly ones, so time is money, especially when there's only so much gold in the ground. You'd want to get there before anybody else. I mean, they call it a gold rush for a reason. One would think you would be rushing to get there, right? When people traveled together, there were obvious social and economic differences, because those who spent more money were given accommodations that others were simply not. They would obviously want to set themselves apart from those who couldn't afford those accommodations by demonstrating their superior class power. In order to meet the demands of the expanding population, supply ships brought goods to San Francisco. Many ships were turned into stores, taverns, hotels, warehouses, and even jails, when hundreds of them were abandoned after the crew simply left to work in the gold fields. Of course, they may as well repurpose the ships. A lot of them were planning to make their money on the frontier, build a ridiculously large house, and then just live out the rest of their days. Of course, many want to go home too, but you gotta do something with the ship while it's sitting there in the harbor. Of course, many ships were also demolished and turned into landfills as the city grew and new locations were required for construction. And so, within a few years, there was a significant but little-known influx of prospectors into what is now Siskiyou, Shasta, and Trinity counties in far northern California. Thousands of gold seekers traveled up the Siskiyou Trail and across the northern counties of California after gold nuggets were discovered at the modern location of Rorke in 1851. Beginning in the spring of 1848, Californians themselves were the first to rush to the gold fields. These individuals included native Californians, some Californios, Spanish-speaking Californians that is, and mainly agriculturally oriented Americans and Europeans living in Northern California. At that time, they were simply referred to in English as Californians. Families made up the majority of these early miners, and everybody pitched in. It was pretty common to see women and children of all ethnic backgrounds banding alongside the older men. In order to accommodate the influx of men, some enterprising families established boarding houses. In these situations, the women frequently brought in a steady income, while their husbands looked for gold. At first, news of the gold rush spread slowly. People who lived close to California or who learned of the news from ships traveling the quickest routes from California were the first people to go and look for the gold. Several thousand Oregonians who traveled the Siskiyou Trail were the first significant group of Americans to arrive. People from the Sandwich Islands and thousands of Latin Americans, including those from Peru, Mexico, and even as far away as Chile, arrived next, both by land and by ship. and the Argonauts, as they were called. By the end of 1848, approximately 6,000 of them had arrived. That year, only a handful, probably less than 500, left the United States by land. The earliest gold seekers were sometimes called 48ers because they were able to amass a substantial quantity of readily accessible gold, sometimes amounting to thousands of dollars every single day. No wonder they wanted to keep it a secret, right? The average daily gold finds made even by the average prospectors were 10 to 15 times the daily wages of a laborer on the East Coast. It was possible to earn the equivalent of 6 years' wages back home after working for 6 months in the gold fields. And some wanted to launch businesses in California. Others just wanted to get rich and then go home with it. Word of the gold rush had spread globally by early 1849, and a huge influx of merchants and gold seekers started to arrive from almost every continent. In 1849, Americans made up the largest group of 49ers, arriving by the tens of thousands via various sailing routes and overland routes across the continent. Many East Coasters managed to cross the Appalachian Mountains by boarding riverboats in Pennsylvania, pulling the keel boats to wagon train assembly ports on the Missouri River, and then following the California Trail in a wagon train. Numerous others arrived by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company's steamships and the Panamanian Isthmus. Ships carrying Hawaiian newspapers brought the news to Australians and New Zealanders, and thousands of people were afflicted with gold fever from these places, boarding the ships for California. Latin America, especially in the mining districts of Mexico near Sonora and Chile, was the source of many 49ers. In 1849, a small number of Asian merchants and gold seekers, mostly from China, started traveling to Gumsan, which means Gold Mountain in Chinese, which is the Chinese name for California. Well, at least in the old Chinese rendering, at least. Nowadays it's different. It's Jiujinshan, I believe. Jiujinshan, which is like old Golden Mountain. It's either Los Angeles' name or... Yes, I believe that's the name of Los Angeles, Jiujinshan. Well, with a greater distance to travel still reeling from the effects of the 1848 revolutions, the first European migrants started to arrive in late 1849, primarily from France, but then there were a small number of German, Italian, and British immigrants as well. About 90,000 people, half by land, half by sea, are thought to have arrived in California in 1849. Between 50 and 60,000 of these were probably Americans, with the remaining coming from other nations. But at least 300,000 immigrants, merchants, and gold seekers were thought to have come to California by 1855, and that's from all over the world, in addition to tens of thousands of Mexicans, Britons, Chinese, Australians, French, Latin Americans. There were, of course, smaller groups, including African Americans, Filipinos, Basques, Turks, but yes, the majority were Americans. Well, among the first people to permanently settle in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada were people from small villages in the hills close to Genoa, Italy. They brought with them traditional agricultural skills they developed to withstand the harsh winters. There were likely fewer than 4,000 miners of African descent who had traveled from Brazil, the Caribbean, and the southern states. In 1849 to 1850, a few hundred Chinese had come to California, and in 1852 over 20,000 of them had reached San Francisco. Of course, in the goldfields they were easily recognized by their unique attire and appearance. You must remember back then, it was part of the Qing dynasty, and they all had to have the long hair as a requirement that the ruling class had put upon all non-Manchus. So it was pretty easy to spot a Chinese person anywhere, until about 1912, where they had their revolution. Of course, they endured brutal racism from the miners, who directed their resentment towards foreigners. This caused them great suffering, especially when a Chinese miner managed to find some gold. You would bet that people did not like that. And somewhat out of jealousy, they'd take it out on the rest of the community. And this isn't just to say that this is just the normal American miners. It was pretty much everybody. That's just the way that the world was back then. Now, women, of course, participated in the gold rush as well, but they were comparatively few in number. In fact, just 700 of the 40,000 people who came to San Francisco Bay by ship in 1849 were women, and that includes the rich, the entrepreneurs, the single, the married, and those women who wanted to practice their craft in the saloons. There's more than one way to make money on the goldfields. They came for different reasons, of course. Some with their husbands, because they didn't want to be left on their own. Some came because their husbands sent for them. And some came just simply for the adventure and the money. Numerous women, of course, became widows before even seeing California, and many people perished from the trail from cholera, fever, accidents, and a host of other calamities. And so in California was not often to encounter these widows as a result of mining disputes as well. Women who had the opportunity to escape their traditional jobs in the goldfields also took that opportunity. And so the California goldfields were somewhat lawless at the start of the gold rush. California was a bit of a new frontier, occupied by American forces after the Mexican-American War, but it was still officially part of Mexico when gold was found at Sutter's Mill. Although California was part of the United States after the treaty ending the war signed on February 2nd, 1848, it was not actually recognized as an official territory until September 9th, 1850. It was in a unique position of being a territory under military control, not quite consolidated yet, and the entire region lacked a civil legislature or even a judiciary. Locals followed a convoluted and shifting set of American values, Mexican laws, and a lot of the time simply their own personal preferences. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 and other federal laws were not strictly enforced, which facilitated the influx of escaped slaves into the territory. Of course, nearly all of the goldfields were outside of Mexican land grants, despite the United States' obligation to respect them under the treaty that ended the Mexican-American War. Rather, the majority of goldfields were situated on public land, which is officially owned by the US government. But there were still no established laws or effective ways to enforce them. Of course, this pretty much means that for the initial stage, the initial waves of immigrants coming to California, that it was pretty much, well, it was a free-for-all. No taxes, no license fees, Not even any private property in the early gold fields. Formally, the miners did adopt a few mining laws from Mexico. A claim could be staked by a prospector, but it was only valid while it was actively being worked. If you left the site, well, someone could just jump right in the hole and, well, just continue from where you left off. Of course, this, as you can imagine, caused more than a few arguments. You see, miners only spent enough time to claim to assess its potential. They would leave the site in pursuit of a better one if they judged it to be of low value, which was the case for the majority. The other miners would, of course, claim jump the land if a claim was left untended or unworked. Claim jumping was when a miner started operations on a site that had already been claimed. Conflicts were frequently resolved violently, and occasionally they were arbitrated by groups of prospectors. There was, of course, ethnic tensions, as one can imagine. Due to simple pressure, the large number of prospectors in some areas may have caused the size of the current claim to decrease. Early 49ers were able to pan for gold in rivers and streams, or to use their hands to pick up loose gold flakes and nuggets due to the rich concentration of gold in the California gravel beds. Hard-working miners, and groups of miners advancing to placer mining, employed cradles and rockers or long toms to process greater amounts of gravel, since the panning was just not large enough. Coyoteing was another technique used by the miners, which entailed excavating a shaft 6 to 13 meters deep, about 20 to 43 feet, into placer deposits alongside a stream. The richest pay dirt veins were then reached by digging tunnels in every direction. Once again, dangerous work. Groups of prospectors would divert a river's water flow into a sluice alongside the river, and then excavate for gold in the newly exposed river bottom in the most intricate form of placer mining. According to current estimates, during the first 5 years of the gold rush, up to 12 million ounces, or 370 tons thereabouts of gold, were actually extracted. In the following phase, hydraulic mining was applied to old gravel beds that contained gold on bluffs or on hillsides by 1853. High-pressure hose directed a strong stream of jet water at gravel beds that held gold in contemporary form of hydraulic mining that first was invented in California and subsequently used all over the world. The gold would then settle to the bottom, where it was collected after the loose gravel and gold passed over the sluices. Hydraulic mining is thought to have recovered 11 million troy ounces, or 340 tons of gold by the mid-1880s, which is equivalent to about 15 billion US dollars in modern prices. Larger volumes of silt, gravel, heavy metals, and other contaminants entered streams and rivers as a result of these extraction techniques. California hydraulic mining was restricted by court decisions and federal legislation between 1882 and 1893. In fact, as of 1999, the effects of hydraulic mining are still visible in many places because the exposed earth and downstream gravel deposits left behind are frankly unsuitable for any plant life, not to mention agricultural problems. Gold recovery operations continued after the end of the gold rush, prospecting for gold that had been gradually washed down into a flat river bottom and sandbars of California's Central Valley and other gold-bearing regions of the state. Lying Scott Valley in Siskiyou County was the last step in recovering loose gold. And then towards the end of the 1890s, dredging technology, which was also invented in California for the specific purpose, and it's estimated that had recovered over 20 million troy ounces, or 620 tons of gold. Gold seekers also participated in hard rock mining during the gold rush and in the decades that followed. This method involves taking the gold straight out of the rock that contained it, usually quartz, usually by blasting and digging to find and remove veins of the quartz that contain gold. When the gold-bearing rocks were brought to the surface, they were crushed, and the gold was separated either by washing the sand over copper plates coated with mercury, with which gold forms an amalgam, or by separating gold in water. The amalgamation process resulted in mercury loss, which of course contaminates the environment. The mercury has to go somewhere, doesn't it? Well, eventually the hard rock mining emerged as the gold country's main source of gold production, and an estimated of 3,700 tons have been produced in California since that time. During the gold rush, some merchants earned significantly more money than the actual miners. In the early years of the rush, Samuel Brannan, a tireless newspaper publisher, shopkeeper, and self-promoter, was the richest man in California. In the goldfields, Brannan established the first supply stores in Sacramento, Coloma, and other locations. He bought all the prospecting equipment in San Francisco just before the rush started, and he sold it for a pretty good profit. Some people who were looking for gold, though, did manage to make quite a lot of money. According to some economic historians, the white miners were more successful than the blacks, Indians, or Chinese miners, and on average half of the gold seekers turned a small profit, at least after accounting for their costs. But then there were the taxes that just ruined everything. Like the 1851 California Foreign Miners Tax, they were targeted mainly at Latino miners and prevented them from earning as much as white miners who were actually exempt from the taxes. Now that's not fair. The majority of the late arrivals in California either made very little or lost money. In a similar vein, numerous unfortunate traders established themselves in communities that either vanished or perished in one of the devastating fires that ravaged the newly formed towns. And then we got Levi Strauss, on the other hand, who was a businessman who started selling denim overalls in San Francisco. Around 1853, achieved quite considerable success. Of course, we still got Levi's around today. In retail, shipping, entertainment, lodging, or transportation, other entrepreneurs made significant profits. The highly lucrative industries of boarding houses, food preparation, sewing, and laundry were frequently operated by married, single, or widowed women who recognized that men would be willing to pay a woman for her services while they were out chasing the gold. Large profits were also made by brothels, particularly when paired with gambling establishments and saloons. The state of the economy had drastically changed by 1855. Only medium to large groups of workers, either as employees or in partnerships, could profitably recover gold from the gold fields. The proprietors of these gold mining businesses were the ones who benefited financially by the middle of the 1850s. Additionally, California's economy and population had grown sufficiently, and it was at this point incredibly diverse, enough size to generate revenue from a wide range of traditional ventures. The gold itself took a variety of routes when it was extracted. Initially, a large portion of the gold was spent locally to buy miners' food, supplies, and housing. Additionally, it was used for entertainment, which included everything from a traveling theater to gambling, alcohol, and of course, those more physical entertainments. Frequently, the freshly recovered gold, which had been meticulously weighed, was used in these transactions. The gold was then used by the merchants and vendors to buy supplies from packers or ship captains who were transporting the goods to California. After that, the gold traveled from California to the manufacturers of goods worldwide, either via mules or via ships. The second route was taken by the Argonauts themselves, who either sent the gold home or brought their hard-earned diggings back with them after personally obtaining a sizable quantity. For instance, it is estimated that French prospectors and merchants sent about US $2.6 billion worth of today's conversion, worth of California gold back to France. Of course, most of it just returned to the brokerage houses back in New York City, where the serious business was done. Local banks and gold dealers issued banknotes or drafts, paper money that was accepted in the area, in exchange for gold as the gold rush went on, and private mints produced their own gold coins. Gold bullion was converted into official US gold coins for circulation in 1854 with the establishment of the San Francisco Mint. In order to use the gold in the booming California economy, California banks later sent it to national banks in the United States in exchange for national paper money. And so, just like that, from a sleepy, little-known backwater town to the world's most formidable destination for hundreds of thousands of people. That is how California was transformed by the gold rush. The newcomers frequently displayed this exceptional civic-mindedness and inventiveness, bringing all of the good things, and sometimes the bad things about their home countries, to the new world. For instance, during the gold rush, cities and towns were incorporated, a state constitutional convention was called, a state constitution was drafted, elections were conducted, and delegates were dispatched to Washington, D.C. to negotiate California's new statehood. It was during this period that California's second gold rush, i.e. not actual gold, but large-scale agriculture, had begun. Almost immediately, roads, churches, schools, and all kinds of civic associations were established. Americans made up the great majority of the immigrants, and California then became the 31st state of the United States on the 9th of September, 1850. As a result of growing pressure, of course, from the improved political communication ties with the rest of the country, it can no longer be ignored. As for San Francisco, their population grew from 500 to 150,000, and that's just between the years of 1847 and 1870. Transportation between California and the East Coast greatly enhanced as a result of the gold rush's wealth and population. In 1855, the Panama Railway was completed, crossing the Panama Isthmus. Steamships, such as those owned by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, started operating regularly between San Francisco and Panama. From there, mail, passengers, and cargo would board steamships bound for the East Coast, after crossing the isthmus by train. But of course, it all had negative effects too, both on the environment and on people, some of which you might not see coming. You see, due to fish mortality and habitat destruction caused by gravel, silt, and the chemicals from prospecting operations, Native Americans who relied on traditional hunting, gathering, and farming suffered from malnutrition and disease. Due to the construction of gold camps and other settlements in the middle of game and food gathering areas, the mining boom also caused these areas to vanish. Native Americans lost more land as farming expanded later to supply the settlers' camps. Tribespeople living on or close to mining districts were always a target of organized attacks in certain places. Native Americans and settlers engaged in a number of conflicts, and they were frequently viewed by miners as obstacles to their success. According to Marshall Gold Discovery State Historic Park interpretive lead Ed Allen, miners occasionally killed as many as 50 native people in a single day. Larger-scale attacks against native populations, sometimes tribes or villages not even involved in the initial act, may follow retaliatory attacks on lone miners. A group of settlers attacked a band of Windu Indians during the Bridge Gulch Massacre in 1852, after a citizen was killed. This was one J.R. Anderson, and following his murder, the local sheriff organized a squad of men to find the Indians, and when they found them, they killed over 150. The problem was, these were a completely different band of Windu that had killed Anderson, and out of all the village, only 3 children had made it out alive. Now, between 1846 and 73, non-Indians killed between 9,500 to 16,000 California Indians, according to one historian, Benjamin Madley. The majority of these massacres, which are defined as the intentional killing of 5 or more disarmed combatants, or largely unarmed non-combatants, including women, children, and prisoners, whether in the context of battle or otherwise, took place during this time. The killings were the main reasons why California's indigenous population dropped below 20,000 between 1849 and 1890. The California governor estimates that between 1849 and 1870, 4,500 Native Americans were killed in other violent crimes. In addition, California opposed ratifying the 18 treaties that federal agents and tribal leaders had actually signed in 1851. And then there were the death squads, financed and supported by the state government, which appropriated more than $1 million to support the paramilitaries' operations in support of mining operations. California's first governor, Peter Burnett, stated that the state was a battlefield between races, and that the only options for dealing with the California Indians was either removal or eradication. He stated that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race becomes extinct, must be expected. Burnett, like many of his contemporaries, believed that genocide was just a necessary part of the plan, and that his constituency in California had to move forward, even though they could not predict the outcome with anything other than pain and regret. In addition to Native Americans, foreigners, particularly Chinese and Latin American immigrants from Sonora, Mexico, and Chile, were pushed out of the mines by laws, unfair taxation, and overtly anti-foreign attacks after the initial boom had ended. The death and crime rates following the gold rush were exceptionally high, and the ensuing vigilantism also had a significant negative impact on the American immigrants, as 1 in 12 49ers ended up dying, with empty pockets at that.
Henry Morgan, a distinguished privateer known for his maritime campaigns against the Spanish holdings in the Caribbean
during the late 17th century. Originally commissioned by the English government, Morgan's most famous raid was the 1761 attack on Panama City, which was at the time a wealthy Spanish trading hub. But this operation, executed after peace between England and Spain had been declared, led to his temporary arrest. However, subsequent knighthood upon returning to England. Later, he served as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. Thus, his life walks the tightrope between celebrated naval hero and notorious pirate. In a word, complicated. But if we want to get to the bottom of it, we better start from the beginning, don't you think? Welcome to the channel, my friend. If it's your first time here, it is a pleasure to have you with me. And if you're coming back, off we go together again into the mysterious past. We're going to have fun today. If you want to support the channel, just enjoy it. That's the best way to support. But also a like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away. That's pretty easy, don't you think? And if you want to go further than that, just check the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But now let's all get nice and relaxed. It's a special one today. You know, the guy on the bottle of rum, Captain Morgan. Indeed, that's him. Let us begin. Henry Morgan, born Harry Morgan, was born around 1635 in Wales, likely in Llanrumney or Pencan in Monmouthshire. Details about his family background are a little bit of a mystery and somewhat inconclusive, unfortunately. We do have some sources that suggest his father was Robert Morgan, a farmer. Definitive evidence about his parents, however, does remain elusive. But there is one David Williams, a historian who contributed to the Dictionary of Welsh Biography, noted that efforts to identify Morgan's familial lineage have been largely unsuccessful, although Morgan's will does mention distant relatives. Well, his early life and career are equally mysterious. Now, according to an entry in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, Morgan hinted at a rudimentary education, claiming a greater familiarity with military endeavors than scholarly pursuits. His journey to the Caribbean is also a subject of speculation. He might well have been part of the military expedition led by Robert Venables during Oliver Cromwell's Caribbean campaign against the Spanish in 1754. Or perhaps he traveled as an indentured servant, trading several years of labor as a cutlery apprentice for passage to the region. There is another account by Richard Brown, a surgeon who worked under Morgan in 1670. It suggests Morgan arrived in the Caribbean shortly after the English captured Jamaica in 1655, either as a private gentleman or, more dramatically, a captive who was abducted in Bristol and sold into servitude in Barbados. Bad luck, I suppose. Well, the Caribbean in the 17th century was a place of immense opportunity, but also immense risk. The Wild West before there was a Wild West, offering the promise of a rapid wealth through the burgeoning sugar trade or more perilous means such as, well, robbing people, becoming a pirate. Not the most legitimate career path, but hey, gotta put food on the table. Well, this latter route did involve government-sanctioned piracy too, allowing individuals and ships to legally plunder Spain's expansive and wealthy empire in the Americas. Thus, in the early 1660s, during a period of war between England and Spain, Henry Morgan likely began his career as a privateer under the command of Sir Christopher Mings. During this time, Morgan is believed to have captained a ship within Ming's fleet, participating in notable attacks such as the assault on Santiago de Cuba and the sack of Campeche on the Yucatan Peninsula. These early exploits marked the beginning of his reputation as a formidable figure in Caribbean privateering. By 1664, the political landscape began to shift with the appointment of Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica. Initially, Modiford was instructed to curb the activities of privateers like Morgan. He issued a proclamation on the 11th of June, 1664, aimed at reining in their operations. However, the economic realities of Jamaica, which relied heavily on the wealth brought in by privateers, forced Modiford to rethink the policy. By the end of the same month, it didn't really last very long. Now, Jamaica had a plantation economy, but it was in the beginning stages. It had potential, but it was still vulnerable, and the influx of riches from privateering was essential to stave off economic collapse. While privateers at this time were sanctioned through letters of marque, which were essentially licenses issued by the government that allowed individuals to attack and seize vessels, typically from specified countries. These letters often included conditions and required the privateers to share a portion of their spoils with the issuing sovereign or ambassador, integrating their activities with the national interest. It wasn't a bad deal, but it was still a dangerous job. Now, Morgan's success in privateering continued to garner attention. In the August of 1665, he returned to Port Royal alongside fellow captains John Morris and Jacob Fackman, bearing a substantial cargo of valuables. The wealth they brought back was significant enough to impress Governor Modiford, who reported to the English government that Central America was an ideal target for actions against the Spanish Indies. Well, it was at this period that Morgan's personal life also flourished. In early 1666, he married his cousin, Mary Morgan, daughter of Edward Morgan, who was then the deputy governor of Jamaica. Well, in 1664, as tensions between the English and Dutch escalated, colonial governors were granted the authority to issue letters of marque against Dutch targets. This shift in policy was part of a broader conflict involving multiple colonial powers. Despite the opportunity, many privateers, including Morgan, were hesitant to engage directly under these new commissions. During this period, you see, an expedition aimed at capturing the Dutch island of Sint Eustatius resulted in the death of Morgan's father-in-law, who led a force of 600 men in the assault, showing again the risks involved in such state-sanctioned privateering operations. Oh, and privateer, I suppose that's just a word for a pirate who the government likes. As soon as the government doesn't like you anymore, you become a pirate and no longer a privateer. It's funny how that works. Well, the exact details of Morgan's activities in 1666 are somewhat unclear, and different historians provide varying accounts. Now, in his biography of Morgan, one H.R. Allen suggests that Morgan served as the second in command to Captain Edward Mansfield during this time. Mansfield had received a letter of marque to invade Curaçao, but ultimately refrained from attacking Willemstad, the island's capital. He either deemed it too well defended, or found the potential for plunder lacking. This indecision shows the strategic calculations involved in privateering, and of course, like everything else, risk assessment was crucial. You couldn't just go in all guns blazing. I'm sure there were plenty of privateers who did, but their stories were not very long, and thus we don't really have much of a story to tell about them. Well, on the other hand, historians Jan Rogozinski and Stefan Talty offer a differing perspective. They note that Morgan was engaged in more domestic military duties, overseeing the militia of Port Royal and contributing to the defense of Jamaica against potential threats. Under his supervision, part of Fort Charles at Port Royal was constructed, reinforcing the island's defenses in anticipation of possible attacks. This role showed Morgan's versatility in both the importance and the importance in both offensive and defensive capacities within this overall colonial framework. And it was also during this period that Morgan began to establish himself economically by purchasing his first plantation in Jamaica. This investment marked a significant transition from simply maritime endeavors to more land-based economic activities, which was a pretty common path along successful privateers who sought to secure their fortunes and status within colonial society. And, well, I would hazard to guess that after a few close calls, well, they'd probably be looking for a career change. It's a lot easier to manage a plantation. Well, in 1667, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, Governor Sir Thomas Modiford of Jamaica, amidst rumors of a potential Spanish invasion, authorized privateers to act against Spanish interests. And thus, he issued a letter of marque to Henry Morgan, empowering him to assemble the English privateers and gather intelligence on Spain's plans against Jamaica. Modiford appointed Morgan as an admiral, and by January 1668, Morgan had rallied 10 ships and 500 men, later reinforced by an additional 2 ships and 200 men from Tortuga. Morgan's commission allowed him to attack Spanish ships, but it explicitly excluded attacks on land. Foreshadowing, right? Well, the terms stipulated that any plunder from sea engagements would be divided between the Crown and the ship owners. However, any loot from unauthorized raids on towns would belong solely to privateers, blurring the lines between legal privateering and outright privacy. But of course, there is only one raid that matters, and that is Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just joking. Had to put a joke in there. Now, according to historian Jan Rogozinski, City attacks were lucrative, but unfortunately, they fell under illegal privacy. Remember that exclusion for attacks on land. Now, although if Morgan could prove a Spanish threat, such actions might be justified under his commission. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how he words it to the governor. Well, initially targeting Havana, Morgan found it way too well defended, and instead attacked Puerto del Príncipe, which is now Camagüey, an inland town 50 miles from the coast. But the problem was, they didn't find much treasure. In fact, they were all very disappointed, and the crew was rather discontent. Morgan justified the raid to Mortiverd by reporting evidence of Spanish preparations for an assault on Jamaica, citing Spanish military gatherings in Cuba. And the venture was not without internal conflict. Following the Puerto de Príncipe raid, a dispute between an English privateer and a French sailor escalated to violence, resulting in the French sailor's death, which is very out of character for the English and French to be fighting each other. They always get along so well. Well, to prevent further unrest, Morgan arrested the Englishman responsible, maintaining discipline and his authority. And when they got back to Port Royal, they executed him, upholding his promise to the French contingent. Well, after the conquest of Puerto del Príncipe, Henry Morgan set his sights on Portobello, a major trading hub on the Spanish Main. Portobello, which is now in modern-day Panama, was one of the wealthiest cities at the time due to the trade between Spanish territories and Spain, protected by 2 castles in its harbor and another within the town itself. Discontent with the distribution of spoils and the murder of a French compatriot, 200 French privateers left Morgan to return to Tortuga, reducing his force down. Well, Morgan was undeterred, and he proceeded with his plan, briefly stopped at Port Royal before heading to Portobello. On the 11th of July, 1668, he anchored near Portobello and stealthily moved his men in 23 canoes to a landing point 3 miles from their target. They attacked from the landward side, reaching the first castle just before dawn and quickly seizing control of it along the other 2 castles and the town itself. The operation, though successful, resulted in the lives of 18 privateers, with another 32 wounded. Well, either way, it was a victory, and Morgan was congratulated on his cunning tactics and expert timing. In fact, there was one who chronicled the event, Alexandre Exquemelin, who controversially wrote that Morgan had used religious captives as human shields to scale the walls of the 3rd castle, leading to the death of many. But this account led to a libel suit by Morgan against Exquemelin's publishers when the book was translated into English. He gave it a pretty bad review, it seems. But don't worry, Morgan actually won the suit, and the offending passage was retracted in subsequent English editions. The problem is, the cat's already out of the bag, isn't it? I mean, people are going to read it once. They're not going to read the 2nd edition, let's be realistic. you can't get your reputation back. If I was him, I would have asked for money, but hey, that's just me. Well, back to Portobello. Morgan's forces occupied it for a month, during which time he demanded a ransom of 350,000 pesos from Don Agustin, the acting president of Panama. Although the city was stripped of wealth, it is noted that there were no confirmed reports of alleged widespread assaults and debauchery as reported by Excamelin. After Don Agustin's unsuccessful attempt to recapture the city with 800 soldiers, he negotiated a ransom of 100,000 pesos. Now, upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan and his crew had amassed between 70 and 100,000 pounds in money and valuables. Now, doesn't sound like too much, but put it into perspective, a sum that surpassed the agricultural output of Jamaica and nearly half of Barbados's yearly sugar exports at the time. And that's pretty good. Well, each privateer received £120, significantly more than the average annual sailor's earnings. Morgan earned a 5% share, and Governor Modiford received 10%, as agreed in Morgan's letter of marque. Despite exceeding the terms of his commission, Modiford only reproved Morgan, who was actually celebrated as a national hero in Britain, avoiding any reprimand for his actions in Portobello. Now, in the October of 1668, shortly after his lucrative but controversial raid on Portobello, Morgan hastily departed from Port Royal. He set sail with a fleet of 10 ships and an 800-strong crew, heading towards Ile La Vache, a small island that served as his preparatory base for future operations. Morgan's ambitious target was Cartagena de Indias, a key and wealthy Spanish city on the Spanish Main known for its substantial riches. By December, Morgan's forces were bolstered by the arrival of the Oxford, a former Royal Navy frigate sent from Port Royal to aid in defending Jamaica. Governor Modiford had redirected this vessel to Morgan, who proudly made it his flagship. However, on the 2nd of January 1669, disaster struck during a council of war held aboard the Oxford. A catastrophic spark ignited the ship's powder magazine, resulting in a massive explosion that destroyed the vessel and killed over 200 crew members. Morgan and several captains who were fortuitously seated on the side of the table that was blown into the water survived the blast, while 4 other captains perished. I guess it was the right place at the wrong time, if we could say it that way. Well, the destruction of the Oxford significantly weakened Morgan's fleet, rendering an immediate attack on Cartagena pretty much unfeasible at this point. And consequently, Morgan was persuaded by one of his French captains to shift his focus to a potentially easier target, Maracaibo and Gibraltar in Lake Maracaibo, Venezuela. This route was previously traversed by the infamous pirate François L'Olonnais. The French captain, familiar with navigational routes, played a key role in guiding the fleet. As they approached Maracaibo, the Spanish had constructed the San Carlos de la Barra fortress to defend against such attacks. They'd finally have a chance to use it. But despite its strategic placement and armed with 11 guns, the fortress was grossly undermanned with only 9 soldiers tasked with its operation. Morgan's men, under the cover of cannon fire from their flagship Lily, successfully stormed the lightly defended fortress, and only to find it deserted, but booby-trapped with slow-burning fuse leading to gunpowder kegs, a trap that Morgan himself narrowly averted by extinguishing the fuse. That was a close one. Well, after disabling the fortress's artillery, Morgan proceeded towards Maracaibo. Well, upon reaching Maracaibo, Morgan discovered the city was largely abandoned, its residents having been alerted and evacuated. Over the following 3 weeks, his crew looted the city, and privateers scoured the surrounding areas, capturing and often torturing those they found to reveal hidden treasures. Morgan then set his sights on Gibraltar, located further south across Lake Maracaibo. This town was a little more resilient, with the local fort managing to deter Morgan's fleet initially with a steady barrage. Undeterred, however, Morgan landed his forces away from the town and approached from the land, facing minimal resistance, as most of the town's residents had already fled. He occupied Gibraltar for around 5 weeks, again resorting to torture to extract information about valuables for the remaining inhabitants. Now, through these exploits, Morgan's tactics were ruthless, demonstrating both his strategic skill in naval and ground assaults, but also his willingness to employ severe measures to achieve his objectives. After his ventures in Maracaibo and Gibraltar, Morgan faced a significant challenge from the Spanish Armada de Barlovento, commanded by Don Alonso de Campo y Espinosa. Really struggle with the Spanish names sometimes, I do apologize. A gap in my learning, it seems. Well, Espinosa had fortified the San Carlos de la Barra fortress and armed it with 126 cannons, preparing to intercept Morgan's fleet as it attempted to exit the Maracaibo into the Caribbean. The Spanish commander offered Morgan safe passage to Jamaica, if he relinquished all of the plunder. Well, they didn't like the idea of that. That's the soul of a pirate. And thus, Morgan and his men took a vote, and by the end of it, they had decided that they would fight their way out instead, with all that plunder stuffed into their pockets. Now, Morgan's strategy included the use of a fire ship, a vessel rigged to appear manned and armed, but it was actually filled with barrels of gunpowder, a slow-moving grenade ready to go off. It was designed to set the Spanish flagship Magdalene ablaze. Thus, on the 1st of May 1669, this plan was executed successfully. The Magdalene caught fire, causing chaos among the Spanish fleet. Espinosa abandoned his burning flagship and retreated to the fort. While the privateers took their time, they seized the opportunity to capture another Spanish ship, Soledad, and claimed it as their own. Blow up one ship, capture a new ship. It's a good deal. Well, despite all their successes, Morgan's fleet was still significantly outgunned by the fortress, prompting him to initiate negotiations. He threatened to sack and burn Maracaibo if he was not allowed to pass. Although Espinosa refused to negotiate, the citizens of Maracaibo, fearful of Morgan's threats, agreed to pay a ransom of 20,000 pesos and provide 500 head of cattle. During this time, Morgan had also managed to salvage 15,000 pesos from the wreck of Magdalene. As Morgan prepared for his departure, he distributed the spoils among his ships to minimize losses in case of an attack. He then executed a deceptive maneuver by simulating a landing to distract the Spanish forces at the fortress. As the Spanish prepared for a ground assault, Morgan silently moved his fleet past the fortress under the cover of darkness, managing to escape without further conflict. Upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan found that the political climate had shifted somewhat. A pro-Spanish faction had influenced King Charles II, leading to a reprimand from Governor Modiford, who revoked Morgan's letters of marque. Despite the official censure, no punitive actions were taken against Morgan or his crew. Leveraging his substantial earnings from the raid, Morgan invested in a second plantation, significantly expanding his holdings and solidifying his status as both a fearsome privateer and also a savvy businessman. In 1669, as tensions escalated in the Caribbean, Mariana, the Queen Regent of Spain, authorized offensive operations against English shipping, sparking a series of confrontations. The conflict intensified in March 1670, when Spanish privateers launched an attack on English merchant vessels. In retaliation, Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica, extended Henry Morgan's commission, empowering him to undertake actions to secure and stabilize the region. By December of the same year, Morgan had amassed a formidable fleet of over 30 English and French ships, carrying a substantial force of privateers, the largest of its kind at that time. Morgan's initial strategic move was the capture of the islands of Old Providence and Santa Catalina in December of 1670. These islands served as critical bases from which he would launch his subsequent operations. His next target was Chagres, a vital port for Spanish ships transporting goods back to Spain. He took swift control of the town and fortified San Lorenzo to secure his line of retreat, just in case. Now on January the 9th, 1671, Morgan embarked on a challenging expedition towards Panama City, located on the Pacific coast. The journey was not easy, to say the least, with Morgan and his men navigating through dense rainforests and swamps, much of it on foot. Despite being forewarned of Morgan's approach, the Spanish attempts to ambush the privateers along their route were unsuccessful. Morgan's force was forced to switch to canoes for part of the journey, showcasing quite a bit of versatility and resilience, if I do say so myself. Well, after days of grueling travel, Morgan's forces reached the outskirts of Old Panama City by January the 27th, 1671. They encountered a Spanish force comprised of approximately 1,200 infantry and 1,400 cavalry, but they were largely inexperienced. Morgan ingeniously sent a detachment of 300 men down a ravine to flank the Spanish right. Misinterpreting this move as a retreat, the Spanish forces prematurely broke ranks to pursue. only to be met by Morgan's main contingent in a well-coordinated ambush. During the ensuing battle, the governor of Panama, in a desperate move, decided to release herds of oxen and bulls onto the battlefield, hoping to disrupt the privateers. Okay then. Well, it didn't really work. The animals were panicked by the gunfire, and they simply stampeded over the Spanish troops instead, which of course just made everything a lot more chaotic than it already was. I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea. It's just sinking in right now how silly that is. Well, either way, the battle culminated in a decisive victory for Morgan, with the Spanish suffering significant losses, while Morgan's casualties remained minimal. And I assume that they all had beef for dinner that night. There was plenty of it. Well, following the victory at Panama, Governor Morgan faced the dire prospect of the city being destroyed rather than fall into pirate hands. True to his threat, the governor ordered the detonation of barrels of gunpowder placed throughout Panama's largely wooden infrastructure. The explosions triggered massive fires that raged into the next day, leaving only a few stone structures intact. And the destruction was immense, with much of Panama's wealth either consumed by fire or previously evacuated by ships in anticipation of the privateers' arrival. In the aftermath, Morgan's forces remained in the charred remains of Panama for 3 weeks, salvaging whatever valuables they could find among the ruins. During this period, accounts suggest that Captain Edward Collier, Morgan's second-in-command, resorted to torturing some of the city's residents to locate the hidden treasures. Despite such harsh measures, Richard Brown, the fleet's surgeon, portrayed Morgan as showing nobility towards the defeated Spanish, a narrative that contrasts sharply with other depictions of brutality. The total treasure accrued from Morgan's expedition is still a subject of debate. There are estimates of the spoils, and they range quite significantly, from 140 to 400,000 pesos. Now that's got to be a fair few years of the Barbadian sugar crop, as we mentioned before. Definitely a lot more from last year's takings. However, given the large number of privateers involved, the share of the loot per man was relatively modest, and after they'd worked it all out and split it all up, many pockets within Morgan's ranks were lighter than they thought they'd be. And this led to quite a bit of dissatisfaction, of course. Now, controversy surrounded the distribution of the plunder too, with accusations, notably from Morgan's best friend in the world, the one who wrote that widely read memoir, Excamelin, suggesting that Morgan had appropriated a disproportionate share of the bounty. Well, Morgan returned to Port Royal on the 12th of March, where he was met with enthusiasm by the local populace. The subsequent month, he presented a formal report to Jamaica's governing council, which officially commended and thanked him for his service. Well, during Henry Morgan's absence, the politics once again changed, with England and Spain signing the Treaty of Madrid, aimed at pacifying tensions in the Caribbean. This treaty included a provision to end all privateering activities by revoking letters of marque, which directly impacted the privateers in the region. Governor Thomas Modiford, seen as facilitator of privateering, was removed from his position under one of the likely stipulations of the treaty. His successor, Sir Thomas Lynch, arrested Modiford and sent him to England, indicating a clear shift in the colonial administration's stance towards privateering. Certainly seemed like it was all over, which was pretty awkward, since they just destroyed Panama. Well, the destruction of Panama by Morgan occurred shortly after the treaty's signing. But they didn't know about it. They were too busy destroying, and it's not like back then you could make a quick phone call. But either way, it sparked an international crisis. It was not good. Rumors of a potential Spanish declaration of war circulated even, prompting the English government to take conciliatory actions to mitigate the damage. Now, despite Morgan's loyalty and celebrated status as a national hero, akin to that of Sir Francis Drake, he was arrested upon his return to London in April 1672. Now, interestingly, though widely believed to have been imprisoned in the Tower of London, there was no documentary evidence to support this claim, and the Tower of London kept very good records. You see, Morgan's time in London turned out to be quite different than might be expected. He was not only quickly set free, but he also became the talk of the town, a celebrated figure, with the political winds shifting in his favor. He was consulted by the Secretary of State, the Earl of Arlington, and asked to draft a memorandum on fortifying Jamaica's defenses. Morgan claimed he had been unaware of the Treaty of Madrid when he attacked Panama, which was pretty believable, as the timing, well, it was all a little bit too close. There was no way he could have known. This, of course, helped ease his position. For the English, at least. The Spanish were still pretty angry, but, whatever. In fact, in a pretty shocking reverse of fortune, they actually knighted him in November of 1674, marking his formal transition from Harry Morgan to Sir Henry Morgan. This honor came as a part of his appointment as the deputy to John Vaughan, the 3rd Earl of Carbery, who was set to replace Lynch as the governor of Jamaica. Alongside Carbery and the now released Modiford, who was appointed Chief Justice of Jamaica, Morgan also returned to Jamaica. However, their voyage encountered a little setback when their ship, the Jamaica Merchant, was wrecked on the rocks of Ile la Vache, leading to a temporary marooning until they were rescued by a passing merchant ship. Upon his return to Jamaica, Morgan received a significant annual salary from the Jamaican embassy as a token of gratitude for his services, which was much to the displeasure of the Governor John Vaughan, who found Morgan's approach to governance and personal habits a little problematic. Carbery openly criticized Morgan's behavior, particularly his frequenting of taverns and involvement in gambling, which was deemed unfit for someone in Morgan's position. Well, despite being officially tasked with eradicating piracy, Morgan maintained amicable relations with many privateers, and he even invested in their ventures. But His inability to issue letters of marque did not deter him. Instead, he and his brother-in-law, Robert Bindloss, redirected privateers to the French governor of Tortuga to secure their commissions, receiving a fee for each letter issued. Now, the tension between Morgan and Carberry escalated, culminating in a formal accusation by Carberry in 1676 that Morgan was colluding with the French to undermine Spanish interests. Although Morgan defended his interactions with the French as purely diplomatic, the controversy lingered. Once again, the cat's out of the bag. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Well, by 1678, the King and Privy Council decided to recall Carberry, briefly leaving Morgan as the acting governor. During his interim governance, Morgan significantly fortified Port Royal, anticipating a potential French threat. He declared martial law and expanded the town's defenses. Morgan's governance was further complicated by the internal sabotage when his secretary, Roland Powell, forged Morgan's signature on an illegal proclamation that benefited the Royal African Company. This act, along with orchestrated criticisms from the former governors Carberry and Lynch in London, severely undermined Morgan's position. In a striking blow to his authority, Charles II revoked his commissions in response to a substantial payment from Lynch, who was then reinstated as governor. Morgan's final years in office were marked by increasing isolation and health issues, exacerbated by heavy drinking. By 1683, Lynch had effectively removed Morgan and his allies from the Assembly of Jamaica, consolidating power and leaving Morgan sidelined. Lynch's death in 1684 briefly shifted the political landscape, but by this time it was clear that Morgan's era of influence had waned, leaving him a diminished figure in the colony he once dominated. In 1684, an account of Henry Morgan's exploits appeared in the Dutch publication entitled About the Buccaneers of America, authored by Exquemelin. Yes, that one. And this was where he was launching that suit against him. Of course, as we've mentioned, he felt defamed by this. All of the lies that, well, Morgan said they were all lies, and thus he took legal actions against the book's publishers. There was William Crook and Thomas Malthus. He asserted in his affidavit that he had always held a profound abhorrence for piracy and robberies, and that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for buccaneers. Well, the court ruled in Morgan's favor, of course, leading to the retraction of the book, and he actually had an award of £200 in damages to him, which I think is really not enough. Not enough to pay for a man's reputation, not at all. Well, in 1687, Christopher Monk, the second Duke of Albemarle and a friend of Morgan from his time in London, arrived as the new governor of Jamaica. He dismissed Hender Molesworth, who had been acting as governor, and brought Morgan back into an advisory role, though it was unofficial in its capacity. By July of 1688, Albemarle had convinced the king to allow Morgan to regain a seat on the Assembly of Jamaica. But at this time, Morgan's health was in severe decline, a situation worsened by his drinking. He just couldn't stop. Hans Sloane, the private physician to the Duke of Albemarle, diagnosed Morgan with dropsy, which is edema, and noted his unhealthy lifestyle habits. Sloane's observations painted a picture of Morgan as a physically diminished man, plagued by gastrointestinal symptoms and an unhealthy pallor, likely exacerbated by his refusal to moderate any of his consumptions, despite medical advice. Now, at the time of his death, Morgan's considerable estate included 3 plantations, of which he employed a large number of enslaved Africans. In fact, he had 3 large plantations, and they were all very well staffed. Well, he bequeathed most of his property and wealth to his wife to be inherited upon her death by his nephew Charles Bindloss, the second son of Robert Bindloss, who was the Chief Justice of Jamaica, 1681. He also designated a parcel of land in the defunct parish of St. George to Robert Bindloss's eldest son named Robert, who was born around 1673. Additionally, he left land in St. Mary Parish to his friend Roger Elletson, who was the ancestor of a future governor of Jamaica bearing the same name. Morgan's will, which was probated in 1689, detailed his ownership of 131 enslaved Africans on his plantations, that being 64 men and 67 women, which included 33 children. These individuals were valued at almost £2,000, a significant sum at the time. How on earth do you put a value on a human? It's monstrous, isn't it? Ugh. Well, moving on. Either way, Henry Morgan passed away August 25th, 1688, at his Lawrencefield estate, which is now part of modern Port Maria, Jamaica. Now, at the time of his death, he had amassed considerable wealth, valued at over £5,000, and all of it passed over to his wife, Mary Elizabeth. Since they had no children, the estate was designated to transfer to his aforementioned nephew upon her death, which occurred on March the 3rd, 1696, and was recorded in St. Andrew Parish, Jamaica. Now, tragically, much of Morgan's final resting place, along with a significant portion of Port Royal, was lost to sea during the catastrophic earthquake of June the 7th, 1692. This earthquake caused about 33 acres of the town to sink into Kingston Harbor, including the cemetery where Morgan had been buried. His body has never been located since this natural disaster. It's still out there somewhere, wandering the deep sea, coming for you. That's stupid. Okay, well, with that, we reach the end of our Life of Henry Morgan. You probably didn't see that one coming, didn't you? But of course, if you are after obscure historical topics that no one really talks about too much, well, you always know you can find it on this channel. I'm always here for you. I'd like to thank my top tier patrons: Scott, Aaron, James, Tim, Wendy, Jeffrey, Stark Factory, JC, and Charles. Love you all dearly. And to you, dear listener, I hope you've had a good time. I hope you've learned. We laughed. We cried. And I hope that we subscribed to the channel, or I'll be making you walk the plank, me matey. Good night, my friends. See you in the next video.